Given how much time I was spending tangled in sheets between healing gods and managing crises, it wasn't surprising that my pleasure seeker class reached level 17, and then 18, within a few days. Level 17, +1 likability, +1 free attribute point. Level 18, new ability gained, drive in deeper. I'd been meaning to boost my physicality for a while, so I applied the free point there. The result was subtle, at first. But once I noticed the differences, I couldn't unsee them. More powerful thrusts? Check. Better stamina on long walks? Also check. And if I leaned back and flexed just right, there was the faint outline of a six-pack. My body now had the lean, toned look of someone who both hiked daily and had frequent cardio, of the horizontal variety. But the new ability? That was something else entirely. Drive in deeper. Special ability, rare, passive. While engaged in intimate acts with a partner, both of you receive increased mana and health regeneration. If both partners climax, a token is restored based on your partner's highest attribute. There was absolutely no downside to this ability. Achieving mutual satisfaction had never been an issue for me or anyone I'd been with lately. The mana regeneration was a bonus I hadn't realized I needed, and the token return? That could be clutch in tight situations, like curing divine afflictions. I still had 3 unspent skill points from level 16. On one hand, I could invest them into my healer tree. But on the other, I had to admit the pleasure seeker tree was proving shockingly useful. And with skills like adaptability, I could potentially fulfill Krista's request for intimacy, even if her incorporeal form made traditional approaches impossible. Still, the crisis in Glumpdumpkin was growing. The god we were dealing with was far more difficult than the last, and I'd promised to bolster my divine resistance in preparation. The artifact from the god of apparel had granted a temporary boost, but I needed a more permanent investment. So I compromised. +1 to adaptability. +1 to divine resistance. +1 to healer. That left me with 1 remaining point. I'd hold on to it for now. Depending on how big this next god turned out to be, figuratively and literally, I might need flexibility. Character sheet, Christopher Fletcher. Healer trainee, 18. Pleasure seeker, novice, 18. Attributes. Affinity, 6. Durability, 6. Ingenuity, 8. Likability, 6. Physicality, 5. Healer skills. Diagnosis, physical 3, spiritual 3, magical 3, mental 3. Treatment, potions 4, salves 3, tinctures 3, elixirs 3, unguents 3. Develop cure, swarm 4, small 4, medium 2, large 1, unique 7. Administer cure, 8. Pleasure seeker qualities. Girth 1. Load 1. Stave off 2. Length 1. Tongue 1. Adaptability 3. Other skills. Identify, 5. Hiking 3. Cooking 1. Persuasion 1. Meditation 2. Divine resistance 3. Unspent skill points 1. General special abilities. Hard at work 3, uncommon passive. Wild lore 2, uncommon active. Beast talker 2, uncommon passive. Stalwart 2, common passive. Fierce 2, common passive. Healer abilities. Healer's endurance 2, common active. Healer's resistance 2, uncommon active. Healer's breath, uncommon active. Verdant rejuvenation, uncommon passive. Pleasure seeker abilities. Blissence 2, rare active. Post-sharing clarity, rare passive. Drive in deeper, rare passive. 3 weeks had passed since our arrival in Glumpdumpkin. The short temperate winter had faded into a series of warm misty rains, days that begged for bare feet, puddle jumping, and curling up with a book after getting drenched. 4-day workweeks were packed with effort, healing small gods, helping the locals, managing supplies. Our nights? More fun than they had any right to be. I'd cured 7 minor gods by now. Everything changed when Sinzi showed up. I was at the smithy that day, speaking with the local psychic Nakamaman, Shakindria. A Mindala. Psychic aspect, artisan, floaty blouse, bangles, and eyes that could unravel a man. She was pleased with my progress healing afflicted deities around town. I was pleased she was pleased. I was less pleased by the fact I'd started thinking impure thoughts about a telepath. Don't be an idiot, Fletcher, I told myself. She can probably hear you. While Krista and Larel wrangled the god of flagstones, a beetle the size of a backpack with a carapace shaped like pavement, I found myself alone with Shakindria. Floating closer, her translucent sleeves drifting like water, she spoke into my mind, I'm grateful to have someone to talk to. There was more beneath her words: interest. Attraction? I'd love to speak more, I said, flashing her my warmest smile. You've been vital to our mission. If your schedule allows, you're welcome to join me in my home above the smithy. I glanced around. My team had vanished, still wrestling the beetle god away. I was alone. Oh no, I said with mock concern. Seems my coworkers are gone. I'm unsupervised. She smiled, if you could call the subtle shift of her lips a smile, and floated up through the spiral stair she'd built with the Eloyum's help. I followed, enjoying the view. Her shimmering pants clung just enough to offer a glimpse of her curves beneath the shine. Her mustard-yellow skin contrasted beautifully with the amethyst in her forehead. The jewelry she wore, mostly silver with violet stones, sparkled faintly in the filtered light above. Her home was minimal but tasteful. Wood furniture, warm tones, abstract paintings that wouldn't feel out of place in a modern gallery. She poured tea while I admired the balance of function and serenity. We chatted about the town, the gods, and the oddity of human naming conventions. Snuffletrouser von Zip Yankee, she said with a psychic chuckle. It's one of our moons now. I choked on my tea. But what happened to the old names? They vanished. When your kind renamed things, it was as if the originals were never there. That was unsettling. She continued, telling me about a Mindala tradition, the granting of permission, a psychic bond shared between would-be life partners. A deep, unfiltered link. A full understanding of self and soul. Ordinarily, we only do this among psychic beings, she said. But your emissaries were open to the idea. It fascinates us. When I asked what it meant in practice, she leaned closer. You could enter me, not physically, but touch what it means to be Shikindria. I'd settle for a physical touch, I said softly, if that's allowed. We rarely engage through touch, she said. But I would like to learn. Then let me show you. I reached forward and gently took her hand in mine. Her skin was smooth warm, and her fingers trembled as I massaged her palm. Slowly, she floated down, legs curling around my back as she settled, gently, into my lap. I scooted forward, brushing against her. My smile widened. If you like, you can touch my face. She hesitated, then did, hands soft, exploratory, reverent. I could use telekinesis to feel you, she offered. But you wouldn't really feel me, I said. I kissed her palm. She giggled, a sound I hadn't expected, and seemed startled by her own voice. Would you like to try smell next? I offered, tilting my head. She leaned in and inhaled at my neck, her mind flickering with wonder. What is that? Shampoo. Soap. She spent the next few minutes inhaling me, gently running her fingers along my ears and jaw. My hands worked her arms and shoulders, slow and soothing. The urge to strip her and press her beneath me was strong, but I held back. This was her first experience with touch. I wanted it to be special. She sighed, leaning into me. The bond wasn't psychic anymore. It was something deeper. This is Christopher, learning to love this strange world, one soul at a time. Friend Fletcher, she said telepathically, her tone unusually soft. My body, it wishes to join with yours. I know we cannot create life together, and yet the urge remains. There are many ways to share affection, I said. Physical closeness is only one, but it's meaningful. You've never? I trailed off as she continued exploring my body. Lips brushing over my forehead, one set of hands sliding down my back beneath my shirt, another tracing my chest and abs like she was cataloging every detail. I wasn't exactly shredded, maybe 1 or 2 more points in physicality would fix that, but I was getting there. You can take the shirt off if you'd like, I offered. It vanished a half-second later. Her excitement was growing more tangible by the moment, and I let my hands wander, up her thighs, across the curve of her hips, and up her back. I need to tell you something, I began. Don't delay, she urged, hunger bleeding through her psychic voice. These sensations, something is blooming within me. I have an ability, granted by a god called the Lovers. I explained, quickly, about entwined ecstasy. How it allowed me to share a skill with a partner, how it could connect us in more ways than one. If I share myself with you, I might gain healer abilities. I nodded. That was all it took. A soft wave of power lifted me from the floor. My pants were stripped away in an instant by unseen hands. She levitated her own body upright, and her clothing exploded from her in a pulse of psychic force. Pants gone, blouse undone, everything removed with wordless elegance. Tapping into affinity, I could see it all. The purple energy swirling around the amethyst in her forehead, streaming through her body, pulsing with arousal. Her form shimmered with power and desire. Her skin darkened slightly in key places, nipples blooming into visibility, the area between her thighs glistening with slick arousal. A psychic murmur fluttered through my mind. This is what transfers power? Her hand closed gently around my shaft while others explored my thighs, calves, and cupped me below with reverent curiosity. It'll need to be inside you, I said. But first, I want to kiss you. She floated closer and kissed me, deep, slow, and powerful. Her thoughts mingled with mine, hunger, wonder, a rising tide of desire, and we began to spin mid-air. Her legs curled around me. Her hands cradled me. My hands roamed her sleek frame, marveling at the firm curves, the otherworldly skin, the contrast of mustard gold and flickering purple. Then, without words, she guided me into her. Her eyes snapped open. A gasp tore from her lips, a real, audible sound. Her body, her mind, her energy, all converged into one sharp spike of pleasure that radiated into me. Floating, we rotated until I was above her, sinking deeper. She cried out again, louder this time, as our bond intensified. Then came the prompt. Entwined ecstasy. Would you like to bind Shakindria the Mindala to your fold? Yes, no. I accepted. A likability token shimmered, vanished with a CLA cling, and sparkles of light surrounded us both. I felt the connection solidify, and the pressure on my shaft double. Oh, she groaned aloud, her thoughts flooding my mind like music. Wonder, shock, joy, rapture. Agreed, I gasped, barely holding on. 1 minute became 5. Her telekinesis wavered. Her mind's signals grew erratic. I gripped her tightly, feet pushing against the floor to stabilize us as she climaxed, her body clenching down on me with breathtaking force. I wasn't done. I shifted her onto her hands and knees, supporting her midair with one pair of her arms, while I pounded into her with renewed rhythm. Every thrust drew gasps and soft cries from her throat, the very sounds she had once never made. Another climax racked her body. Again, she gasped. Again. And again she came, and this time I followed. With a shout, I exploded inside her, filling her with all the warmth and power our union had built up. We lay on the smooth, warm hardwood of her apartment floor. Her head rested on my chest, her breath slow and even. I stroked her back while enjoying the minty clean scent of her scalp. Probably peppermint oil. She hummed, a sound that tickled my senses through mind and body. I felt her emotions more than heard them, ease, warmth, satisfaction. Will you return? She asked quietly. I'll try. This town has a lot of afflicted gods. And now, with my new ability, I might be able to help even more of the townsfolk. I didn't mention the massive problem looming in the background. Not yet. A new UI message blinked into view. Entwined ecstasy, Shakindria has gained healer's breath. You have gained the ability Psy-Speech. Further connection may unlock more. Psy-Speech. Special ability, uncommon, active. Mentally communicate with any sentient being within 30 feet using your Psy-Speech skill plus affinity. Usable for 1 minute per success. Note, each additional use per day on the same target increases difficulty by +2. Very useful. I decided to test it. Thank you, I told her mind to mind. For your time, your trust, and everything. Oh. She replied, delighted. Another delight you've gifted me, human Fletcher. We cuddled for a bit longer, but duty called. I had gods to heal. People to save. A town to unafflict. When I finally stood, she floated my clothes over to me, still nude herself, unconcerned. You must go. But please don't forget me. I won't, I said. A lie. I would, eventually. Not because I wanted to, but because too many new problems were about to shove her into the background. Back in town, things looked almost normal. Without the red haze, it felt like any sleepy village. Some buildings shimmered with crystal. Others pulsed subtly, like muscle. But the mood had shifted. And then I heard it. Fletcher. My head snapped around. I knew that voice. Cinzy. A second later, I spotted the top half of her face peeking around a building, just for a second, before vanishing. I darted forward, instincts flaring. Was she luring me? In trouble? Shakindria leaned out her upstairs window, still bare, a question in her mind. Do you need help? No. I hope not, I said. But I heard something. I activated Eagle Eyes. Cinzy was there briefly, before darting away. I broke into a run. Fletcher, her voice came again, teasing the air like a breeze. I should have turned back. Gotten back up. Terra could fly. Regina could teleport. The Guardians could shield me. But I didn't. Because I'd been in this world for 3 months, and I hadn't been scared once. Not truly. Not when I nearly drowned. Not when I faced the divine. Not even when a fire dragon the size of a city bus loomed over me. I had skills now. Tools. Tokens. What could possibly hurt me? Turns out, a net. Cinzi. I shouted, as it collapsed over me. A voice muttered, "Don't hurt him." Another voice, one I knew, snarled, "I'll enjoy hurting him." Then lightning. The world blacked out for a second. When it came back, I was on the ground, hooded, dazed. I'd been zapped. "Timmy," I groaned. "Still zappy, I see." "Shut up," he snapped. Boss's voice cut in, calm and deep. "Walk away, Timmy." A silence. Then the sound of someone panicking, crashing through things in a mad dash to flee. I knew what that meant. Intimidation. Boss had guardian skills. Cinzi. I called. "I'm here," came her voice, far off, maybe restrained. I activated Psy-Speech. Just once, with a successful check. "Cinzi. I'm sorry. Come talk to me. We can sort this out. Please." A pause. Then a gasp. "What was that?" "I got a splinter," Cinzi said smoothly. "From this one damn wooden house." Convincing. "Let's move out," Boss ordered. I was pulled to my feet. Marched out of Glumpdumpkin. And just like that, I became a hostage.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
When the hood was removed and I was shocked at the bright sunlight still streaming down on me, it was to a completely different scene than before. I took a look around, tried to anyway, until a hand clamped onto my face and steered me back toward the gigantic and furious visage of Blake. Only gigantic because it was inches from mine, and only furious because that was Blake's resting birch face. "Oh," I managed, through his iron grip smushing the sides of my face. "Hey, Lake." If Blake was a mountain of muscle before, he was the Everest of muscle now. His muscles had muscles. His neck had been eclipsed by the biggest fracking trapezius muscles I'd seen outside of a comic book. He looked impossible, like humans shouldn't be able to manage this. Because aside from his missing neck and gigantic traps, his trunk tapered down to a stacked and chiseled 8-pack of abs. "This little putz," Blake hissed. "This is the healer from the other team in town?" "That's right," another familiar voice said from behind me. I started turning my head again, only to have Blake's iron grip squeeze a little and begin what would certainly pop my head like a grape. "Rat? Zat you?" What the hullabaloo was Drat doing here? So Blake was the first person I'd met here who wasn't enamored with the job and didn't love seeing newbies, or he was just a dick. He had a thing for Regina, and she didn't have a thing for him. That had made him real angry for some reason. It wasn't like a guy with this kind of physique should have a problem getting women to sleep with him. Drat's soft curse was the confirmation I needed. He was here. Okay, to put things together in my head, Blake had been given some kind of awful assignment after he'd used a special ability on me. When Timmy hadn't gotten the job on my team, he'd either applied to be on Blake's team or just deserted his post at the HQ. Which meant Timmy's friends could be here too, the ones who did not like me much. They weren't thrilled to be forced to clean up my mess in the saga of the God of Footfalls. Fact, I had been taken, which meant they needed me alive. I doubted this was specifically so Blake could pound my skull into a paste on the ground here, but that was one possibility. What was far more likely was they needed something healed. They had someone who was ill or broken bones and needed that person fixed right away. "Lake?" I asked, my face still very smushed. The one thing I did not want was to antagonize the unstable and very muscular douche canoe. "Hon o ego iase?" Or, "Can you let go my face in unable to talk properly? You are going to do what I ask, or things are going to get really ugly for you," he breathed. His breath did not smell of peppermint and joy. The number one thing you will not do is ask questions, or attempt to go running off. "Oh hey," I said, attempting to look as cute and harmless as possible with my face squished on either side and head immobilized. The number two thing you're not going to do is begin to ask stupid questions. There are a couple of dangerous questions going around getting people hurt. Badly. He released my head, and I spent the next few seconds massaging my jaw. Dangerous questions. For a second I considered the possibility that there was a god of asking questions and that this was yet another thing I needed to heal up, then gave myself a hard mental slap. What he meant was, asking questions around Blake was going to get me hurt, and that I should keep my trap shut. The less I understood and knew, the better. Which was obviously bullshit. I was going to find out everything I could as soon as I could. "Now, this is what you are going to do. We have a member of our team who has himself some injuries he got while adventuring in this wild and dangerous land. You're going to heal those injuries." I opened and closed my mouth several times. You know that you could have brought him to my team's camp and I would have been happy to deal with this, with a fully stocked laboratory, heating element, cauldron, herbs and plant materials, and more importantly the solutions I need. Blake scowled down at me. For creating potions, elixirs and tinctures and such that can't be easily made in this world and have to be imported from Earth. Raynor could just heal someone by touching them, he said. Raynor is also level 1 million. You can take your injured team member back to him if you want instant healing with a touch, because I can't do that. Baring his teeth at me made Blake look feral. Eyes narrowed, face pinched, muscles bulging, he appeared like a cornered animal. He hadn't been taking the anti-magic pills. In that moment I knew he was up to no good. Something bad was happening and he was going to just have me along as part of his group now. Maybe they would steal all my lab materials from the camp, maybe they would just try to get me to work without them, but Blake was off the reservation on this one. He was going against whatever HQ wanted him to do. First, this meant he had no intention of letting me go. I would and could do the work he wanted me to do, but as long as I knew he wasn't playing by HQ rules, I was a liability that would be better dead than spilling what I knew to anyone outside the circle. Now that I knew who he was, I wasn't going to be allowed to go anywhere. "How long has it been?" I asked. "What are you talking about?" "Since you took the anti-magic pill," I said. 2 weeks? Longer. Blake's ham fist crashed into his other hand with a sickening crunch. He then picked up a piece of firewood and literally crushed it with his bare hand. "I will not have you misunderstanding me, Fletcher. You are going to heal my people." What was his physicality? Above 12, like Cinzy's unbelievable likability? "Sure," I said. "If I can." These are checks made with my skills and attributes, and those are made a heck of a lot easier with all the tools and materials. "He has an ability where he can breathe healing onto someone," Drat said from somewhere behind me. Since Blake was the size of a barn door and he'd forbidden me from moving, I couldn't see my rogue, but I recognized his voice anywhere. Blake's open hand slap sent me to the ground. It was upside my head before I could register the motion. I wouldn't be surprised if it broke the fracking sound barrier. I lost a good chunk of my HP on that one. I gritted my teeth and spent an immediate durability token with healer's resistance. I gained an immediate 3% to my physical damage resistance. Which gave me a plan I didn't like much, but one that would work in the end. Should have led with that one, Fletcher. Would have saved you some pain. Now, let's get you healing. "Who gets Humperdinck?" my father demanded. I blinked at him. "I don't understand." "Who kills Humperdinck?" he repeated. "Who?" "Nobody," I said, quoting one of my favorite childhood movies. At the end, "Who kills this Blake bastard? Is it Krista? Does she freeze him to death with her ghost powers or something? Does Laurel rip him in half from nuts to nape?" "Nobody kills Humperdinck," I repeated. He threw up his oily, greasy hands. "Come on, kid. You can't just have a gross and irredeemable villain character who doesn't get his comeuppance. How'd you get him in the end?" "Dad, I was there for weeks. You have to know, this is only 3 months into my stay. I've been there for 6 months. When I left, Sarah was just finding out she was pregnant, and now she looks like you could pop her with a pin. I have weeks with Blake and his people. They're not fun." "Not my son," he muttered, low enough that he thought I wouldn't hear. But somebody didn't have eagle eyes any longer. I asked. He moved deeper into his workshop and pretended to rummage through tools looking for the one he needed. "Injustice like that in front of your nose, my son wouldn't let that kind of nonsense go unpunished." My heart ached for him a little there. He took to wiping the engine grease off his hands and pointed at me holding the formerly blue rag. "You skip past all this nonsense with your mother. In fact, you might as well get through it all with me, and we'll condense it all down to a couple sentences, then boom, you're practically back home." I pursed my lips in thought. "I guess. And then you tell me how long it took before your rangers figured out where you were, and the team snuck you out of there under cover of night or what have you." "Dad. And you also tell me how many people got really messed up in the fight between your people and Blake's, and we'll figure out how to soften the blow when your mother and Sarah hear this part." I didn't think Mom and Sarah needed the blows softened. They were tough as hell, what with Mom going through chemo several times and Sarah having her ass kicked by at least one of her sleazeball exes. I realized too late that my father was calling her Sarah again. Like she was 12 and hadn't yet declared that she hated them. The special ability Healer's Breath worked like this. Healer's Breath. Special ability, uncommon, active. Make a treatment check with affinity, or spend an affinity token, and breathe on the target in order to administer a temporary treatment for any damaging ailment. The target is healed by 3 to 18 hit points over 6 seconds. Symptoms of the ailment are reduced in intensity by 50% for a day. May only be used on a target once per day. The ability was specifically created so that it didn't eliminate symptoms altogether. If you had, let's say, a coronavirus that ravaged the whole planet for a couple of years, my ability would keep people alive on a day-to-day basis. It would not cure them. It would not stop them from being miserable. It would heal them up, just a bit, and make their bodies capable of handling another day sick. Luckily for a sickness like a coronavirus that ravaged the whole planet for a couple of years, the recovery was generally going to happen within 2 weeks. The human body had some defense against a coronavirus, even one that would kill millions worldwide.
This was not Earth.
These were not Earth diseases, and the human body was not equipped to handle the sorts of diseases found on this planet. Lucky for us, infection from damaged sources on this world were rare. Nakamaman didn't typically poison, envenom, or inflict illnesses on us humans. They would if they had to, but this wasn't hunt or be hunted world, this was cute and cuddly creature world. They could affect humans with their emotions, like what had happened to the natives of Slinktrickle, and they could use mana to make all kinds of things happen.
Then there were the gods.
Divine beings had some pretty unique ways of self-destructing. As I'd seen so far, they had a short radius where their sphere of influence went haywire. From the mundane and ignorable, the god of footfalls, to the embarrassing and mortifying, the god of apparel, most of these were harmless, silly, and sometimes saucy. But they could bring some more serious problems, like whatever was going on in Glumpdumpkin. This was why being a healer was so important. Drat, I said, report what's happening here to camp. That's an order. This time I wasn't swatted on the side of the head, which hurt, if anyone was wondering, but kicked in the middle of the thigh.
This one smarted.
I clutched at it, not caring about the pain so much as the second opportunity to spend a durability token to grow my physical damage resistance. I was going to have to space these out, and somehow get my durability tokens back, or else I was just going to be a punching bag they wouldn't allow to die. Still, the damage was done. Now if Drat didn't carry out my express order, he was going to have a lot of trouble getting experience points. Right now, this was all I could manage. In the future, if I had anything to say about it, he would find himself before Russ and the other high-level HQ people. What a cuntaluntigus. After laying there and trying to ease the pain for a few minutes, I was helped up by several people who had better control over their prodigious strength. Now that I could actually get a look around, it appeared that Blake had more than a few other high-physicality guardians with him. A lot of these were big white boys, but 2 were big black fellas, and 1 was a woman almost as thick and brutish as Laurel.
They were all human.
What I recalled hearing about Blake was that he was sent out to do land surveys or magic surveys or Nakamaman surveys as part of a group of wizards. Wizards were the ones who grabbed up XP from cataloging things. Weird that I couldn't see a single wizard. Yet. And I was pretty sure there was no way Blake had come out here with 10 guardians I could see. The question of Timmy remained an open one. Had he deserted his post as a runner of messages in HQ, or had he been ordered to bring the rest of guardians out to rendezvous with Blake and company? My money was on something I couldn't imagine yet going on here, and I just needed to keep my eyes open to suss out what. And with that, I got to the first wizard. The first one I was taken to see was bruises all over. He lay there staring up at the ceiling of his tent and pointedly ignored what was some kind of awful wound on one leg. Blake wouldn't fit in this tent, so another figure came into the large dome tent with me, the guy who was called Boss by Timmy. What happened here?
I asked. He doesn't talk, Boss said.
Not that he was physically unable to talk. Boss delivered the warning in a tone that suggested he could talk, but wasn't allowed.
Forking. Yikes.
Peeling away homemade bandages, sopping blood, made my patient hiss out several pained breaths. He also did that thing where he reaches out in an attempt to clutch at his wound, but also doesn't want to touch it, so it looks like he's trying to Kamehameha his wound back to normal with the force of a high-ranked cultivator. If only I were a battle healer. PFF, if that were the case, I'd be teleporting around the place and blasting these people to pieces by igniting their internal stores of mana. Also, it wouldn't take days to heal things, but minutes. Pulled myself out of Fantasyland and got to work on the wizard. Something had bitten him, and I would have laid money on it being one of those Geodiles.
I'm a healer, I told him.
I said he doesn't talk, Boss snapped. Well then we'll have to be narrating all this to myself, and to give my poor mute patient some peace of mind, because one of the things I do when I'm stressed and in a pickle is talk a lot. This was a lie, but it came out smoothly. Still, there was a brief moment where I panicked, seeing the deceit check come up. This is Christopher about to earn himself a punch in the face. Likability check. You do not have the associated skill for this check. Asterisk, this check is an opposed one. Since this is a deceit check, it will be made without the target's knowledge. Bear in mind that some classes have a way of detecting deceit checks made against them. Would you like to spend 3 tokens to lower your target's deceit and ingenuity by 1 for the purposes of this check? You may not spend a token to retry this check. Total tokens: 5 likability and 7 free tokens. Asterisk note: Fierce 2 has given you a temporary deceit skill of 7. You have gained a temporary physicality token and a temporary durability token. Wow! First, I was simply astonished that I hadn't been forced to make a single deceit check thus far. This world was so pure and wonderful and awe-inspiring that I hadn't been put in a position where I had to lie to save my skin or do my job. That fact alone made me like this world all the more, present circumstances aside. Second, it amazed me that this opposed check system was made like this. I'd only done maybe 2 opposed checks, and one had been against Cinzy when she tried to make me abandon the eggs in Slinktrickle. I wanted to go back into the UI system message logs and see what that had looked like, but didn't have time, because now I was on the opposite end and time was running thin on the little yes/no spend tokens timer. Third, I had sort of forgotten about the fierce ability, since there had been almost no need for it in weeks and weeks.
Which, again, was a good thing.
The check succeeded without me spending 3 likability tokens. I likely needed them, and since I got a temporary durability token, I needed Boss here to strike me again regardless. Or for Blake to do it. Since I was just over 2/3 of my hit points left, I wasn't thrilled with the idea of having Blake do it. I have a special ability, I told the wizard. It requires me to breathe on the wound, and you will regain some hit points. If there is poison, it will reduce the effect.
NNN, the wizard said. No poison. Shut up. Enough talk.
Boss was done playing around. Gods, how was it that people lived like this, with a constant waterfall of shit raining on their face, obscuring their view of a decent and fulfilling life? The wizard shook his head slightly, just the tiniest negative. It made sense that a geodile wouldn't have any poison, seeing as how it was made of rock and gems.
Then again, magic.
I bent and breathed out onto the wizard's ragged leg. The affinity check for Healer's Breath hadn't failed me yet, and I was pleased with that. I had no wish to spend affinity tokens, just like I had no wish to spend likability tokens. In all honesty, I had no will to spend tokens of any kind on this, whatever this way.
Press ganging.
The wounds began closing up immediately, though I didn't get through all of them. The wizard relaxed and let out a shaky sigh. I'll see if I can't rustle up some ingredients to make you a salve, I told him. Just get some rest and don't put weight on it. The wizard reached out a hand and clutched my knee.
Thank you.
I got you, fam, I told him stoically, and he wheezed out a rasping chuckle. That did it. I found myself dragged out of the tent and then kicked in the ribs.
You. Don't. Listen. Do you? Boss snarled.
I watched my own HP drop to about half, and I faithfully applied my temporary durability token to Healer's Resistance to boost my physical damage resistance even further. I would have said nice, but it felt like I bruised a rib. After this, I was told to apply the healing to 3 more wizards. One looked to have been stung a good 20 times by things that left large welts.
Healer's Breath.
Then antagonizing. You and Blake are pretty fracking terrible at your jobs, aren't you? I chuckled, even though this hurt like the dickens. Geez, how many guardians does it take to change a light bulb? Or keep a guy from getting chewed up by? This earned me a taunt check, which was again boosted by Fierce 2, and again gave me durability and physicality tokens. My taunt skill was suddenly 7, and my likability was 5, I somehow scored 5 successes. Even though he tried using his durability to counter it.
He failed.
I could hear him breathing now, and in my periphery could see him clenching and unclenching his fists over and over. This is probably going to contain some kind of poison. I'll need the creature itself or the poison to begin synthesis on an antidote. He'll get over it, Boss growled. One of us sure is a hulking brutish guardian who knows frack all about how healing goes, isn't he? I said, this time unable to help myself. But I sure did score another taunt success, another punch to the kidneys this time, and another physicality and durability token. So I put the durability token into Healer's Resistance for the 4th time in under an hour, got more physical damage resistance, gritted my teeth against the abuse, and started using physicality tokens. I had to spend 2 of them to get back up on my feet. I stared him down, hoping for an intimidation check, but he definitely had that skill. In either event, for some reason the system didn't want to give me one. Maybe it was the visual appearance of the 2 physicality tokens going CLA cling. into existence one after another and disappearing into my body. The red-orange magic suffused my battered self and let me get up, but I was smiling. Boss was like an evil version of Ivy, ropey muscle, shaved head, tattoos. He wore more armor than she did. He wasn't a hulking colossus like Blake, but looked like he had a lot of speed, plus a whole lot more power than it first appeared. I really was messing with this guy at my own risk. The human body wasn't meant to exist in this magic-saturated world. It also wasn't designed to just get over the poisons and diseases of this world. That's why there aren't many healers. Maybe his single ingenuity point scored a success by now, because he grudgingly harumphed and didn't bother arguing my point. Look, my only job is to heal people. If you send Drat to gather up stuff from my lab and bring it back.
Nope. No. Not a chance.
You ordered him to report to your team, he said. I did that as an XP penalty, I admitted. I don't know why he's here and I don't really care, but it's a punishment. As you can see, I gesture off toward the cook fire, where Drat was sitting in a ring with Blake, Timmy and the other guardians. He's presently ignoring my orders just fine. Boss appeared to think this over, before nodding towards another tent. Next patient is over this way. This is Christopher limping for the first time in months. You know, I would have thought that given the disposition of Boss, Blake and Blake's people, that it would have been easier to get the snot kicked out of me over and over again.
That's not the case, however.
After that first day, I resolved not to push anyone else's buttons, and just get down to business healing up these poor wizards. The next few weren't in nearly as bad shape as the first two, but there was evidence of old injuries that were in the process of healing, either badly or just fine. The rest of the day was spent using healer's breath over and over again, in lieu of having a single plant, herb, hunk of beeswax, or vial of oil. And the special ability did me a world of good, I'm pleased to say. I only failed the initial check once, got the free retry from hard at work, and passed on the next attempt without having to spend tokens. 3 to 18 hit points healed was enough to cause many of these minor injuries to heal completely. The bite wound to the thigh of the first guy needed a second breath the next day. Then, aside from the bee venom victim, big assumption here on my part, I wouldn't have to concoct any special salves, potions and elixirs. The remainder of the wizards didn't try to communicate with me other than intense eye contact. I knew what that meant: do something about the Blake situation.
Yeah buddy, I would if I could.
One of them had a burn healing up pretty nicely, though he would end up with a scar over a good chunk of his shoulder and neck. One of the things diagnosis, physical, told me was that if he'd gotten a burn all the way around an affected limb, or the neck, it could mean amputation. All the way around the neck, I didn't even know. The burn reminded me of the Scorchomp, that big-ass lava dragon thing, and flamingos, along with their kindlets. It also reminded me of Laurel casually handing me her magmamander, not thinking I was going to burn half to death. I healed them, slept badly that night out under the stars, and once that happened the boys, and the gigantic guardian female, left me alone. I mean they still prevented me from leaving, and had somebody watching me at all times, but I was allowed to walk around the camp, sit where I wanted, and look at what I pleased. Whether Boss felt he'd gotten his point across, they'd gotten bored of it, or Blake had ordered his people not to attack me any longer, the beatings did not commence again. I was disappointed to find I couldn't needle these people into hitting me again, even though I wasn't ready to lose more HP. My plan had been absurdly simple: heal up over the course of several days, get the boys +1 to kick the crap out of me, collect the physical damage resistance in permanent form using the durability tokens received by taunting them into violence. After some few days of doing this, I'd be all but immune to physical damage, and able to get away. I'd use the glamour ability I'd gotten from Valenia to hypnotize my guard and slip out, back to the town. Never mind that I didn't know the direction the town was in, since they'd put a hood over my head. I'd figure things out. Use Beast Talker hopefully, and get some information out of the nearby Nakamaman. Now, the Cinzi situation had taken a completely different turn than I expected, but didn't move forward at all that night. I'd barely seen her at all that day. Instead, it was heal, heal and heal some more, then get tied to a tree to sleep out one of the worst nights of my life. Now, I ended up staying at camp the next day, still tied to the tree. Fierce gave me the ability to talk my way out of my bonds, but I couldn't use persuasion to get them to let me go. Their fear of the monster Blake had become was worse than the well-reasoned arguments I was putting together.
Untie me? Difficult.
Let me go back to my camp?
Nigh impossible.
Blake and several of the guardians left that morning with 2 of the wizards and stomped off for several straight hours, only to bring back a wizard in far worse shape than he had been. They'd left with 2 wizards. I had used the time to gain a token back through meditation, which leveled up to 3, but sadly it was only an affinity token and not one of my durability tokens, which I needed. Since time didn't mean much when I was meditating, I could only say it was just after breakfast when I went in, and sometime after lunch when I came out again. I was ravenous, since no one had offered any food. The wizard's robes were soaked and torn, and dripping blood. He was draped over the woman guardian's shoulder, and she placed him down on the ground before me.
He's untied. Boss screamed.
Which of you idiots untied him? He couldn't have gotten anywhere, one of the other boys said. We would have gotten experience anyway, I think. Several of the others nodded, which added a piece to the puzzle of what was going on here, though I didn't quite understand it. Why would they gain experience for capturing me? And why was that important? Boss surged forward and grabbed the guardian who'd talked back by the shirt, easily lifting him into the air and sneering at him.
It's fine, Blake said.
He might be right anyway. And I noted, right before Blake turned my way, that Cinzia was behind him, behind all of them, giving the whole scene a sour look. She clearly wasn't getting whatever she wanted out of Blake's team.
Heal him, Blake ordered.
What did you do to him?
I asked.
A brief flash of absolute fury came over his face. The expression vanished quickly, but I could tell he had been on the verge of blasting me a good one. And honestly, if a bop upside my head could do about 10% of my health, I shudder to think about what a full-on punch could do. Just make sure he doesn't die. He's lost some blood. After using healer's breath on him, and performing diagnosis, physical, using just my hands, I could tell he was still at a fraction of his total health. Not a large fraction, like 15/16 either, like under a tenth. He needs more than just this one ability, I told Boss.
Shut up.
He might have internal injuries I can't suss out without tools, and that means he might die tonight. Just dose him again, Blake called over his shoulder.
It's one a day, I said.
I was already feeling tired of this, and it hadn't been 2 days. Now, here's what I suggest. Boss was in my face a second later, close enough for me to smell the onions and garlic on his breath. I don't need any suggestions from you, Squishy. If you want to keep the gag off, you shut your mouth. You mean to say, my only options are to not talk, or have a gag in my mouth that prevents me from speaking? That's right, he said, completely missing my point. I threw my hands up in the air. I don't make the rules of my class. You can ask Timmy about the lab back in the castle.
I need stuff to heal people. A lot of stuff.
I noted a conference later between Boss and Timmy, while Cinzia continued to regard the whole situation with a look like she was thirsty and had just tried to drink water, but found it was low-quality tequila instead. Today I tried Drat, and activated my psi speech. Since it was a new day, it was easy enough to pass the first check. You need to listen to me really well, Drat, I told him, and watched his head snap up. You are going to free me tonight, and help me sneak out of here. We're going back to the camp at Glumpdumpkin, and that is a fucking order. His head swiveled towards me and his eyes locked onto me. I nodded, and watched all the calculations begin to run through his mind. Even though he might have some inkling of the sex shenanigans I got up to, there was no way he could know that I had sextra powers from doing it. I'd kept that a close secret. Not even Cinzia knew about these, because I hadn't brought her into the fold using tokens. And I definitely wasn't regretting that choice right now. This is Christopher blowing someone's mind. So Drat couldn't know how I'd gotten the psi speech ability. He would only know 2 things. 1, I knew how to speak directly into his brain, and 2, I just swore at him for the first time ever. Drat got up, prompting Blake and another of the Guardians to follow after, asking what the hell he was up to. You don't want the XPS?
I heard Blake demand.
Drat touched his temple and scanned the place, looking everywhere but at me. He mumbled something, probably about a headache.
I don't care.
We're getting it tonight. Another dry remark from Drat. I don't care if they have floodlights and a security team with them, you're a rogue with a rogue's familiar. You go fucking invisible. You get his test tubes and his little flowers and bring it back here. Take who you need to carry whatever the healer needs, they stay out of sight outside the camp, and get it done. Yeah, good luck with that.
I called.
It turned out they didn't need luck. That night, I was given a tent. This was a bad sign. It meant that they'd lost one of their wizards on whatever away mission they'd gotten up to that day. The other one had been close to death. All the wizards were in a state of disrepair. The Guardians were taking them out each day, and bringing them back wounded.
It was shady as hell.
What was out in the wilderness that was hurting these wizards so much? There were far more Guardians than necessary to keep them safe. Before I went to bed, I tried to find Cinzia and send her another psi speech communique, but she was already gone. She hadn't spoken a single word to me since she'd lured me in here, and I was hoping that her guilt and shame over using her special ability on me were stronger than her anger with me over sleeping with people without her knowledge. I slept that night on what might have been a dead man's bed. That night, someone appeared in my bed sometime between sundown and sunup, and I have no idea when. If I was expecting a nice, comforting blowjob, I was sorely mistaken. I got kicked in the ribs again, the same spot, you can believe it, and though I had only recovered like a single hit point, I gritted my teeth and tried not to cry out, and thanked my lucky stars. Spending my last durability token gave me another tiny bit of physical damage resistance. Not sleeping well after that was understandable, but it sure did impede my abilities. If I'd known someone was going to come in and kick my ass in the night, I would have just used healer's endurance to stave off the effects of sleep. The next morning a small group of Blake's people escorted me to another part of the camp, where my lab equipment now sat. Drat stood there impassively, not making eye contact, while Timmy leered as if he'd put a bag of poop on an old man's doorstep, and the old man was me. Boss came over and clapped a hand on my shoulder, which hurt, and I dutifully slapped a durability token on it to build up my physical damage resistance. This one had only done a single hit point of damage, which told me the damage resistance was already working. I mean, don't get me wrong, I liked damage resistance, I just wished I didn't need to get my butt kicked so often to build it up. I was just lucky Stalwart was generating a durability token each morning. Very lucky. 2 of the guards were busy building a rudimentary building. They'd already used their prodigious strength to ram 4 enormous logs into the ground, and had fashioned a frame by lashing more rough lumber onto those. The roof was coming along nicely, and I had no doubt they'd figure out walls by the end of the morning. There we go, Blake said, spreading his freakishly huge arms wide. No more whining about your herbs and spices. I will need to go out hunting for my herbs and spices periodically, I said, but Drat was there again, reminding him that if I just planted clippings and took care of them, they'd grow into an herb garden by magic. Ooh-hoo, Blake said, grinning broadly. Somebody's not good at keeping secrets from his rogue.
Rookie blunder.
And before I could attempt to get a temporary durability token using Fierce to taunt him, he shot a fist forward and blasted me right in the solar plexus. I lost half of my remaining hit points in that single strike, damage resistance or no. Several of the other guardians let out amused calls of ooh or just cruel laughter. I sat there struggling to breathe, feeling for the first time like I was back in middle school. The UI had informed me that the strike had dealt 46 physical damage, and my resistance had knocked out 8 of those, nearly 20% of the total.
Not enough.
This repeated for several days. Get fed almost nothing, Blake and some guardians taking the wizards out, the wizards coming back injured or near death, and me expected to do something about it. Every day I watched, I waited, and I hoped the team would find me. I knew they had been canvassing the town first, wondering if I'd gone into one of the buildings, lay down, and just gone comatose like most of the rest of the inhabitants. It would only be today that they'd have a search party going, with the theft of my lab materials. My hope in my friends rescuing me was waning. The world of Dorfilialtos still lit up with cleansing sunlight most mornings. The sky still glittered with a sheen of roiling magic that made the cobalt shimmer and twinkle, like you could still see the stars in the full light of day. The fresh scents of grass, dew, and impending rain were still 1,000 times fresher and more invigorating than earth. If only I didn't have this annoying problem of being pressed into service to a gigantic lunatic. I did learn an important lesson: meditation was good for recovering hit points as well as tokens. I averaged about a single hit point a day normally, but that was sped up massively while in meditation. My current skill level was 3, and I soon reached level 4. So I was getting 3 horsepower an hour, but that boosted to 4. My rate of token recovery went from 1 every 6 hours, to 1 every 4 hours. Roughly. I didn't have any way to tell the time other than the movement of the sun. And token recovery was easy to do now between breakfast and lunch, and another one between lunch and dinner. Still no luck with taunting or teasing my handlers into kicking the crap out of me. They left that job to their leader's discretion. The other thing I decided to do was communicate with Drat every day using PsySpeech. It was a slim chance, but if more orders caused him to lose more experience points, I wanted to stack as many orders as I could on top of him. Cinzy continued to be a no-show. I had plenty of time to observe, so observe I did. 1. They had the wizards cast some kind of spell I didn't know each morning, and that was a huge swirling dome around the whole camp. My guess would be a concealment spell of some kind, because several times I saw Krista and a far-off Araconda, but they never swooped down to investigate further. 2. None of the guardians had a Nakamaman bonded to them.
Drat and
the guardians resolved, once they lost another wizard, to take me with them on their away missions. This happened on the first day of the second week. You're coming with, boss said that morning. Bring whatever stuff you need to make health potions. I was with 3 other guardians I didn't know, boss, 2 wizards, and for the first time Cinzy. My first instinct was of course to use my psi speech to get into her mind and start to work my magic, but the last week had taught me to observe first, form a hypothesis next, and act on that hypothesis afterwards. Although exhaustion had a hold of me, I was carrying a whole backpack full of my herbs and such, and I was still down over 60% of my hit points. I made sure to stay sharp in the face of whatever new info I was about to find. So I played the watch Cinzi game. She stayed well clear of me. She did, however, sneak a lot of glances my way when she thought none of the guardians were looking. The sour grape's face was still on, which made sense. We'd stayed a full week in a hidden camp in the middle of nowhere, some distance from Glumpdumpkin and any other civilized place, and that meant she hadn't been able to utilize any of her bard skills to any effect. Plus, I'd slapped her with a direct order she was currently disobeying, so she was being penalized XP. I went into the team leader menu of the UI as we walked, since I couldn't meditate and walk at the same time. The 8 team members who I lost contact with were grayed out. Their status was currently unknown. Drat and Cinzi, however. Cinzi was laboring under a direct order, and the menu said her XP gains were cut by 25% so long as she continued to ignore this order. She had also been ignoring this order for weeks, so while the UI didn't explain the exact amount of the penalty's increase, it did say that the longer this order went ignored, the steeper this penalty would become. Drat was a different story. I hadn't been wrong to assume that more orders would stack up, but not right either. He was currently minus 40% XP gains because of repeatedly ignoring direct orders given by his team leader. So while each order didn't count for a massive increase in XP reduction, it did count for something. I'd take something over nothing. Worse, the UI noted with orange highlights that Drat had acted in direct opposition to the team's mandate, so unless I lifted these orders, his XP reduction would be doubled. Since the Divinity Rescue Corps couldn't do anything for the moment, Drat was sitting at an 80% experience reduction.
Serves you right, I muttered.
Still, there was a lot I didn't know about this situation, so I kept my eyes and ears open. A forced march of a good few hours led us out of the forest cover, to where it opened out to reveal an enormous basin of water surrounded by sheer mountains. Gorgeous as it might be, the water still looked deep and cold, the mountains high and treacherous. Also, one of them was in the process of moving. It wasn't fast, but it was definitely sliding out from behind the nearer mountain.
Holy, I muttered.
Shut it, Peanut Gallery, boss snapped. Now we're on mission, and you're on healing duty. When we bring these 2 back your way, you make sure they don't bleed out.
What?
But instead of flapping my gums to get answers and beat up more, I watched. While watching meant not meditating, this was the first time I'd been able to get a look at whatever operation this team was up to. Cinzi stuck around, along with one of the guardians. Boss and the other 2 frog marched the wizards down the slope toward the lake. What are the chances the wizards are going to need healing? I asked, watching them go. 100%, the last guardian answered, chuckling darkly.
Oh.
In that case, Cinzi, I need to prep a fire and turn out some healing potions. The gorgeous bard stared at me blankly, then slowly approached. In the meantime, the guardian chuckled about how I'd been holding back the whole time, and he knew I'd been faking it. Fairy Poppins is back at camp, I breathed, when she had brought back some firewood.
Her breath caught. Yeah. She's fine.
I glanced over at her. How about you?
I'm fine, she lied.
You got my message on that first day, I told her, and you didn't come to see me.
She let out a shaky breath.
I thought I was going crazy. Tell me what's been doing on. Or better yet, come talk to me when we both have a moment. You clearly aren't happy doing whatever it is they have you doing. She nearly started again.
How?
I pretended like nothing was going on, often switching to giving orders as a healer so Blake's goon wouldn't get suspicious. I'll explain as soon as you help get me out of this hellhole. I don't need any more kicks to the ribs, thanks. I did actually, but just like she didn't know about psi speech, she didn't know about Stalwart or Fierce either. Stalwart providing me with a durability token every morning was a pretty good way to stack up the physical damage resistance using healer's resistance, which might be good by the time I was 40. All that was contingent on Blake's ability to one-shot me with his boulder fists. How do you expect me to get you out of here? She hissed. You use your bard abilities to scare them, persuade them, lull them to sleep, I don't know. Throw your voice to create a distraction. You know your abilities much better than I do. There were a couple of my newer, unused abilities I hadn't tried yet. One was the water breathing, from Valenia. Assuming the water was safe, I could disappear under there and they'd consider me drowned. I could escape back on foot. The second possibility was Dazzle. I looked over the description in the UI just to be sure. Dazzle, by concentrating, you may spend 1 affinity token to hypnotize a target with 7 automatic successes. This is a contested likability plus persuasion roll, and the target knows they have been hypnotized. While under the effect of hypnosis, the target will be much more truthful and compliant, though they may not be ordered to harm themselves or others. It probably wouldn't work on Cindy, because she had a likability of 12 when last I checked, and she definitely had a persuasion skill, so if she didn't have the skill check of 7 successes, she could spend the tokens to break free. But she wasn't the only one in close proximity. I'd need time to come up with my plan, and a few more hit points. I was still around a third of my total, and I wasn't getting anywhere towards my max by jabbering with Cindy. The best option would be Boss, who could command the others, that he would escort me out on a special mission.
No, that was a terrible idea.
Eventually I shelved the plan and got down to meditating. I suggested to Cindy that she do the same. Though she looked at me funny, she settled in next to me, cross-legged, and zoned out the same way. This is Christopher handling things by himself. I was just getting my token back after only 3.5 hours of meditation with the skill when a cry went up, and the guardians were sprinting up the hill with the wizards over their shoulders.
What the?
I started unpacking the backpack I'd brought along, frowning at the scene. One of the wizards was soaking wet, and blood ran down one leg visible under the robes. The other was missing, also pale with shock, though he hadn't been harmed. An application of healer's breath didn't do enough, so I whipped up a potion to heal in a few minutes, using treatment, potions, with a few of the herbs I'd brought. Afterwards, I asked either of them if they could cool down the potion, and the shocked wizard just blinked at me. "Frost spell," I said, getting in his face.
Now.
He chanted the words and made the motions with his hands, and as soon as he touched it, my boiling potion in the tin cup cooled enough for me to feed it to the other wizard. He was unconscious, so that meant ordering the goers to hold his head a certain way. When that didn't work, because I wasn't Boss or Blake, Cindy came over and got the dying wizard into position. I dribbled the healing potion into his mouth, and the throat did its work automatically. Thankfully, I watched his hit points stop dipping from the blood loss, and begin to tick up. They'd been about to hit 0. "How are you two so absolutely terrible at your jobs that this guy nearly died?" I demanded. "There are 3 of you. What in the devil is wrong with you?"
Taunt check success. Nice.
Only one of them had the good grace to appear ashamed. The other 2 snorted, and the one, a guy with curly strawberry blonde hair and a few freckles, casually shoved me backwards. I was about to go sprawling, but the temporary physicality token helped me roll and come right back up on my feet. The 1 damage I'd suffered was enough, and I sank my temporary token into physical damage resistance. "They're doing it on purpose," Cindy said. "Doing what on purpose?" "Throwing the wizards to the sharks." "Exactly." I rocked back on my heels, and looked at the guardians in a new light. These people, these pieces of shirt, were deliberately pushing the wizards into danger.
But for what?
"Oh yeah," the one guardian said, "you go ahead and judge us."
Go on then.
He took several menacing steps toward me. "You get your experience points the easy way, you just find things that are sick, and you work on making them better. I bet I'd be level 40-some if I were healing in a world that's sick."
Level 40-something?
Did they think experience just fell out of trees? I worked my butt off and wasn't even level 20 yet. "Guardians get fuck all," he snarled. "You think life is so grand, making people love you every time you give them a potion.
Not grand, not for us.
Nothing attacking us on the journey. No marauding armies we gotta hold back. There's no XP to be found anywhere."
Should have been a healer then, I told him.
"Then again, you might be running around giving the natives diseases just to have a chance to heal them up." The taunt check was very successful, and I knew that because the other guardian barreled into this freckled one to keep him from tearing me apart.
"We can't," he was grunting.
"Boss says we have to keep him alive."
"And we don't kill," the third guardian said.
"Fletcher, what are you doing?"
Cindy hissed. "Oh come on," I continued.
"You can't change your class to assassin? Because you're the worst guardians imaginable." The 2 who were holding back Freckles both looked my way, as the taunt succeeded. "You need to shut the fuck up, Squishy. We're all that's keeping Todd from tearing you in half." "You kill me," I said, "all these wizards die, and then the only XP you'll get is trying to protect Todd from your boss. Not a point of ingenuity between the lot of you, is there?"
"Fletcher, stop it." Cindy tried again. Another taunt success.
Another durability and physicality token for just an hour. Cindy wasn't entirely wrong. What was I doing here? Todd and the other 2 all reacted poorly. The 2 who were holding back Todd released their grip, and Todd gave a mighty roar. He charged, a mutated, overly muscled linebacker closing in on someone who, at best, had a climber's build. Cinzy let out a squeak that was both adorable and filled with concern over what my condition was about to be. I had to wait for the last moment before using my temporary physicality tokens, along with one of my regular ones. When I did, it was to launch myself up into the tree at my back, and heft myself onto the branch just in time to hear Todd slam face first into the trunk. The thud had some crunch in it, and also some wetter sounds. Both the other two guards and Cinzy all went oh, with horror and dismay. I peered down to see Todd's face a massive red. He was out cold, the big dumb idiot.
Fletcher.
I was not fast enough, nor did I have the physicality tokens to avoid the big grabbing hands clutch my body and wrench me out of the tree. This is how I knocked my chin on the branch and got knocked the F out. Temporary durability and physicality tokens lasted an hour. I came to and figured out the situation with only about 3 minutes to spend my temporary durability token and boost my physical damage resistance yet again. This had come at a high cost, though later factors made up for the pain and loss of HP.
In a big way.
They'd rigged up a beer for me out of sleeping bags and tree branches, so although the going was bumpy and I had a bit of a headache, I was pretty comfortable. More comfortable than being tied to a tree, that was for sure. Todd was next to me, still unconscious. I had a look over his condition with diagnosis and found he only had a handful of hit points left. He must have taken some serious damage guarding the wizards, and then even more face-planting into a tree trunk. Cinzy walked behind, and far behind her, the last guardian checked the area for threats. I blinked at Cinzy and tried to use Psy-speech again.
Success.
I'm glad they haven't been using you as an XP farm, I told her, and again her eyes widened. No, I can't hear your thoughts with this, only project them. Anyway, it would be pretty awful if they used you as bait every time they wanted to level up. I can see by the look on your face that you're not pleased to be here. I'm sure they don't give you much XP out here either, and I'm sure Blake hits on you constantly.
She nodded at this.
Help me get out of here. We'll rescue these wizards with the help of the team. Sadly, I ran out of time on Psy-speech, or I would have talked longer. A doubtful look grossed her face, and she literally chewed over this idea by biting her lower lip. Now, Cinzy was undeniably the most beautiful person I'd ever met, and her chewing on her lower lip was enough to drive any man out of his mind. I closed my eyes and tried to get some meditation done, so that I'd have some hit points by the time we reached Blake's camp. You do get out of this, my mother said.
Yep, I confirmed.
It's not fun, and it gets pretty tense at some points.
Like this one, Sarah said.
Ugh. Drat and Cinzy. That's what I thought at first, I said, and let the realization sink in. At first were the key words in that sentence. Things were not all what they seemed. Sure, Blake and his cronies were using the wizards as XP farms. Yes, they were marching the wizards into danger, only to snatch them out at the last minute to save their lives. And a few times after the last minute. But no, I was about to find out that what I thought I knew about Cinzy and Drat were wrong.
Dead wrong.
The first thing that happened, once the wizards and their captive healer were once again shackled up, was Blake and Boss approached their guardian buddies and conferred about what had happened. After some roaring laughter and swearing, they stormed over to where I was holed up in my wood shelter, and Blake ripped the door off. Shoddy craftsmanship are 2 words I definitely didn't say.
You. Up on your feet. I'm pretty tired, I told him. Up. On. Your. Feet.
I turned to behold him. Blake might be too big to fit through the doorway, but he could certainly make his own way. He could tear this house apart without any trouble. Aren't you guys tired of kicking the snot out of me?
You hurt Todd. You heal him up. Now I did stand.
I'll heal any wizards you guys throw in the jaws of the lions, but I'm not healing any of your guys. Is that so? That's so. A healer that won't heal is just an extra mouth to feed, he said. I think we're agreed then, you can let me go. Now he threw back his head and laughed. Get your ass out here and heal up Todd.
No, I said. Archie, he said.
I heard a sigh, and a muttered curse about how nobody was supposed to call him by his real name. Then Boss edged his way in, past Blake's gigantic bulk.
Archie?
I asked, with perfect innocence.
Yeah.
You interviewed me.
You look completely different, I confessed.
Shaved head, tattoos, and a whole lot of extra physicality. He grunted and untied my wrists, then heaved me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. That's what happens when you actually have a chance to level up. I was then taken out to one of the tents, where Todd lay in the waning light, and set on my feet.
Heal him.
I already refused. You're low on hit points, Squishy, Boss said, don't make me.
Kill me?
A guardian is supposed to protect, not kill. A healer is supposed to heal, not allow people to suffer. I just arched an eyebrow at him. Yes, it's weird that I pushed Todd into an oncoming tree and he bashed his face, just so I could heal him up to farm some experience. He scowled at the implication that he was putting people in harm's way deliberately, so he could save them and get the experience points. Okay, I said loudly, I'm definitely not going to pull a weapon and attempt to murder this guy. That's what a healer doesn't do. I'm not going to shove him into a cloud of poison gas either, because that's what a healer doesn't do, and I'm. Shut up and get on with it. I frowned, peering down at Todd in the gloom of encroaching darkness. Actually, I can't.
Heal him.
That's not a request.
I bent down.
Already, Affinity told me the bad news, but I had to see what had caused it. A quick diagnosis check told me everything I needed to know. I mean, I would, now that I've got a sword point at my back, but I can't. He's dead. Boss, Archie, swore and literally threw me bodily out of the way so he could get to Todd. I might have died from the impact, except that Blake caught me midair and set me down. Get back to your lab building. I shrugged and headed back. Someone had done something to Todd. I couldn't tell without my tools if it was a pillow to the face, knife to the eardrum or poison, but Todd wasn't breathing any longer. I needed to speak with Drat, and pronto. The first thing that happened was I leveled up in healer. In the deep of night, I was awakened by a light touch. My eyes shot open and I prepared to defend myself. I half expected Drat to tell me just when the heck he had been thinking killing one of those guys. Instead, Cinzy was right in my personal bubble, inches from my face. I darted a look out toward the entrance of my makeshift laboratory.
We're safe, she said. He's sleeping.
She had no trouble hypnotizing the guards or putting them to sleep. I just hoped we had enough time before the guard's shift ended and someone came to replace him.
What you did today, she breathed. I nodded.
I had lured that Todd guy into a trap, baited him, and it had been painfully obvious. It was just good luck that Todd and the other guardians were too stupid to see the trap laid right in front of their eyes. You're something special, Fletcher, she murmured, eyes half closed. I wasn't entirely sure what to say to that, and Cinzy saved me from saying anything by continuing. I was right to give you to be with you. I knew you were a good guy. In order to be quiet enough, we had to be close.
Real close.
Cinzy got down, laying directly next to me, to breathe in my ear. I opened up my sleeping bag and she shuffled in, pressing herself against me. Gods, she wasn't wearing a bra. My arm got nestled right in her cleavage, which was bountiful, smooth, soft, and perfect. I needed to use better adjectives when describing this goddess. Thank you, better than nothing, I guess. I've been thinking about you ever since. I can't get my mind off you. She was going to say more, but I leaned forward and kissed her. Her eyes went wide only for a moment, before she kissed me back. This wasn't a peck, this was passion. She pressed full lips to mine and was soon licking everything she could get her tongue on. Then she had her hands on my shoulders and my chest, rubbing around my body. I don't care if you were doing Ivy and Isabel. One of them probably knew you were so good, and they knew you could give them what they couldn't give each other. They took advantage of what a good guy you are. Swinging one leg over, she straddled me and continued kissing. Now she added grinding to that. Before long she had slid one hand down between us and was rubbing my full length. When we touched, I saw the kind of guy you are, she whispered, and kissed me again. But I forgot. When you talk back to Blake's goons, I see what kind of guy you are. One hand slithered into my pants and took hold of me. The kissing continued. She poured all her passion and longing into my mouth, and slid her body against mine. And then you really messed up that jerk. Her shirt went flying off, and I was grateful to have eagle-eyed, because her naked body was glorious to behold. Curves were soft, over strongly toned muscles. My free hand drifted up to them automatically, gently teasing at her nipples and kneading her flesh. Cinzy, we need to get out of here, I told her in between kisses. My hormones really wanted me inside her, but my brain really wanted me free of Blake and this insanity. Do you trust me, Fletcher? What kind of question was that? She had done a fair amount to erode trust. She was sleeping, if not with the enemy, then near the enemy. There's a plan, she whispered anyway. Drat has a plan. Still she slowly stroked up and down, teasing, maddening. Then untie me, I told her. She scrambled to comply. As much as I didn't want to go along with this plan, if she and Drat had a way to save these poor wizards from getting repeatedly sacrificed, I'd do it. Hands freed, I stood and backed her into the laboratory's log wall. I put her hands up and held both wrists in mine. I'm sore, she didn't have time to say before I kissed her again. Hard. My newest ability drive in deeper had activated and I was rejuvenating hit points at a furious pace. Once we both came, I would get a like ability token back. It would do. There's something I need you to know, I told her quietly, while stroking the junction of her thighs. I slipped my hand up under her skirt and then down her panties, where I found her shaven smooth and already wet. I don't care, she breathed. If it's Regina, if it's Tara, if it's Laurel and Krista. I don't care. I need you. You can have one of my abilities, I told her, skimming her panties down her thighs and off her feet, one after another. I proceeded to flip her skirt up and run my tongue over every available inch. She pressed one hand against my head and began humping my face. I put my enhanced tongue to work, slithering it up inside her while raking the broad part over the little nubbin of flesh. She cried out, then was forced to clamp a hand over her mouth when I used entwined ecstasy. With the bonus to pleasure, it only took her 2 minutes to begin shuddering with climax. She began to melt against the wall of the lab bonelessly, and I turned her around so her ass was pointed directly at me. Gods, but she was delicious. She still had the piebald patches of light and dark skin everywhere, but the shape of her was perfect, thin-toned with a nice heart-shaped ass. She wanted me stuffed in there. I raised one of her feet and placed it on the makeshift work table Blake's people had made, and worked a finger up into her back door. You get an ability, I told her. I get an ability from you. Okay, she breathed. She clearly didn't care about anything but the sensations I was giving her. You want my cock? I breathed. Was the only response. In your ass. Her mouth opened and closed again and again, until she seemed to realize sound wasn't coming out. Instead of speaking, she nodded. This can't happen again, I lied, and she made a petulant whimpering sound. Not here. You help me get out of here, and I'll do this all the time, I whispered, and pressed forward. I expected more resistance, but her backside opened up to allow the head in, and from there it was only a matter of adding lubrication before slowly thrusting in and out. And then, with my health some 2/3 full, she was jamming herself back against me, slapping her cheeks against my abs. With one hand clapped over her mouth, she forked herself onto me. I luxuriated in this for a time, loving the sight almost as much as the incredible tightness of her ass clamping against me. Did you give this incredible ass to anyone else? I demanded quietly. NNNNN. With a thought, I told the adaptability quality to relax, and my cock swelled outwards to its full size. She gave a squeak so adorable and pathetic, I was tempted to tell her I had feelings for her. You promise? She nodded, then leaned back when I relaxed the enormous pressure of my full size back down a bit, and kissed me hard. I don't know how long we remained like that, with her jamming her ass down onto me and kissing, with me running my hands over her boobs and down to play with her clit. She came once, slumped to the wall, and came again when I didn't stop the assault. Every time her ass smashed into my abs it rippled in a delicious way that sent me closer to the edge. Every time she smashed it down she squeezed onto me and gripped my whole cock tight. Every iota of movement only served to drive me crazier. Part of me wanted to recreate the mental image of Tara waddling around in the kitchen, seriously pregnant with my spawn. I wanted to pull out and blast up into the right place, make her mine forever. Instead I grabbed her hips and shoved upwards, then pumped everything I had into her bowels. This is Christopher using his favorite kind of leverage. I was glad of the weather change, and for the night being comfortable. I was also glad for durability, because it was almost certainly helping me to stay comfortable in the current weather. It would have been too cold for the old me. After absolutely rearranging Cinzy's understanding of pleasure, we lay there cuddling. I had hopes for another pleasure seeker level, but it was not to be. The first thing I did was produce the prismatic apparel. You'll need this, I told her. What? Why? It came off me as a shirt, but quickly transformed into a slinky cocktail dress. Cinzy looked at me and arched an eyebrow. I didn't mean to make it do that, I told her. She continued staring. Okay, I definitely want to see you in that. Anyway, the reason you'll need it, just identify it and you'll see. She did, and her eyes lit up. Holy moly, Fletcher. Thank you. Welcome, I said, and began to go through my system works. First up, I'd spent 3 likability tokens to boost Cinzy's pleasure, and also to induct her into the fold. Entwined ecstasy, you have entwined with Cynthia Graham. Your relationship status is acquaintances. These two are familiar with one another but still have a ways to go. Pleasure from intimate acts between acquaintances is boosted a small amount. The next UI message that arrived pertained to bringing her into the fold. Entwined ecstasy, you have brought Cynthia Graham into the fold. She has gained the ability Healer's Breath. You have reached your maximum capacity for abilities gained through entwined ecstasy. You may choose to strengthen the associated ability, Beast Talker, or gain Cynthia's entrancing ululation. I stared at the screen in fascination for several minutes. The new ability Cynthia's entrancing ululation was common, worked off like ability, and was active. It would require tokens to activate. On the other hand, it would affect a large amount of people, anyone who heard the wail. Meanwhile, Beast Talker was already uncommon and also passive. It granted me bonuses with Nakamamon. I'd already used this to identify and befriend a number of Nakamamon, including Shikindria. I decided that this time, I was going to strengthen Beast Talker, just to see what happened. Right now it was nebulous. With luck I could get another chance at gaining Cynthia's entrancing ululation. Beast Talker 2 has advanced to Beast Talker 3.
Alright.
That was quick.
Beast Talker 3.
Special ability, uncommon, passive. Your like ability is considered +4 when dealing with non-humanoid Nakamamon found in the wild. You gain a persuasion skill of +5 with them as well. Your identify is considered +7 when used on a new species. 2. Your like ability and persuasion are considered +2 with all Nakamamon. Asterisk note: these bonuses are lost if you take hostile action against any Nakamamon. Okay, now that was a serious increase over the last level. Although it might not help me out of this situation, actually it might. I needed to give it a think, instead of just relying on my healer abilities to make me punch and kick-proof. Entwine more deeply with Cynthia Graham to unlock further abilities. Earlier in the day, I'd reached 19 in healer though. When you used healer's breath a lot, negotiated on behalf of your patients and brewed up quick potions, that was enough. I hadn't dealt with it, because of meditation and then being interrupted by Cinzi.
Level 19, +3 skill points. Yes. Another 3 skill points.
I quickly put one into divine resistance, and froze looking at the screen. There were so many. My potion skill had increased without me spending points on it, so it was possible to just practice my way into leveling up. For now those would remain unspent. The last thing was the great replenishing. Once I reached level 20 as a healer, all my spent tokens would come back. This meant I could and would go all out in the short term, spending like a maniac, and grab all my tokens back one level later. Escape wasn't just possible, it was within reach. What I needed was a plan. Cinzi rested her head on my chest and ran fingers over my hip bones and abs.
We need to talk, she breathed. I'm listening.
I needed to know what was going on with Drat.
Did she know? Was she in on it?
While this could have just been about feelings, or the Ivy and Isabel situation, I doubted it. Cinzi knew I wanted out.
I'm sorry, she muttered. I couldn't.
I didn't, it was this big deal. It was a big deal, okay? With no clear idea what she was talking about, I just waited. This was definitely one of those times where waiting was going to be better than opening my mouth and butting in. I don't let just anyone, she motioned around between her legs, get in my business.
It was special to me.
I thought, it was special to you. This was the same girl who could talk as smooth as she pleased at any given time. This was the hottest girl I had ever seen. She knew she was too. She had anyone and everyone wrapped around her finger if she wanted.
Listen to me, I told her. Are you listening? She nodded.
I should have told you. In the heat of the moment, I just wanted you. That was my mistake. I should have told you about the others. I tried to, but there wasn't a right time.
She nodded.
I get that. And if I'm being completely honest, I'd like to avoid dying more than I would like to have this conversation. I want out of here.
Her face twitched. I can't. You can. You don't understand. Make me understand.
One of the wizards is my brother.
Okay. That was fine.
Fine like that meme of the dog in the burning kitchen. Everything's fine.
This is fine. Which one?
I asked, knowing it didn't matter. If I was going to save one of these guys, I was going to save them all. But it mattered enough to Cinzi to being me out here.
Chris. He looks like me. No, he didn't.
If I'd noticed a male version of a bikini model cover girl, I'd remember it. However, I did clock the blonde hair I was pretty sure Cinzi had, along with the facial structure. Well, this was a new issue. Cinzi would clearly do anything to get her brother out of this situation, which made a lot of sense. Just because it made sense to keep me tied up here and at Blake's mercy did not mean it was right. Fletcher, I like you, she said. But he's my brother. I can't have him die.
And Drat. There it was. Drat what? But she fell silent.
I can't yet. I'll tell you when it's time. The more I know, the more I can help. Right now I was penalizing both she and Drat with orders they weren't fulfilling. If she let me in, I could rescind those orders and put new orders into place that gave her experience points. Blake's people might think there was no way to level up unless you dangled your friends over the Sarlacc pit's gross open mouth, but Ivy and Isabel had leveled up several times under my leadership. It didn't matter about the experience, obviously. She had found her brother out here, figured out what Blake and the Guardians were doing, then worked to get me here. Had she met Drat and showed him first, or after? I wanted to imagine Drat made up his plans and they included telling my team what was going on. Seeing Terra's bonded Nakamaman out on a search patrol told me Drat and Cinzi were working this plan by themselves. However, without me there to mix up more of the anti-magic serum, she'd have to speed back to HQ for a second time. He's going, we're going to get all of them into the city. I gave her more time to explain in further detail, but there wasn't any. A sound outside had us jumping up, had us dressing in the dark. I motioned to my rope restraints, but didn't say anything. After all, I wasn't pleased about her just leaving the team when things didn't go her way. Nor was I pleased about her brother being a wizard on this expedition, and that steering her actions. She quickly tied my hand back to the post where I'd been tied before. "I'm sorry," she whispered, and snuck out the window. "I know," I told an empty room. A face poked itself in, and then one of the Guardians snorted and entered. He was a smaller version of Blake, like a mountain had turned into a human. His head brushed the ceiling, and the doorway was only about 3 feet wide, so he had to turn sideways a bit to get his shoulders in here. "Go put a bandage on it yourself." "What?" "I'm not healing Guardians," I told him. He looked around the little shack, then brought up a small piece of paper and traced a shape on it. The mark, a magical sigil, burned the paper from the middle on outward, and Alan's light spell ignited in the small space. Suddenly I was squinting. "What?" The guy swiped his hand about the room as though he were clearing spiderwebs. He madly thrashed about a few times, and poked his fingers up into the rafters as well, before grunting and leaving. The hovering ball of light followed after him. The moment he was gone, I noted Drat there in the corner. "Idiot," he commented drily. As a rogue, the beaky-nosed bastard had the unique ability to speak and have almost no one hear him. Cinzi had to whisper because her natural speaking voice attracted everyone's attention, but Drat seemed to naturally fade into the background. I'd been like that for basically my whole life after the accident. Who's the idiot? Me or him? Both of you, obviously. I nodded in satisfaction. That was the Drat I knew. "Why didn't you tell me about this plan of yours?" I asked. "Yeah, you'd have Tara or Regina watching at all times, or all 4 of the guards on standby, so the first time you got punched they would rush in and get themselves killed. Blake is not a joke. Why do it at all?" He rolled his eyes. "I had to make sure Cinzi got somewhere safe. She didn't. She went around the town and ran into these chucklefucks. Blake won't let her leave. She's almost as much of a hostage as you. Good thing she can persuade them not to rip her clothes off and get after her. But she'll run out of tokens eventually, with the XP penalties you've got her under. And so then what? Pretend to betray you to gain their trust, get Cinzi to get you out here so her brother doesn't get killed by accident. You know they had 9 wizards when they started? They're down to 6. Okay, it was hard to argue with that too. You get XP and replenish your tokens for doing your job. You stand a good chance of breaking out of here." He wasn't wrong. Tokens were good for getting done anything that was really fracking hard. I needed you to throw these people off their game and you did that today. 1 down, 11 gigantic assholes to go. I sighed. "I'm not looking to get all these people killed off, Drat. I don't think we have a choice, Boy Scout. With these idiots, it's kill or be killed. If you get another one to take a nose dive into a tree, I'll handle them." "No you won't." "Don't do that," he said, scowling. "These guys have to die. This isn't a movie, Drat. We don't have to murder our way to safety. That's not how this world works." In fact, there was evidence to make me think Blake and his people had caused the Slinktrickle situation just by being like they were being. They can get fired and have their powers stripped and end up back on Earth. This is an HQ decision. Neither of us get to play judge, jury, or executioner. Come to think of it, I wouldn't be astonished to discover that the Glump-Dumpkin issue originated with Blake and his people being jackasses in the town, then moving out before everything got worse for them. Drat shrugged. "So long as you're locked up, I keep doing things my way. It'd be nice if you dropped the XP blocks with the orders attached, but you do you. I ain't the boss and I'm not about to start trying to get the position." He popped off the wall he'd been leaning against and gave me a small clay tablet. Etched into it were infinitesimally small words. He then produced a piece of paper like the one that had just created the light spell and traced the runes with his finger. While the paper burned itself out and released a hidden cache of mana somehow, the tablet expanded until it was newspaper-sized. "Are you still in contact with them?" He leveled a look at me that said, "What kind of amateur do I look like?" "What about the anti-magic formula?" I asked. "Are they getting it?" "There's a stockpile from the last batch you made," he said. "Also, Blake and his people have a stockpile." Meaning, I guessed, my team had a stockpile. Because he was a sneak thief. He pulled out another sheaf of paper. "From our captive wizard pals. This one was from Cinzy's brother." He pointed down towards the tablet he'd enlarged. "That there is an experiment." It was a list of orders. The first one was Guardians should train in hand-to-hand combat at least 2 hours a day, and that's an order. Next was, Rangers should train in archery at least 2 hours a day, and that's an order. What am I doing with this? The idea is that if you issue the order, and it works, they'll get XP for doing the things that need doing, to help prepare for the final part of my plan. Again he shrugged. "But of course it's up to you, being the boss man. If you don't want to do it, don't. We just have to plan on losing people." He stared at me for several moments. I couldn't believe I was doing this. First, I lifted the blanket of orders that was on him, and then the one Cinzy had been given. In the current orders list, a whole host still remained as ongoing. Asterisk Guardians maintain the camp and provide firewood. Asterisk Guardians patrol during the day and set up watch at night. Asterisk Rangers hunt and gather what is necessary each day to boost food reserves. Asterisk Rangers collect a short list of herbs. Asterisk Rangers expand their Nakamedex entries when possible. Asterisk Sorcerer is to create and maintain stone houses, including ventilation and sewage systems, establish a tunnel system linking these to a safe redoubt, and create an escape tunnel from the redoubt to a place of significant distance from any potential threat. The last one was entirely to give Trent a lot of busy work so he could advance his sorcerer level doing his earth magic. And because of what had happened in Slinktrickle. There were a bunch of others, for Trent to look for and catalog earth aspect Nakamaman, to bring those specimens to the others of the team if possible, for Alan to maintain daily contact with HQ and compile a daily report. And on. And on. I'd even had orders for Trent, to scout mostly, to find any secrets the townsfolk might have if possible, to alert the team of danger so they had sufficient response time. "I'll try this, but I want it to be known that I'm still not happy with you," I told him. "That's good," he said, dismissing me with a shrug. "I wouldn't be happy with me either." "Why are you doing this then?" 1. It was the best way to get the fewest number of our people killed. 2. I have to do things through skullduggery, secrecy or deception in order to get rogue experience. It really does advocate me to act like a bastard. I stared, and he stared right back. The staring contest only concluded with him giving me a creepy smile. Like, well? I don't make the rules, I just live by them. I mumbled out the first order to the team, and was amazed to find that the order sank into the menu. I thought the team was too far away, I'd been wrong. That done, I cleared out the old orders and rattled off these new ones. Drat nodded, grabbed out another spell scroll paper, and shrank down the clay tablet when I was done with it. "A pleasure doing business with you," he said. This is Christopher, both not pleased with his rogue, and weirdly proud. I ended up using Healer's Endurance to handle the effects of sleeplessness for the day, and meditated through the night. Now that I could get a token every 3-ish hours when under ideal circumstances, I used the time to grab up 2 more tokens by the time the camp roused. This was, sadly, not ideal circumstances. I had a good 10 hours between Trent disappearing and the remainder of Blake's team getting all up in my business, which gave me time to get 2 tokens, one of the physicality I'd used to handle Todd, and one likability I'd used in bringing Cinzy into the fold. Meditation specifically told me with window prompts that having my hand tied like this had a negative impact on my ability to meditate, and I wholeheartedly agreed. I had to stand up to get blood flowing to my wrist and hand. Meditation should not be done while standing. Still, it was the best I could do. I didn't have an opportunity to get away according to Trent's plan for another several days. First, they were taking the loss of Todd quite seriously, and had me on a short leash. Second, now that they knew about my special ability Verdant Rejuvenation, Boss and Blake made sure somebody watched while I planted all the cuttings and gave them some water. If I watered them later in the day, they'd essentially grow themselves. Beyond that, I couldn't be sure what else needed doing. Could I just lay them on solid stone and water them there, without shoving the cuttings into soil? Could I do it on the back of Muppin while we traveled? These were the kinds of experiments I wanted to do, not play nurse to a bunch of megalomaniacal gym bros. This meant we headed down to the lake only briefly, and they used a single wizard between the 4 guardians instead of 2. This meant training 2 of them, while 2 stayed stuck on my butt like ticks. Imperil the wizard, save the wizard, gain experience points. In those times, I used Beast Talker to engage with any Nakamoman I saw. I was able to befriend a shrubbet, though the process wasn't simple. Anytime I took any action, Blake's boys would stop me. First I had to identify a creature, then see if I couldn't silently beckon it to me. I had to reach out with affinity and make contact. This meant channeling some mana and drawing it up into my third eye, the place in my forehead where the casting happened. The first time, it was by cooking up what looked like a potion. It was instead a tasty vegetable concoction. The shrubbet broke out of its foliage illusion, drawing the leafy parts that were the backs of its enormous ears so it could peek out. It then collapsed back the leaves a second later, and became nothing more than an innocent bush before anyone noticed. It peeked out several times before taking several hesitant steps forward.
That's right, I breathed. Good.
Gosh, you're cute. It was shaped something like a regular rabbit, really big. Nearly 3 feet high. It had brownish-gray skin that mimicked bark, and big amber eyes. The ears had to be at least 3 feet long. They went up and then down, and when they were draped along its back they looked like a cloak. It crept forward until it smelled what the healer was cooking. Atta girl. Identify had told me this one was a female.
What in the hell is that? It's a shrubbet, I admitted. Harmless. Don't kill.
The mana-infused concoction I had cooked up was nothing more than vegetables in a soup. The cutesy thing twitched its nose several times, regarding the guardians. I'd succeeded with a charm check using likability, with my charm skill boosted from 0 to 5 using Beast Talker. What's it doing? Probably wounded, I lied, and scored 3 successes on a deceit check using Fierce. I silently thanked Ivy for needing that D, and for giving me the tools to navigate this situation. It wants some HP back. The boiled and mana-infused vegetables were only good because creatures liked getting mana. They would, of course, help HP generation along a little, as all food did. Mostly though, it just liked the sense of the herbs I put in, and wanted some carrots, potatoes, and broccoli infused with rosemary and oregano. You're all right, I told the creature while it ate. The guardians hadn't moved, but were instead just watching it in fascination. Once it finished, I tried to coax it over to me for a pet or 2. I wanted to know if the bark-looking skin was fuzzy and soft like I hoped, or bark-like and hard like I suspected. Just as I was succeeding in animal handling check, the other 2 guardians came thrashing through the brush, up from the lake, holding a wizard who looked mostly dead. You know, I said before breathing on him and restoring some hit points right off the bat, I would be willing to bet those Nakamoman you're baiting have figured out there'll be free wizard on a hook every day about this time. They're probably not happy about having them snatched away every day.
Nakamoman don't think, the one retorted.
The ones in the towns are so stupid, can barely build houses, don't have technology. The ones in that town just walked in, laid down and slept, another one said. And the ones behind them didn't get what was happening, so they did the same thing. Blake and the wizards had it figured out in minutes, the third one said.
Dumb as hammers, the first one confirmed.
I just shrugged and brewed up another healing potion. The next day wasn't out to the lake, but a rift in the ground. The guardian in charge this time was a guy I was coming to think of as number 3 behind Boss and Blake, one of only 2 with wiry climbers builds instead of hulking rocks with arms and legs. He had a mop of curly light brown hair and a nose with its own elbow. You could call it aquiline, but for followers of Blake I'd call it a camel hump. This guy's name was Nate, and he was even worse than Blake and Boss because he was a super bro. Yo, this is gonna be sick. We've never gotten a proper look down in the gorge before, bro. I kept my mouth shut, even though I wanted to give a deadpan bro, and arch an eyebrow in his direction. The other 3 guardians were on his wavelength, chatting excitedly about how lit this was and how sick it was gonna be to see a really massive and dangerous creature. The wizard they had with them, I could now identify as Cinzy's brother. Although he wasn't nearly as gorgeous as her, I noted the resemblance right away. They had the same color eyes, and an identical face shape. I was not, right now, being listened to by any of these mammoth idiots. I was also, as a healer and a decent human being, wary of anything the Guardians were up to because I had a vested interest in keeping the wizards alive. Knowing what I now knew, I had a little extra motivation to keep Cinzy's brother alive. She was known to flip out over these sorts of things, and I sure would have flipped out if my sister were about to be dangled in front of lions, only to have him yanked away at the last second. Or after the last second, when the lions started munching on him. We arrived at the gorge, a rent in the earth that seemed like a disaster waiting to happen. First of all, It was a good long way down, like 30 to 50 feet. Secondly, I could already see a collection of bones down there. Third, large shapes moved out of sight when the lanterns started floating down. It seemed to widen out as you went down, so it would be rough to climb up or down. Also, it allowed anything and everything to hide down there in the copious shadows. Worse still, the gorge itself was hardly 20 feet across at the top. They'd be dropping straight down, a long way, and into what? Absolutely no way to know. And almost no way to climb out. If only Trent were here. The Guardians, led by head bro Nate, used the light spell from the wizards, attached to small paper lanterns. These floated slowly downward, illuminating all the handholds and little cavelets in the walls. I had no idea what carved these, but they were jagged in some places, and the mini-caves looked like perfect hiding spots for all sorts of dangerous Nakamoman.
"You're Chris?"
I asked Sinzi's brother. His head swiveled over away from the danger toward me.
"Ha. Chris, right? That's your name." Yeah, Chris. "I'm Fletcher." "I know. I've seen you around."
"You've been healing the guys up." "My name's also Chris."
"Christopher."
He stared at me, but I could tell I wasn't getting through. He was sickly pale and trembling. "Yeah, well, I'm not a fan of Blake or this insane scheme," I told him. "I'm gonna keep you alive." A promise I didn't know if I could make. "Hey healer," bro Nate called. "You best get some potions and shit ready in advance, yo. This could get pretty ugly." "It is so weird," I muttered under my breath, so only Chris and I could hear, that Guardians keep failing to do their jobs. Meanwhile, I cracked open my pack and got to rummaging around for the right ingredients. "They need greater and greater danger for the same amount of experience," Chris told me, just as quietly.
I nodded.
"That would do it. It'd be really nice if we could level them up to wherever they want to get before we all die," he said. The bitterness in his tone made me wince. The wizard who died was undoubtedly his friend. "I've got your back," I said. He nodded toward Nate and the boys. "That should be their job." Then he blew out air in a sound like pffffffffff.
I totally got it.
They began by having Chris use a feather spell on them, and himself. Chris protested that this would slow them down from coming to his aid if he was attacked, but Nate just stood there, arms crossed.
Chris cast the spells.
Afterwards, they took up positions, and Chris was ordered to jump. He locked eyes with me, and I nodded. "You got this," I tried to tell him with my gaze.
Then he jumped.
I hadn't understood until this moment, when the last piece clicked into place. It wouldn't work if one of Blake's boys pushed him. My specific XP triggers worked if I healed somebody. They didn't work if I made someone sick just to nurse them back to full health. They had to guard him from danger, not place him in the heart of danger. Chris had to jump into the jaws of the beast himself, and then Nate and company needed to wait until he was in real danger before getting him out for the biggest XP gain. If Chris didn't jump, they would kick the crap out of him until he agreed. If he was down hit points when he jumped in, that lowered his chances of survival.
It was insane. Blake was insane.
All this for level ups? That said, my body had been largely cured of my shattered legs, growth plate injuries, and the issues that followed, just by grabbing some points of physicality. Sinzi was practically irresistible. Isabel and the others had shrugged off terrible injuries with durability. The attributes just made you better. Of course Blake wanted what he considered his fair share. He had to watch wizards research their way to high level, sorcerers cast their way to high level, and rangers literally just wander the land their way to high level, and this world didn't know violence. Nate and the other 3 guardians took up a box formation, ready to get down in the gorge at any angle. The moment I had my first doses of workable healing potion, the Nakamaman showed itself. I had just taken the mixture off the fire when the earth-rumbling growl drifted up from above. One of Blake's boys swore under his breath and began backing away in fear. Nate was the leader here, and flicked a hand out toward his underling, but the guardian fled. He noped right out of this bad situation.
"Don't move, bro.
Don't make a sound," Nate said quietly. Chris wasn't the type of person to freeze in place. He backed away from whatever was down there. It resolved into a huge shape with 3 rows of glowing eyes on either side of its blunt head. Identify gave me some insight.
Pterosaur. First stage Nakamoman.
Pterosaur live in underground caverns, gorges, and some river valleys, where they feed on other Earth aspect Nakamoman and veins of metal. These are territorial creatures, and won't abide their mating or hunting grounds being invaded. Typical length, 20 to 40 foot from nose to tail, large. Typical weight, 1,500 to 4,000 pounds.
Gender, unknown. Aspect, draconic/earth.
Transformations. Unknown Pherosaur unknown. Pherosaur has been added to your Nakame Dex. The creature was built a bit like an alligator, but with more legs. It looked very earthen, craggy and cracked, with sharp ridges of metallic and rocky stuff running down its back. It also had thick, trunk-like legs ending in shining metallic claws easily dagger-sized, possibly longer. It was pretty far away. Things always seem smaller from up high. Fuuyuwak, one of Nate's buddies said. We need to get down there, Nate said, and the creature paused at the sounds. I noted that none of them moved.
Shocker.
That thing's going to bite him in half, the third guardian said, like he was just watching an amazing dinosaur movie for the first time. There were only 3 guardians now, a fact that didn't fill me with confidence.
Get down there, I urged.
The Pherosaur took another testing step towards Chris. A long tongue flicked out and tasted the air. None of the guardians moved.
Chris.
I called down, and got the attention of the dinosaur made of metal. Several eyes fixed on me, and it made a grating noise like 2 rocks crunching together. Does that spell make you jump real high?
He shook his head. Bro, shut up, Nate hissed. We're.
But it reduces your weight.
A tiny nod this time.
Chris wasn't looking at me, but instead was staring at the creature easily the size of 2 of the world's biggest crocodiles mushed together side by side. Can you run wide?
I stopped.
Another Pherosaur had just poked its head out into view, behind Chris.
Ah, come on.
I shouted, and immediately grabbed up my backpack. You fracking cowards, get down there and save him. I was gratified to grab a temporary durability and physicality token using Fierce. It had caused a taunt check, though it still hadn't caused any of them to grow enough balls to challenge the creatures. The tokens were very fracking great, because I chose the best point I could, threw some of my healer paraphernalia at the beasts, and jumped down. Now, you might say to yourself, what kind of idiot would do such a thing? You'd be right in assuming that. My parents and my sister were looking at me like I'd just transformed into a Pherosaur before their very eyes. My aim was to hit the far wall and stop myself. This was a very difficult physicality check, so I immediately burned 4 of my 5 tokens doing that. With muscles bulging, I slammed into a ledge and hung on. The healer stuff was having its intended effect. The cook kit, the pot, and the tin cups were all tasty little morsels for the metal and rock dragons. It sniffed at the first pot that landed near it, then gobbled it right up.
Left, Chris. I shouted.
He went left, just as the second creature trundled forward after my scattered offerings. Ignoring him completely, thank the gods. Okay, I muttered to myself, and burned another 4 tokens getting to the bottom of the gorge. There went my last physicality token, along with 3 of my free tokens. One after another they went CLA Cling.
CLA Cling. CLA Cling. CLA Cling.
Nate and his 2 remaining friends were having kittens. They were yelling and frantic now that the only healer in the party had put himself in the lion's jaws. Blake was going to rip their skin off and wear their faces like a mask, according to Nate's panicked, swear-filled shouts.
Good. Frack them.
They needed to get their butts down here, or better yet, not put innocent and harmless wizards in these kinds of positions. What are you doing down here?
Chris demanded.
I'm saving your butt, you butt.
Obviously.
This is Fletcher just feet away from the jaws of death. The air down here was damp and cool. It smelled distinctly of minerals. That said, I didn't dislike it. Bones aside, it would have made a pretty cool place to chill out. Back on Earth with my busted body, I'd never had a chance to do anything cool like spelunking or jet skis or surfing or anything like that. Now all of a sudden I could leap down 15 feet and just use a concentrated burst of magic. It didn't take long for the metal dragons, the Pherosaurs, to finish off the meager meal I'd provided for them. They chomped down on the tin cups, the pots, the cook kit, and all my silverware in seconds. In those seconds, though, I'd led Chris around behind the first one and towards where the gorge opened out. It did not provide much in the way of advantages, but at the end of this tear in the dirt and soil, Chris found a place that looked climbable. Treacherous, but climbable. You got any physicality tokens?
I asked. 2, he groused. Free tokens. 1.
You got a spell you can use? Invisibility?
Flight? Teleport? Of course he didn't.
The Guardians hadn't allowed them to have any of the material components for their spells. Above us, Nate and his 2 Guardian buddies continued to not do their jobs. They were shouting at one another to do something while not doing a damn thing, and trying to get us up by sheer force of will. The one dragon was lumbering in a circle to try to face us again, while the second one merely crawled over top its mate to get at us. It was hard to see what this place could possibly give the two metal dragons as a habitat, until you saw the holes in the earth at the bottom of the gorge here. They burrowed tunnels to and fro, in order to feed most likely, and it made a lot more sense for the gorge to be a place where they might hang out, and get a hint of sun now and again. The second pterosaur opened its mouth and darted a tongue out over its chops that scratched and screeched, and created sparks. The tongue had barbs of metal on it, and so did its face. There was nothing left to do now. Hey you, I told the gigantic creature, one hand out like that famous Chris in the movies. I kept my tone even and gentle, like I was just about to produce another tasty treat. You don't want to do anything you'll regret. The beast talker ability gave me a whole lot of goodies in this sort of situation. +4 likability and +5 persuasion for non-humanoids like this, plus a stacking bonus of +2 likability and +2 persuasion for all Nakamomen. Right now my likability was on par with Cinzy's, as far as Nakamomen were concerned. Over my shoulder, I said, "Come on Chris. We need a spell, or you need to start climbing."
Right.
The creatures had several rows of metallic spines on their scales that made them appear practically invulnerable. Likewise their claws could have been used by a blacksmith to produce a short sword each. And though their reddish eyes were all fixed on me, and their tongues darted out to get a taste of the air, I thought maybe this was going to work. "We're good," I soothed at it. "We're all friends here. We're not the food you like, and we definitely can't hurt you." The first persuasion check came.
Persuasion.
Check. Normally, you do not have the associated skill for this check, but due to Beast Talker your persuasion skill is boosted to 7. Your associated attribute, likability, is likewise boosted, and sits at level 12.
This check is extreme.
Would you like to spend 6 tokens for an automatic success? Total tokens, 5 likability and 6 free tokens. This was not, however, part of my duties as a healer. No free retry, and no double token effect. At 19 levels, I could perhaps grab 5 to 7 successes. It was a gamble, but that was life. I pressed no, and let the check go about its business.
Success.
You have persuaded the pterosaurs not to attack. Both of them stopped and raised their heads, licking out at the air with their metallic barbed tongues again and again, though the flicking was lazier. My affinity, and sensing the mana moving through them told me their focus shifted to Nate and his goons. I breathed a sigh of relief, though the job wasn't over yet. "Great," I cooed at the creatures. "That's great. You guys are amazing. Boy would I love to be your friend." "What did you do?" Chris asked, voice thick with bewilderment and awe. He'd clearly sensed something had happened. "Would you focus on doing something for once?" I snapped in a hushed whisper.
"Come on, man."
Nate and company had finally decided they were going to do something. If one of them had the power of inflating their bodies to double in size, it wouldn't help much. Instead, Nate wrapped himself in stone armor, one of the goons wrapped himself in steel armor, and the third one manifested one of those blue magic shields like Isabel had used. For just a moment, I felt the first pterosaur seeking me out with its mana. The touch wasn't something I understood well, and it wasn't crafted expertly as much as it was instinctual to the creature. The thin thread of affinity or mana leapt out of its mind and crashed into the center of my forehead. And instead of a word, what I got was a questioning in bestial terms. Danger? Friend? Food? It asked all these questions with a single growling noise from its throat. The other one made the noise for food? "They're not our friends," I told the two creatures, hoping that our in this case meant Chris and I, and the two Nakamomen. It turned out, when Nate and Chris had had their little argument over the feather spell that let them float slowly down. Chris had been right. Nate and the boys took entirely too long to get down, and gave the pterosaurs plenty of time to turn around and face the 3 guardians. They also, unlike true guardians, hadn't tried to place themselves in between danger and the people that needed saving. Instead they had jumped down behind the pterosaurs. Cowardly. Nate's eyes widened from inside his stone armor. Oh foo. Nobody under the age of 18 should be reading this accounting, but a lot of people aren't fans of bloody violence, so I'll pull that shade over and say that the 3 creatures left Chris and I alone to climb out of the gorge, and didn't extend that courtesy to Nate and the other 2 guardians. "That's Blake down 4 of his people," Sarah said, nodding decisively and with a great deal of satisfaction. "I am assuming," my father said, "that since several weeks haven't passed, you're not done being tied up at nights and healing up near-dead wizards?" "You assume correctly," I declared, from where I was tossing a ball back and forth with Braden. Mostly he was failing to catch it, but he'd get it once in a while. And he wasn't terrible at throwing as much as he was wildly inconsistent. He got in plenty of excellent throws that way. Or that way. And once in a while, in my direction. "How does this go then?" my mother asked. It starts with Blake freaking out. As the top-level guardian, Blake needed a lot more XP than the others in order to level up. To get that much XP, he needed more people to be in more danger. It also meant he was leagues stronger than any of the other guardians in the group. If my physicality seemed impressive, going from a broken kid who couldn't walk properly, to a person beginning to show abs, Blake had gone from a Chad frat bro who hit the gym every week, to a person who might have been able to punch the lights out on a Ferrosaur. He punched trees to produce firewood. The team didn't need firewood, as it was stacked up 10 feet high and 20 feet long over to that side of the camp, and another 10 feet high and 10 feet long over on that side of the camp. So when I say that Blake lost his cool, I mean everything went haywire. "What do you mean Nate and his fellow guardians are dead?" he roared. I had thought it was a pretty self-explanatory sentence, but apparently it needed repeating. He leapt over to where the firewood was stacked up and punched at it. Several pieces of firewood simply exploded into matchsticks. Other pieces rocketed out toward the camp, where several pieces blasted into their makeshift homes and tents, and tore the place apart. They floated down using a feather spell, and coated themselves in metal and stone, to face down a creature that eats metal and stone. "But that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard," he shouted. I didn't disagree with that one bit. As if it would make his point, he grabbed up the roof of my laboratory shack and collapsed it just by pulling. The whole thing caved in. I was given an intimidation check and eked out a pass, thanks again to Stalwart. I really needed to thank Ivy and Isabel for needing a surrogate boner from time to time. I needed to live through this first. That makes 5? 5. It should have made 4. One of Nate's underlings had gone running off. Then again, I noted Drat off to one side, leaning against one of the trees with the firewood pile stacked between them. He shook his mouth side to side just once. It didn't take much deduction to figure out that Drat had backstabbed the guy. If one thing rogues always had in every video game system ever devised, it was an insane backstab ability. It was either a one-hit kill, where you did a cinematic throat slitting or heart stabbing, or a crazy multiplication of regular damage, like quadruple your highest damage with your weapon. Or higher, I couldn't be sure. I hadn't played rogues, but I knew that the damage multiplier only got more and more insane as they leveled up. I could easily imagine Drat waiting in a tree not far from where Nate and his guys were getting ready to dangle Chris down into the gorge, and seeing his opportunity when the first guy booked it. Whether he appeared from behind a tree, leapt out of a tree, or simply became visible before doing his coup de grace, it was not difficult to imagine. Nor was it difficult to put out of mind. These people were torturing the wizards into agreeing to play the victim with dangerous creatures, with no way to properly heal them up. It also wouldn't surprise me to learn that Blake had convinced the lead wizard to hand over control over the expedition. Using his fists, obviously. He could easily ignore the XP penalties and keep punching until the leader relented. Blech. Writing this down and telling my family have both left a bad taste in my mouth. "All this started once you got here," Blake shouted, and whirled on me. First Todd, now Nate, Belter, Reebok, and Big Willie. Big Willie? Was there bound to be an innuendo name at every level? I shouldn't have had the thought, given that the guy was dead, but geez Louise. I held up my hands. "Hey man, you brought me here to heal people. I healed people. I haven't raised a hand to anyone." "Cinzy." Blake snarled. "Ha. Get your ass over here." I considered telling him he couldn't talk to her like that, but Blake seemed likely to punch a hole in my chest, and I was pretty sure there was no surviving that. Cinzy sauntered over, still managing to look like she just left a mani-pedi after shopping at some luxury boutiques. "What do you need, Blake?" she asked. "You make him tell the truth," he said. I took a deep breath and sighed it out. There wasn't really anything she or I could do to stop him. "I have to do it the sexy way," she said. "What?" Both Blake and I asked simultaneously. "His abilities from his bonded Nakamaman make him hard to hypnotize and persuade," she lied smoothly. "So I have to use my own ability, and it's not pretty." Blake's face twitched with fury. "I don't care. Make it happen." So Cinzy did the Cinzy saunter. She started to strut and shake her hips, flipping her skirt up to show off a bit more leg, holding her hands together before her and enhancing her cleavage, or holding her hands behind her back and shoving her boobs out extra bigly. All the while, she put on a cutesy smile and batted her eyelashes, and talked to me like I was the guy at the bar she'd picked for tonight's one-night stand. "Well there Fletcher," she practically moaned, strutting slowly around me. "What really happened, eh? I know you want to tell us." She reached out and raked a single finger from my collarbone to my shoulder, then across my back to the other shoulder as she made her way around. "You are under the influence of a special ability," the UI informed me, adopting the guise of Captain Obvious. And though she had to spend 2 tokens on account of Fierce, Thank you so much, Ivy. I didn't bother to try and counter it with the use of tokens. Cinzy had me convinced that she was on my side. Even though we were in front of the whole group of Blake's remaining boys, she wouldn't go so far as to get me punched into paste. I hoped. You want to tell us all about what went down when you invaded that hole. The feeling of being under the influence of the special ability was literal drunkenness. I felt goofy and good and like maybe I'd had one too many, but that was okay. One too many wasn't 10 too many, right? Invaded the hole, I muttered. Yes, what happened? And because it was totally cool and there was no pressure whatsoever, I told him exactly what happened. The 4 guys getting the feather spell, Chris the wizard floating down into the jaws of certain death, the appearance of the Pherosaurs, one of Nate's bros running off, apparently to his death, and then the other 3 dithering while I got shit done. I told him happily, smile on my face, how I listened to Nate and his bros get crunched up. And this was how Blake grabbed up another wizard, took off for the gorge immediately, and almost killed the wizard with his own 2 hands. Half of the remaining guardians sped in pursuit, while the remainder had the unenviable but funny task of rebuilding the camp after Blake's tantrum. They didn't remake my laboratory structure, but instead built a lean-to. Not an improvement over the original. What really happened? Cinzy asked. Drat hovered nearby, and I gave him a dopey thumbs up. What do you mean? I asked. How did you get down there and then keep those things from tearing you apart? Oh. I said. Easy. I burned a bunch of tokens to get down there, and then talked the dragons into not eating us. Cinzy and Drat both stared at me. I think somebody's been naughty, I said, giving Drat an exaggerated wink. He rolled his eyes and left before I blew his cover as a secret helper. Is that what happened? You didn't resist my ability, did you? I waved a floppy hand at her in dismissal. No way, I slurred. That's how it went down. I'm very persuasive when it comes to the wild Nakamoman. They like me. Cinzy stared at me, searching my face for the lie. When there wasn't any to be found, she shook her head and muttered something I couldn't hear. I didn't mind, and instead inspected several trees for their fascinating bark textures. That was, until one of Blake's boys came back, hoisted me over his shoulder, and took off for the gorge. Bye. I told Cinzy, waving. A confused Cinzy waved back. This is Christopher drunkenly keeping her brother, and Drat safe from the big bad. Blake returned with his arms and legs all gashed up, and demanded healing. The look on his face clearly conveyed that if I said no, I might just join the Pherosaur, or Pherosaurs plural, that had given him those scratches. This was how I applied healer's breath, followed by making up a quick healing potion with one of the wizard's supplies, since most of mine were in the Pherosaurs' bellies. I worked in silence, not looking at the moron. He squinted at me, eyes narrowed like he was deciding whether to pull a Chewy and rip my arms off. I killed those things, he told me, with quiet venom. Good, I lied, and scored another deceit success. Pain in the ass, the both of them. I wondered if he got any XP for that, if the wizard had refused to go down into the gorge and face down the 2 dragons. Or had Blake just jumped down there and given it his all, XP be damned? I didn't know, and I didn't care. Part of me knew I needed answers about what he got up to, and his level of power, so my people could take him down. That said, every time I interacted with him, I had to bite my tongue to keep from saying something that would get me torn apart. They got one of the wizards to lock me in place this time, a band of rope that glowed with weak magical light in the oncoming dusk. I frowned at the magical binding. Blake and Archie went over to the campfire that night and drank a whole lot of alcohol. Where they had gotten it I don't know, but they got good and sloshed. It is very easy to imagine that Cinzy was very grateful for both saving her brother's life, and also not ratting her out as a secret conspirator trying to upend Blake's psychopathic operation. She hypnotized the guard on duty to fall asleep, then came into my new digs. Now that she had the prismatic apparel that the god of apparel had gifted me, she always had an amazing and different outfit. The prismatic apparel was presently a backless shirt in a navy blue fading to white, with a high neck like a choker. She went with a white pleated tennis skirt. I wasn't certain the prismatic apparel could be 2 articles of clothing or not, so if she'd come across a white pleated skirt in her travels, that was amazing. This ended in fluffy white socks reaching to her knees and comfy white tennis shoes. I kept not trying to rake my eyes up and down her body, and failing. The open leg above her knee and below her skirt was doing it for me, as were her bare arms and the glimpse of her back I'd gotten when she entered. The band wrapping around her throat like a choker was really doing it for me. Cinzy was always really doing it for me. That was a function of likability, I thought. Drat's not going to try it with Blake, she muttered. I know, I said. I was tired. He's too dangerous. Too strong and too fast. I know. If Drat doesn't get him on the first strike, Blake will rip him apart. I know. You did a really good thing today, she said. I'm glad you think so. Seeing that I wasn't in the mood to make chit-chat, she went over the plan. Blake had 7 out of his 12 boys left. That was good, but not enough. Any one of them could, and would, wreak havoc on the Wizards and her and me, if any flaw crept into the plan. They had the physicality, and the Wizards were tied up, so they could easily tear the innocent members apart, or hold them hostage. They still had double the numbers of the Divinity Rescue Corps' contingent of Guardians, and Blake was a ridiculous level. He'd also reportedly killed both of the Pherosaurs. He could probably take on at least Laurel, but probably more than just her. Having watched him punch, I could safely say he was a danger to all 4 of our Guardians by his lonesome. Whatever plan Drat was making up needed to be absolutely foolproof or innocent people were going to suffer. Because I didn't doubt for a second that he could and would order them to take human shields, and use the advantage to plow through my team in heartbeats. You used up all your physicality tokens, didn't you? She asked. Yep. Damn. You wanted them for doing it? I knew immediately that this was the wrong answer, but sitting here in my lean-to on the single stool they provided wasn't helping my brain work any. What I mean to say is that being in the same room as Cinzia was giving me a hard-on. She frowned, then laughed under her breath. No, you boob, I wanted them so you could sprint out and get back to the town. The plan is to have you lure the meatheads to the town. She held up a hand to stop me from interrupting her. Of course there's more to the plan than that, but you need your physicality tokens. Now we have to get them back. I'd spent a lot of tokens today. Free tokens on top of the physicality ones, on top of temporary physicality tokens. There were never enough of the darn things. We need to wait a little longer, she said. I sighed, not liking it but believing her. Yes, we did need to wait a little longer. And in the meantime my hand was chained to the tree that made up the corner of my new laboratory. Cinzia fell to her knees. Her hands slid up from my knees to my thighs. In the meantime, may I thank you for saving my brother? You don't have to thank, I trailed off. The expression on her face told me she wanted me, and badly. She didn't have the typical half-lidded eyes and parted lips, but a vulnerable expression with wide-open eyes and a pensive smile. You want to frack, don't you? She nodded. Okay, I told her. We have to be quiet though. Her fingers continued to creep up my thighs. May I suck your cock? I have to say there is something so weird about having an absolute 10 squatting before me and asking for permission to service me sexually. So weird and so welcome. Kisses first, I said. She got up on her knees to press her lips to mine. That alone was heaven. It was like her body had its own skincare routine without needing anything. We kissed several times, her hands on my thighs and my free hand roaming. I ran it hand up and down her exposed back. The touch caused her to shiver and moan into my mouth. Sliding my hand lower, I pulled up her skirt and caressed both cheeks in turn, then pressed 2 fingers against her back door. That did it. She looped both arms around my neck and lavished attention on my mouth with her tongue. She nibbled, licked and rubbed to show me I was doing what she liked. And I could tell she wanted me to slip my hand into her panties and finger her ass, but I broke the kiss. Now, I told her with quiet force, suck my cock. The flush in her face was impossible to miss. The biting of the lip. The ardent need in her eyes. I proceeded to watch as she removed my pants and slipped them off one leg, then the other. She was methodical about it too, folding my socks and pants. Reminded me of the geisha stories, where some demure Japanese woman, eyes downcast, would take care of absolutely everything. I cupped the back of her head and loved the silkiness of her hair just for my own gratification. Cinzia shuffled between my legs and took me in hand, then began licking with long strokes. Her blowjob technique lacked something. She would need coaching. Not today though. For now, in the dim flickering light filtering in through the lean-to, I watched her worship my rod. How is it so delicious? She asked in between licks and kisses. She took the head into her mouth and sucked until she gagged, then slowly backed off before trying again. The sensations, and the knowledge that she didn't do this regularly, were heaven. She started really working, and all talk disappeared. I luxuriated in the sensation of being served, and when my hand fell away from the back of her head, she dutifully retrieved it and placed it back there. She alternated encircling my girth and playing reverently with my balls. Ugh, you feel so good, I muttered, and was rewarded with a gurgling sound. After a while, I felt myself wanting to paint the back of her throat. Fill her mouth. Pull out and spray all over her face. That wouldn't do. Hold on, I told her, and she froze with her mouth full, staring up at me. Panties off. Climb up on here. You don't want to come in my mouth? she asked playfully. I don't want to repeat myself, I said, again with that gentle force. Since using Blissence, I knew exactly who Cinzy was and what drove her. She wanted someone to be in control, sexually speaking. Just as Isabel needed reassurance and Tara needed my seed inside her, Cinzy needed to be told what to do. She pulled away from where she'd been licking and sucking, and I didn't miss the string of saliva connecting her lips to my shaft. Okay. She had her bottoms off in a flash, and straddled me. Am I well lubricated? I breathed. Yes, she hissed. I could use a little more. Reaching down, she nestled my shaft in between her lower lips and began grinding her body forward and back along my full length. The heat and the pleasure were incredible. The bottom of my cock was especially sensitive. You want me in your butt, don't you? Please, she breathed. I reached up and took her slender neck in my hand, gently. You're a dirty girl, aren't you? She nodded into my shoulder, still rocking her hips forward and back. Tell me what you want then. I want your cock in my ass, she whispered without hesitation. It was almost enough to make a guy climax all over himself. Spending the token to boost our pleasure was easy right then. All right then, put it in. Then I want you to lean back. This wasn't easy to accomplish, but she was athletic and supple enough to first impale herself on me, then use both of my knees to hold herself up. She groaned in exertion and in pleasure, and I got to see the place where we were joined. The pressure was intense. The sensations were intense. I kept adaptability working with conscious effort, so I wouldn't hurt her. You're so big, she breathed. I can be bigger, I said casually, as if it were no big deal, before thumbing her clit with my free hand. Positioned like this, Cinzy had to do all the work. Her toes barely reached the ground, so she placed her feet on the stool and began fucking me. At first she had been staring down at me, but now her head fell back as her whole body rose and fell, rose and fell. Fletcher, she groaned. Quiet, I admonished, but I also smiled and let adaptability slip a bit. My length and girth both increased deep in her ass, and she froze before pulling up off me and thrusting back down hard. I can't, she moaned again and again in response to the work my thumb was doing at her pussy, and loudly. It was only about 3 more minutes of thrusting me deep into her asshole before she came, quietly shuddering, her foot slipping off the stool to jam her even further down on my length. Turn around, I told her. Lay against me. A spinner is a girl who can rotate around on top of a man with his cock buried inside her, and I had only seen it happen in porn before coming to this weird world. Now I saw her slowly and with care turn around so I could see her dynamite ass pumping away at me. Soon though she lay against my chest and placed her feet on my knees. I want you to get 3 fingers inside yourself, I ordered, not stopping my work at her clit. In this position, I'd have to release it and lift her up under her ass in order to thrust upwards, but it worked. She came again when she had only a single finger inside herself. She came yet again the moment the 3rd finger got in there, a good 5 minutes later. Every time she went through another clamping, shuddering fit of climax, the pleasure ramped up from 10 to 12, and I had to strain to keep from filling her up. I'm going to come on your face, I told her. Oh my gods, she managed. I didn't know if she'd heard me. Your eyes will be closed and your mouth will be open. And I will make you look like a whore. Oh gods. Then you're going to scoop all of it up and into your mouth, and swallow it. Oh gods, she whispered, oh gods, oh gods. When that happens, you'll be mine entirely, understand? No matter what happens, I will make time for you and give you the pleasure you need, and treat you like the princess you are when I can. She just repeated her prayer. And sometimes I will have sex with someone else. That doesn't mean I like you less. It just means others have needs that I can fulfill. And when I come back to you, it will be to make you feel amazing. She kept repeating the same words again and again, frigging herself and filling herself with full of me. Cinzy, do you understand me? Her head laying limply against my shoulder, she nodded just a fraction. If you don't want to be mine completely, you just have to stay where you are. I asked. Her hips rose and fell, bringing me right to the brink. I'm yours. Completely. Good girl, I said shakily, because I'm ready. The hottest girl I'd ever seen in real life scrambled up off me and got down on her knees between my legs, mouth open and eyes closed. When I came, it was like a river. I blasted off into her hair, over one cheek and then over the other. My seed pooled on her closed eyes, it got up her nose and in her mouth. After that, I watched in astonishment as this supermodel girl did exactly as ordered, using her fingers to get all of it she could, and licked her fingers before going back for more. Those few minutes watching her was enough to get me hard again. I was 20, after all, not 50. This time I clamped a hand over Cinzy's mouth while I bent her over my single stool, and railed her ass until I lost track of time and orgasms. The second load took time in getting there, but get there it did, and I let it all out up her ass. She collapsed on top of where I sat on the provided sleeping bag, head on my thigh and holding onto my leg like I might suddenly teleport away. Things were so crazy. This is Christopher not believing his luck, both good and ill. It was 3 more days of Boss and his buddies going out to hunt for ways to save their crop of wizards. 3 days of following these people around to their destination, meditating while they convinced the wizards to put themselves in danger, and then brewing up potions to keep everybody from dying. The Nakamoman predators were scarce and generally fed on mana, but there were some that would attack intruders or tasty snacks. Or even gross snacks. And I wasn't wrong, they were getting smarter. I wasn't about to tell Boss and the boys they were wrong. I was having to do more work, and faster, to ensure that mangled wizards didn't become dead wizards. The Guardians were doing their job, as twisted and wrong as that job was, since they had put the wizards there in the first place. Guardians are so dumb. I'd lucked out with my choices for my team. Ivy and Isabel for obvious reasons, including the fact that they weren't stupid. Ivy was hyper-competent. Then Laurel, obviously, and Krista because she was a terrifying and somehow also cute ice ghost. None of those 4 seemed concerned with experience points. They wanted to help out, get the job done, protect and help people. Now that several of their buddies had unfortunately perished due to the dragons, they were taking no chances. I was guarded by 2 of them at all times, who watched my every move. They didn't like the meditating or the replacement gear I required, after the Pherosaurs. On the 3rd day, I hit level 20 as a healer. Nice, my sister said, uncharacteristically cheerful that I was getting out of the Blake situation. I knew they all wanted Blake to get his ass handed to him, or have Laurel cut him in half with a gigantic axe, but it wasn't to be. Drat had a knife, but none of the Guardians had weapons. Now let's see my brother get his dumb butt out of this nonsense. Cinzy let me know that Drat would give the signal. At that time, I would need to make a break for it. They told me which way the town was. Her brother was slated to join me, somehow. Drat didn't care about Chris, so it was up to Cinzy to make sure he was both safe and with me. And the rest of the wizards? I asked. What? What happens to the rest of the wizards? Look, she said uncertainly. This is hard enough with 7 of Blake's goons, and the 4 Guardians on our side, but there's also Timmy and Wendell to worry about. Sure, Regina and Tara aren't useless, but ugh, Fletcher, don't make this harder than it has to be. I looked her dead in the eye. No, look, we saved the wizards, or I'm not going. You what? No, Fletcher, no, don't. Don't do this. She was massaging her temples, pinching the bridge of her nose, and looking just exquisite while doing it. We don't. Tell Drat to help get me into the wilds, I said. I have an idea. Drat gave me the customary nonsense about how this was his plan, how it was calibrated carefully to ensure my survival and the survival of the team members, and how he had worked really hard on it. I just shrugged and told him tough titty, said the kitty. I was still in charge of the expedition, I was still the leader. I had the leadership menu. When the time came, I got to see Drat's companion Nakamoman, Macaulay Skulkins, up close and personal. I got to experience what the weird weasel creature was, and what it could do. Sneak cell. Basic Nakamoman. Sneak cell are elusive creatures that dwell in dense forests, foggy marshes, and shadowy caves. Known for their uncanny ability to disappear and evade detection, they are masters of stealth and subterfuge. Typical length, 2 to 5 feet from nose to tail, small. Typical weight, 8 to 20 pounds. Gender, unknown. Aspect, dark/creature beast. Transformations, Sneak cell - unknown. Sneak cell has been added to your Nakamadex. The creature appeared before me, standing on 4 of its 10 legs, before it dropped to the ground, raced towards me, and wound around my one leg. In a flash it was around my body and peering out at the world from over my shoulder. "Hey there, Mr. Skulkins," I muttered, and reached behind myself to pet him a little. I succeeded a likability check using Beast Talker. It chittered happily, though the sound that came out of it was strange and otherworldly. Like the chittering was coming from the other side of a void. "You're so soft," I told him. This was a lie. Kind of. It was like petting something made of cast iron, cold and unyielding. Somehow it was soft in its own way, but the creature was a dark aspect. I hadn't seen a single one of those before, and I definitely hadn't petted one before. "Shall we?" I asked it. It chirped yet again, from the cold void, and a second later an envelope of mana expanded and covered us. Now that was something. "Congratulations. You have gained a level of the mana affinity skill. Employ this skill whenever you wish to perceive the flow of mana around you. The stronger the skill level, the clearer impressions you will receive.
Ha, I said.
Macaulay Sculkins has used Without a Trace. The mana affinity skill informed me that Without a Trace was a dark magic ability that cancelled out different methods of detection. This included sound, infrared, and even most magical means. Holy magic, otherwise known as divine magic, would cancel this out. Stay away from the holy jellyfish, I muttered.
Got it.
Now, I don't know if you've ever gone invisible before, but it wasn't like immediately clear that I was invisible. I could still see my hands and body. I could still see Macaulay Sculkins.
Fletcher.
Cinzy whispered. You didn't leave yet, did you?
I'm still here, I told her.
A second later, she was still looking around.
Ugh, this is annoying. Fletcher? Are you there?
Finally, she rolled her eyes and stomped. I'll just assume you're still here, and maybe looking at my butt.
You perv.
Okay, you're supposed to get far enough away from camp to make a break for it, and turn the invisibility off, so the guardians can try and chase you. Far enough away to make it to town, but close enough that they'll catch sight of you.
Ugh, I hope you're still here.
For all I know, you could be touching me, and I wouldn't know. I did not try this. After all, I had my own plan to enact, and neither she nor Drat would like it. It did convince me that the invisibility effect worked. I hopped around right in front of where Cinzy was standing, but she never even batted an eye. I then walked out of the laboratory lean-to and past several of the wizards and guardians without having a single person look my way. Therefore Macaulay Sculkins and I set out. After some hiking, I felt secure that I wasn't being followed, and ready. The forest had thickened, then thinned, and I got near enough to the lake to be sure I was not far from the gorge. Scanning the area, the presence of several Nakamamons stood out. I gave Macaulay Sculkins a friendly head pat, tried not to feel weirded out by the unnatural sensation of his dark aspect head against my hand. Without a Trace dropped. The envelope of invisibility fell away. I thanked Drat's companion, turned to the shrubette and several flying creatures some distance overhead. Then I made a megaphone shape in front of my face and shouted for all I was worth. It was some 3 or 4 hours before I returned, hungry and a bit tired. Macaulay Sculkins remained wrapped around my upper body, and the thin envelope of mana was back. The camp appeared out of nowhere, because it was in the same sort of mana envelope, but much larger, as cast by one of the wizards. They cast it daily. Blake's shack had been improved each day using pure physicality, until it resembled a log cabin. Several of the others also had their little shacks like they'd built for me, the original laboratory. As for the wizards, they had large dome tents with those flexible wooden poles. Those were sequestered over to one side and watched, in case the wizards tried anything. So far, the guardians controlled the wizards and their ability to cast by simply restricting the material components. There were only a few spells they could cast with grass, tree bark, flower petals and the like. All that stuff was much more useful to me. This rendered the already weak wizards completely impotent, not that they would be any danger to Blake and his people even so. Their spells, so far as I understood it, were all about utility. There were travel spells which would have allowed them to escape, but those required material components, and took time to cast. By the time an ambitious wizard got the component and began loudly casting the spell to teleport away, a guardian would have been able to do whatever single violent action necessary to disrupt the spell. A single punch would incapacitate or kill them, while a flick could send the material component flying, or mess with their vocal cords. So the wizards either milled around or sat in their tents and read the tiny clay tablets they had with them. Any time they began discussing things, the guardian on duty would lumber over and listen in. But since I'd showed up, the wizards had been even more resigned to their fate, so they put up zero resistance. I ducked into one tent, and saw the person inside scrunch up his face in confusion. When I asked Macaulay Sculkins to drop the ability, he nearly yelped, but instead goggled at me. When I give the signal, we're getting out of here, okay?
What signal? He asked.
I nodded and gave him a knowing smile, then pressed a finger to my nose.
Trust me, you'll know.
I advanced to the next tent, with Chris in it, without forcing Drat's Nakamamon to activate its ability again. If it was anything like Psy speech, eventually the poor little guy would tucker himself out.
What?
I held my hand up to my lips in the classic shush motion, and he cut right off. Just get ready for the signal, I said, and when he began to ask what signal, I just left the tent. I grinned, trying to imagine what was about to go down. I earned a level of the stealth skill for hugging to the tents and keeping out of view of the on-duty guard. 4 tent visits later, I asked Drat's companion to cloak me in his invisibility power yet again, and we headed out. All 6 of the wizards who had been in their tents now exited, and were gazing around, waiting for word. Several of them seemed to get that they should be making a break for it, and ducked back into their tents in order to collect up whatever belongings they were allowed to have. Blake's boys seemed to know that something was up by now. That was okay. Their discomfort and anxiety made this far more satisfying than it would have otherwise been. Where is he? Where? Boss Archie was demanding. Cindy stood there looking stricken. I don't know, she said with tears threatening. I couldn't be sure if those were staged for the benefit of looking meek and small, or if she really was afraid of a douchebag called Archie, but it didn't matter either way. Not a fan of watching people get bullied, not when I have the tools to stop it. I stalked up to him and dropped the Sneaksel's invisibility power, staring defiantly up at the muscle head. Picking on a girl? I asked. I used Dazzle. Dazzle, by concentrating, you may spend 1 affinity token to hypnotize a target with 7 automatic successes. This is a contested likability plus persuasion roll, and the target knows they have been hypnotized. While under the effect of hypnosis, the target will be much more truthful and compliant, though they may not be ordered to harm themselves or others. Immediately on the heels of the likability token materializing and then evaporating into pure mana, twinkly fairy dust shot out of me and got all up in his eyes and nose. He sneezed. For the briefest of moments, I experienced the pure terror of knowing you are about to die. Archie's face was twisted into such a mask of pure hatred that I thought it might not work. It didn't. A whole host of tokens appeared near Archie's head level, spinning once before exploding into mana. Dazzle has been resisted. Skulkins? I asked. Archie roared loudly. It was a colossal roar. It was full of righteous indignation. How dare I get out of captivity? How dare I go against whatever Blake and the boys wished for me to do? What insanity possessed me right this moment? It was a magically enhanced roar, from physicality, which reverberated outward in waves. Everyone around felt it, even if they weren't the subject of the special ability. This was the signal. These people were so fracking predictable. They could always be counted on to rage out of control. You are under the influence of the special ability Fury. You may resist by spending 7 durability tokens. Even after resisting, you will suffer 50% of the ability's effects. Would you like to resist? Current tokens, 6 durability, 6 free tokens. I burned the tokens even as I turned invisible, and darted out of the way when Archie's eyes went wide. He lashed out with a broad haymaker but narrowly missed. The effects I was suffering from, a morale debuff if I wanted to attack Archie the Terrible at his job guardian, and a speed debuff if I wanted to run away. Well, this ability had both fight and flight covered. It might have seemed impressive if it wasn't so obvious and easily overcome by simply hiding. You're going to condemn all these wizards to death, healer, he thundered. Is that the healer way? I wanted to counter with the obvious. Was this the guardian way? I stopped myself though, because I wasn't supposed to give away my position. I remained silent, waiting. Well? Coward! He screamed, then forced out a bitter laugh. That's it? Cut and run. Again, I waited. So far, nothing. I was beginning to sweat, thinking maybe I had gone about this wrong. Maybe this really was going to result in the deaths of Cinzy's brother and the other wizards. Whatever happened now, there was no going back. I couldn't simply put myself back in the hands of the people who had kept me here for weeks. Not after doing this. They would cut off 1 foot any time I used a healing potion to regrow it. I'd spend every single day dragged around by one of Blake's boys, beaten and bloodied and never able to see Cinzy or any of the others again. Now the only chance I had was to get all the way back to the town, through it, reconnect with the team, convince them to attack a superior force on little intel and a weak plan, and pray that somehow they would succeed. That had to happen before Blake and his people pulled up stakes and left for a new location, or they summarily killed any of the wizards. I'm going to go and punch a hole in the first wizard I find, Archie thundered, and began stalking off towards the cluster of dome tents. Watch one of your people die, healer, knowing you could have prevented it, and carry that on your conscience. Watch you sniveling. He coughed a large verdant shrub directly in the face. The shrubbet scrambled for several wonderful seconds, trying to climb his body and failing. But only for a few seconds. After that it managed to find some purchase, get its 1 foot on his shoulder, the other on his head, and leap off to freedom. Archie was completely bamboozled, and I can't say I blame him. Having a bush smash into your face, having it be a furry creature, and having that creature then launch itself off you couldn't have been easy. He turned to watch it hop away from him, and vanish into the shrubbery not 10 feet from where he stood. When he turned around, it wasn't a shrubbet that barreled into him. This is Christopher's plan coming to fruition. A creature made of stone got Archie the evil guardian directly in the cojones. This one was a pillbug the size of a sofa, and as it scuttled by, it made a sound like sand rubbing against stone. I have to say, it sounded a whole lot like dry laughter. I had recruited owls that manifested little tornadoes to catch prey, flamingos and salamanders made of fire, gigantic frogs that spat poisonous goop, turtles with clouds under each of their 4 feet, and much, much more. There was a swarm of bugs that literally zapped lightning between them, several of those geodiles with the gemstone teeth, and butterflies that teleported here and there.
A whole big ash bunch of them. And they were everywhere.
Centipedes with flowers growing out of their backs crawled up the guardian's legs, and magmamanders set the place aflame just by casually galumphing through the campsite. Flamingos flapped in, landed nearby, and also set things on fire. Blake came out of his already burning hut to find the place chock full of Nakamoman. Geodiles were chasing 2 of his people off that way, one of the pillbugs nearly crashed into another 2, and the 5th one had his pants set on fire. The chaos was glorious.
This is awesome, I muttered.
The wizards were skedaddling, and so was Cinzy. She raced right by where I was, missing me by mere inches. I was pleased to hear her softly cursing.
Dreawat. Blake bellowed.
Come on out and get yours, you backstabbing little prick. I know you're behind this. Whatever special ability he was using, Blake's call made Drat appear, knife in hand. He actually slashed Blake across the back of the leg before pulling back, surprised at himself. It had been an enhanced taunt power, different than Fury. When Blake whirled, he was far faster than Drat. He had a hold of the rogue's shirt in a heartbeat. It wasn't fast enough. He got 3 flutterbees in the face, a shrubbet using him as a launching pad, a magmamander directly underfoot, and one of those gigantic pillbugs casually making its way past, bumping him aside. The pants tore and Drat sprang away. How what the hell, Blake said, and swatted several of the teleporting butterflies away.
It was me.
I shouted, from far away. I got him, Captain. Archie said, but didn't get 3 steps before skidding to a halt. The Pherosaur's transformation had appeared.
Metallorex.
2nd stage Nakamoman. Metallorex rarely venture out of the deeper caves, except to mate. These larger and more dangerous versions of the Pherosaur chew through vast amounts of minerals and veins of mana-infused metal. These creatures mate for life and have no tolerance for having their mate taken from them. Typical length, 40 to 75 foot from nose to tail, large. Typical weight, 4,000 to 10,000 pounds.
Gender, unknown. Aspect, Draconic/Earth.
Transformations, unknown Pherosaur Metallorex. Metallorex has been added to your Nakamadex. I thought you said you got them both.
I called to Blake.
The gigantic muscle man stared at me hard, then back to the gigantic dinosaur made of earth, metal, and crystal. It was like a Tyrannosaurus, but with longer arms and more spines running along its back. The enormous creature homed in on Boss, who had been the loudest at the time, and charged after him. The ground reverberated with every stomp. The panicked guardian, suddenly not worth his shaved head, his tattoos or his bulging muscles, immediately turned and ran. It had worked. Cinzy was over there with her brother, but none of the creatures were paying them any attention. Only the guardians, who had beaten the tar out of them for weeks now, had giant bugs crawling all over them, or giant bugs flitting around in front of their faces, or firebirds burning their stuff. Sure, it wasn't an orderly stampede, but it was a stampede nonetheless. Blake kept batting creatures aside even as he tromped toward me, so I turned and ran. Now, with Go Lightly on my feet, I had 5 free levels of any skill that needed feet. Right now, that skill was Run. I put on a burst of speed, and heard him roar out in anger.
It was time.
I knew it was time when the prompt appeared in my vision. Physicality check, an opponent has made you his target. You are being pursued on foot. Your equipped item, Go Lightly, provides you with 5 levels of Run, along with your level 6 physicality. Do you wish to spend tokens on this check? Asterisk note, this is an opposed check. You may not spend a token to retry this check. Total tokens, 6 physicality and 6 free tokens.
Healer, he screamed.
I will rip your spine out and ram it down your throat. All of them, I panted, ignoring the fact that what he was suggesting was physically impossible. I had high hopes that Blake was as arrogant as he seemed. He knew my physicality was nothing compared to his. He wouldn't spend tokens on this check. Why would he need to? In his mind, my physicality couldn't be much higher than 2 or 3. Also, none of my compatriots had free tokens like me. Luckily for me, I'd nearly died trying to be nice to the god of meadows, and it had gifted me 5 free tokens. I wanted my team back. My old life back. The sky needed to be a shimmering blue, the clouds needed to twinkle, and there were 5 women back in the camp who I needed to satisfy sexually on a regular basis. Okay, 3 on a regular basis and 2 intermittently. So when the tokens came CLA clink, ing into being and disappearing in puffs of rainbow mana glitter, the muscles in my legs surged and I put every Olympic runner to shame.
Ever. All of them.
I didn't bother looking over my shoulder, but I would have seen the disbelief all over Blake's face as he slammed down on the place where I'd just been, and I took off like a roadrunner. Meep meep, I said darkly, then laughed. Blake still didn't think he needed 12 tokens worth of speed, so he took off after me. Which was great, because that gave me the time I needed to get the town in view, and then reach it. I had traveled some 5 miles in the space of about 5 minutes. Math went through my head the whole way through. If he had a physicality of 12, and he had a run skill like I had diagnosis or treatment, then he'd have some 15 to 18 levels, and that meant he could expect 5 to 6 successes on average. Around half my speed. Chancing a glance over my shoulder, I caught sight of Blake in the distance, closing. He was truly monstrous like this, huge arms and legs pumping, and his head buried so far in mountainous shoulders it was hard to see from this distance. The roar that came out and met me, less difficult to detect from a distance. I waited until he was much closer before stepping into the town. Not far off lay dozens of Nakamamen, both humanoid and bestial, that were in a sort of trance. Sinzi had gotten in here without falling prey to the god's influence, and when I'd been black-bagged, the boys had gotten in here. They had used durability, and perhaps another skill to resist falling into a stupor. I wasn't out of the woods yet. Without physicality, I needed to make sure there wouldn't be any way for him to grind me to paste in one swift strike. I ducked back into the first alley, and peeked out just as Sinzi had done. I heard him and felt the ground shake at the same time. He barreled into a wall and right through it. "Whoa there, cowboy," I called, and Fierce scored an immediate taunt check, which I passed. Temporary physicality and durability tokens. I then moved another house away, just in case he came through the building and spotted me on the other side. Moving up towards the center of the town put me under the influence of the god situation. The first durability check came up, and I was bewildered to see I'd only barely passed it. What? I'd lent my prismatic apparel to Sinzi, the same item that boosted my divine resistance skill by 5 levels. However, healer's resistance made sure I wouldn't be making another durability check for some 12 hours.
"Fletcher!" Blake shrieked.
"Come out here and fight like a man." 2 things here. 1, this was the stupidest, most moronic thing a person could say when one person was a plain old guy, and the other was an entire gym's worth of muscle. 2, Blake had both a taunt skill and a taunt ability, so things like stupidity hardly mattered. This was magic. The ability, as I was about to learn, was called provocative. You are under the influence of the special ability provocative. This taunt power will force you to attack Blake, Braldar. You may resist by spending 7 likability or durability tokens. Would you like to resist? Note, this is a contested check, and you may not pay a token to retry. Current tokens: 1 durability, 6 likability, 0 free tokens. If I went out there and took a swing at Blake, he would flick my face and take my entire head off. I was already almost out of tokens, and I desperately needed them. "Spend the tokens," I muttered, and again heard Blake's roar of fury from too close. All 7 of the tokens appeared, CLA cling. One after another, bathing me in the mana necessary to resist marching out there only to have him kill me instantly. 6 of them bore the likability sigil, while the last one showed the bent back of a figure carrying a heavy pack.
"Blake!" I called.
"Something's wrong, buddy. What's wrong is you won't get out here and have your head smashed open like a ripe melon." I kept strafing between alleys, trying to judge where he was. I'd gone through the abilities of the 4 guardians on my own team. There was growth, manifesting extra limbs in order to fight, intimidation or taunt social abilities, another ability for resisting social checks and being tough, the manifesting a shield ability, and an interposing power where the guardian could take the damage instead of a nearby allies. "I'm gonna kill you, Fletcher." "No, I mean something's really wrong." I caught just a sliver of the gigantic son of a birch. He was hunched over, his enormous hands clenching and unclenching. The fingers on his hands were easily 3 times as wide as they should have been. He looked more like Larel now, honestly, with his neck totally buried in trapezius muscle and his shirt splitting down the back. "You can't trick me again, healer. I'm gonna." He leapt in my direction and brought down a house. Crashed right through the corner of the building. Before I ducked aside, my UI did the strangest thing.
Braldar. Basic Nakamamen.
No information has been added to the Nakamadex about this creature. Observations thus far include: fueled by rage and the need to fight, this creature exists only to match its physical prowess against others, to come out on top. Typical length, unknown. Current specimen stands 8 feet. Typical weight, unknown. Current specimen weighs 450 pounds. Gender, male. Aspect, fighting. Transformations, Braldar-unknown. Braldar has been added to your Nakamedex. What in the boogie trees was happening here? Fighting aspect Nakamamon did not exist. Or so I thought. The achievement that popped up on the heels of Identify told another story. Achievement, new Nakamamon aspect discovered. Before now, there were no fighting aspect Nakamamon. Unprecedented. Curious. The world at large may never be the same. Reward, +1 class level, both classes. Or apparently they do exist, I muttered. Now anyway. Blake hadn't been taking his anti-magic pills. More and more magic had seeped into his body, transforming him like it had been transforming the rest of us. While Isabel had been changing into a marshmallow and cotton candy bisexual guardian, defender of right and goodness, Cinzia had been slowly changing into, what? A shapeshifter? And Regina had clearly been transforming into a flower creature, glittery and beautiful. Drat I hadn't seen, but I had definitely seen the tattoos spreading over Ivy's body and beginning to swirl around, plainly moving under her skin. I'd seen the earth patterning creeping over Trent, and Terra turning a literal metallic bronze. My own hair had gone verdant green, and I'd noticed that my veins weren't bluish any longer either, before I whipped up a batch of the medicine. Maybe I would become a sort of nature druid, a tree thing. Reading through the windows and thinking through the implications froze me in place for a moment too long. Blake landed on the rooftop of the building directly next to me, and I turned only to find him jumping down on top of me. You did this, he said, you caused all this. And then, he backed off. He stood up and motioned with his hand. No ripping my spine out or tearing me limb from limb. Come on then, let's see who comes out on top. I can't fight you, Blake. I can help you. I was not sure about this. He threw back his head and laughed. You think I need help? This is the best I've felt in my entire life. I could take on 12 of you. 24. I could take on 100 copies of you, you little weakling. Come on, I want you to throw the punch. Then you take my punch and we see. A thud behind me announced that Laurel had landed. The enormous orange-skinned Nakamamon towered almost as high as Blake, looking amazing in her martial arts GI outfit. Can you take me on? She called. Blake cracked his 3 knuckles, and then cocked his head side to side, cracking it as well. Since when did he only have 3 fingers and a thumb on either hand? And since when was his skin orange, no blazing crimson? Krista was floating nearby. What is that? She asked quietly. Fighting aspect? Isabel asked from behind Laurel. She and Ivy came out. That's Blake, isn't it? Don't hurt him, I called. I think we can fix it. Fix? Blake roared. You think I need to be fixed? I've never felt so good in my life. Okay now, who's first? He slammed a huge fist into his other hand. One at a time or all together, I don't care. Oh my gosh, I heard Regina say from her perch on a roof not far off. Blake. Good. Blake rejoiced. More for me to fight. Now come on. I got as far as don't, before things went into melee mode. Isabel zipped forward with shield raised, and grabbed onto the back of my shirt. She and Ivy wrenched me backwards along the cobbles while Laurel leapt over and met Blake. Both of them crashed huge fists into one another. No. I shouted. It was too late. I will say this for Blake, he went down hard, and he went down fast. You know, the bigger they are and all that. But it wasn't Laurel's right hook that did it. He just pitched her over his shoulder and put her through the wall of the nearest building when he stopped, staggered, and started to say something. He got out a mush-mouthed half-word before slumping to the cobbles. I was over the moons, to see my camp again, though it looked nothing like I remembered it. Trent had really gone all out, expanding the earthen igloos into squarish adobe houses made of dirt, rocks and clay. He'd created an aesthetic of sorts with 3 wavy layers, darker brown beneath, reddish clay above, and then a yellow-white top layer. In places he'd placed chunks of crystal or stone that looked especially cool. These had windows and doors with wooden shutters both inside and out. Not only that, but I noted cool skylights when I entered my new place. They had somehow gotten panes of actual glass, though it was the thick and bubbly kind you would see from medieval times, since they were making the glass via magmamander and the process wasn't perfect. Still, a lot of natural light got in, and it kept the worst of the weather out. I quickly relayed orders regarding Blake's former team. They definitely weren't his any longer, not with him being a freaking Nakamaman. While Laurel, the Guardians, and the Rangers went off in search of Cinzi, Wizards, Drat and the others, Valinia plastered herself against my body and hugged me tight. Trent stared at the gorgeous companion creature, and frowned down at his large gem Nakamaman Garnet. I motioned him to continue the tour, and merely walked on until Vel detached herself from me and held my hand like she would never let me go. Trent was beaming as I peppered him with looks of amazement and frequent compliments. This thing has multiple rooms? Once I had picked my jaw up off the floor, I continued.
Working plumbing? How? When?
Alan and I had a lot of time on our hands, he said. The spells aren't simple by any means, and it took a lot of mana for me to move that much earth and shore up the tubes with baked clay pipes. None of this is perfect, or even permanent, but water is drawn in here, temperature is regulated with these two crystals, and you have the choice of water pressure. Alan wanted to put those top-down sprinklers because they're modern. I nixed that. My mother had one of those installed and it super sucked. I blinked and shook my head. What was even happening? This building had a large area set aside for the laboratory, another study and sitting room with a small desk and several of the camp chairs, a bedroom, and a small bathroom. We had been peeing in a quickly excavated ditch for the majority of our time here. Now not only was there a toilet, formed out of white ceramic care of Trent and Laurel's magmamander, but I had a sink with running water and my own shower. He showed me, amongst the clay tile floor of the laboratory, where the group of tiles could be lifted quickly for escape tunnel access. And these tunnels. They all connect, but they only lead out. There's a sort of doggy door that's locked from your side. You couldn't break into someone's house during the night.
We would see about that.
You can also lock it behind you. You press the little gem in the ceiling and it will collapse the several feet of access. Took Alan and I a couple of days to work out the details.
I'm flabbergasted.
I can't believe the level of detail and style.
You've outdone yourself.
Trent shrugged, though he was obviously pleased with his achievements. There's a stairwell on the outside of the building that leads up to the roof. I thought there would be a chance we could have cookouts or just lounge around up there if the weather is good. I peeked around the corner and saw the stairs leading up.
Unbelievable.
I mean, don't expect this level of workmanship everywhere we go. I'll try to whip up this kind thing faster and faster going forward, but you've been gone for 2 weeks and we've had time. Before you changed up the orders we weren't really sure what to do.
Yeah.
I felt a twinge of guilt over this, but Trent didn't seem to hold this against me. That look says I've just said something wrong, he said.
No, don't be upset for running the show.
I'm glad to be along for the ride.
It's a good team, it's a good cause. These are good people.
I like it here. And honestly, I'm getting a lot of practice with the stone magic. I clapped a hand on his shoulder. Glad to hear that, because we're about to take on a bunch more charges. Whenever you're ready, we're going to need a crude bunkhouse for at least 7. Probably more than that if my hunch is right. His eyes flew wide open.
7?
7 more.
Yep.
I'll add it to the orders menu. If Alan wants to work on it with you, great. Trent nodded and wandered off, already muttering specs and plans to himself. After my ordeal and the lingering question of how to deal with Blake, I went immediately to bed. Valinia lay with me, but didn't ask any questions. It's so nice to have you back, she said, slithering onto me so we could be touching in every possible way, from her head resting in the crook of my neck, to her foot looped as much as it could be around my ankle. I reassured her by touch alone, and got down to the level-up rewards I'd gotten for my achievement, completely append the natural order of the known world. Pretty sure that was the name of the achievement. At level 20 in Healer, I'd received an attribute point and a single skill point. The obvious choice had been to put it into the same place I'd ordered the team to put theirs, Divine Resistance, and though I'd wanted to branch out, it really was the best choice. The attribute point had been harder, though my familiarity with magic was making me think that affinity was the right call. At least for now, being able to channel magic would help in all ways. I was beginning to see mana in casting form more plainly. I was getting used to the idea of a pool of magic sitting in my chakra points, and channeling that magic up to the center of my forehead, where it manifested in every imaginable way. Although I had other designs for myself, the expedition I was on was not about only me. I needed to consider the thousands of Nakamaman who we were turning aside from Glumpdumpkin and telling to head back to their points of origin. The people still in the town were a wild mix of maniacally, sleeplessly going about their work, stumbling around as if drunk, completely comatose, or the psychic aspects trying to live their lives like nothing was wrong. The result was still an even spread, ranging from a physicality of 5 to an ingenuity of 8. I'd always been more of a generalist at heart. Of course, I wished for more attribute points, but they were only coming every 3 to 4 levels, and that was that. Now, level 21 of Healer and level 19 of Pleasure Seeker both yielded the same result, plus 3 skill points. It felt like Christmas, suddenly having so many, though I knew I could very easily empty out this bank account. I was pleased to see my shiny new stealth skill, as well as a bump in physical diagnosis, from 3 to 4, without me having to spend any points. The levels could come from enough practice, and I sure had gotten plenty of practice working on the wizards over the last 2 weeks. The first point had to go into Divine Resistance.
No question there.
As for the others, adaptability meant helping Krista with her wish for meaningful physical contact.
I put 1 point in there.
Next, I threw a point into Develop Cure for small, medium, and large. The hope was that this god in Glumpdumpkin wasn't going to be a huge one. Still, cross fingers, hard at work would see me through this, because at level 20 in Pleasure Seeker, I just replenished all of my tokens. Finally, I wanted one more in the 9 qualities that made up my second class. I hadn't touched several of these, and I wanted to see if any of them would help me in my journey, such as the Pleasure Seeker journey was. The 9 were Load, Refractory Period, Length, Girth, Stave Off, Flexibility, Tongue, Pheromones, and Adaptability. Refractory Period, I breathed.
MMM? Valenia asked, half asleep.
I was getting there too. Rather than answer, I stroked her cheek and she hugged tighter against me. Refractory period was the length of time between being able to generate another load. It also shortened the time in between climax and being able to get hard again. I couldn't imagine that, but I was also 20 years old. Flexibility seemed like a pointless choice, as I was already pretty flexible. I couldn't touch my toes to the back of my head or anything, but who needed to? It was only when I read through pheromones more closely that I understood. Now, my assumption was that pheromones were going to be kind of coercive. Gross. Like, oh Fletcher, I'm not really interested in you, and then I'd raise my arms so the smell could waft out of my armpits, and I'd go, oh yeah, I think you'll find that you're feeling pretty attracted to me after all, and that sounded like I was taking someone against their will. Gross.
No thanks.
Because we all know what pheromones means. Ants use them to communicate to one another. Mammals use stank trails to warn off competitors or attract mates. That's the meaning of pheromones. There is no way I could justify having them, and then have the conversation after sex that involves, why did I agree to this? You're not my type, and I would never do you. The doorbell rang, and all 3 of my family members darted glances to a sleepy Braden before looking at me. Of course, there was still the situation in Glumpdumpkin to deal with, but I'm going to put that away for now.
I'll get it.
My mother had a look of hopeful terror written on her face that broke my heart. She knew exactly what was coming, and how it would change our lives forever again. I hopped up off the sofa in my parents' cozy living room and opened the front door. The girls all stood on my small concrete slab of a front porch, crammed shoulder to shoulder. I'm so glad to see you guys, I said.
Well, Regina asked.
You gonna invite us in or not? I didn't get to the part where I tell them the plan, I admitted. I barely got me back to the camp and the after party after the Blake incident. Cindy rolled her eyes and patted me on the head. We'll take over from there, I guess.
Then she pushed past me.
Been taking your time then, Tara said, and also strode past me. She immediately fixated on Sarah and her big round belly, and began asking questions. Seconds later she was kneeling and had her hands all over Sarah, including putting her ear up to her belly button. The look on Tara's face was kind of scary, and now that I looked at her, she seemed different. She normally wore some bulky leather armor over earth tone clothes, for camouflage, but in this scoop neck t-shirt, she seemed bustier than before.
My mouth began to drop open.
Did you tell your parents, Ivy asked, everything?
Of course not. I said.
He was just enjoying the chance to be back among his family, Isabel explained, and gave me a companionable hug. Every time Isabel did something reassuring like that, both Ivy and I would lock eyes and smile in relief. Now let's see your adorable toddler nephew. I strode back into the living room to find Braden already balanced on Regina's feet. She was on her back and giving him the airplane treatment, while Sarah watched in astonishment. Cindy was chatting animatedly to my mother and father, while Tara was studying all the family portraits on the walls and the fireplace mantel. Sarah, I said, this is
Ivy, Sarah said. And Isabel.
It's so nice to meet you.
Unexpected. But welcome. Also worrisome.
Both of them were careful to avoid smashing into Sarah's pregnant belly, but a lot of hugs went around. I can't tell you how grateful I am that all of you are really real.
Some laughter followed.
I knew it couldn't be just a figment of his imagination, but you know, sometimes people have, like, schizo things.
They make up stuff.
So, I was a little worried about my brother's mental state. We're all worried about his mental state, Ivy said. I'm glad you're worried about my mental state and all, but I'm quite sane, thank you. All the girls stopped and arched eyebrows at one another. Then they all burst out laughing.
Oh yeah, laugh it up.
I'm going to be in the kitchen devouring some cheese puffs. I knew a spot where I could hang out in the kitchen and watch pretty much everything in the reflection of a large watercolor landscape painting that hung in the living room. It was flanked by an army of family photos and old school artwork, and bits of the rest of the room were visible there too. For now, I just let the girls do what girls inevitably did: charm people with their energy and enthusiasm, and make instant connections. Tara and Regina were presently arguing over who would be a pony for Brayden to ride, with Regina saying that coltish thighs don't mean anything in a game like this and Tara shoving her away, then hurrying Brayden along. Pretty soon she was scrambling away from Regina with the boy riding piggyback. Both Brayden and Tara were laughing like lunatics. Cindy continued to chat up my mother and father. She was so good at it, and I didn't even put a stop to it when Cindy asked for baby albums and embarrassing childhood stories. There were plenty, and my parents were thrilled to provide. Sarah let go of Ivy and Isabel's hands, where she'd been getting them to feel the baby kick. I wondered briefly if that was her only reason for grabbing onto the hands of the girl-girl couple from my team, but I let it go. There was no way I was asking that series of questions. Ivy and Isabel took up a single easy chair, with Isabel in Ivy's lap, while Cindy grabbed up the ottoman and sat with her elbows on her knees, chin on hands. Eyes alight with interest and mischief, all of them listened to my mother explain. In first grade, I'd cried while trying to pin the tail on the donkey, because I couldn't see what I was doing. I'd been frustrated. Kids cry when they're frustrated. Oh, and there'd been the time I cried when the babysitters planned a surprise party. My mother was coming home with the new baby, C, and I was 3 fracking years old. Everything had been so overwhelming, and I had no idea what was going on at the time. There was no need to defend myself. I was not that kid any longer, and I wasn't even the impressionable teenager I'd been just a couple of years ago. Nor was I, and this was important, the defeated nobody who expected everyone to tease him over something that wasn't even under his control. It was amazing what a steady supply of sex with a series of incredible-looking women could do for your self-image. Regina trotted back into the room, breathing a little heavily. Can we hear about what happened to Fletcher's legs? A hush fell over the crowded living room. Now that was a topic of some debate. Fletcher, why don't you come in here and tell them the story?
My mother called.
I'm just finishing up my cheese balls in here, I called back. Come in here so I don't have to keep yelling at you. That was mom code for get your butt in here before you get in trouble, and I successfully stopped myself from rolling my eyes. You couldn't just pretend everything was normal with your mother having cancer. So even with the little things, you sucked it up and made sure you were a model son. Your friends, my mother said, giving it just enough inflection to let me know that she knew they weren't just my friends, are asking what happened to your legs. I didn't know he had a problem with his legs, Isabel said. Weird, my father said. Growth plate injuries and bad scoliosis are the type of thing everyone notices and nobody forgets seeing.
What? Isabel cried.
Scoliosis as a result of osteomyelitis, I said. You didn't notice the limping after a long day's march?
Cindy asked.
I most certainly did not. The wincing pain?
Regina asked. No, Isabel said.
The way he massaged his thighs and hips around the campfire? Tara said, face pressed against Sarah's pregnant belly, with Sarah rolling her eyes and grinning.
No, okay? No.
Isabel cried, hands fluttering. Isabel is not observant, okay? I was too busy watching the clouds shimmer and the butterflies flutter by and the giant dinosaurs eat the leaves off the weird dancing trees. Forgivable, Ivy said, eyes twinkling. I held out my hands. 2 kids were messing with me at a cliff's edge, pushing and pulling at me, and I fell down. I managed not to die, but I broke both my legs. Snapped like all the bones, Sarah added. The ones that have your growth plates. And that can mess up your ability to grow when you hit puberty. Oh, Tara said, her hand over her mouth. I mean, I never was that big to begin with, I added. Oh, tell them the other part, Sarah said. Now I did roll my eyes. My sister didn't have cancer, so I could be annoyed with her. And these 2 kids were just being bullies the whole time. They'd been picking on an even smaller kid, a 3rd grader maybe, big thick glasses. So I told them to knock it off, and they went after me instead. Ah, my hero. Cindy gushed. Are they both in prison for the rest of their lives?
Ivy asked.
Who would do something so horrible?
Isabel asked.
They were kids, and they didn't know any better, and their parents made them come and watch all the surgery videos.
Scarred them for life.
They got expelled from school, parents had to move out of state, everything got bad for them.
We still get letters, my mother said. Apology letters.
Every year on Christopher's birthday. Who the heck is Christopher? Cindy asked, and everyone laughed. Well, around here, everyone is a Fletcher, I said, grinning. You poor thing. Regina said, using the conversation as an excuse to come over and give me a big hug. Tara followed along, and Braden was hugging my leg by the time Cindy was also hugging me.
Ah, that's enough, I called.
Anyway, it's over, it's ancient history, and since I went through, I basically fixed myself up with physicality points. We're here to talk about another topic that's sensitive in more ways than one. All eyes fell on my parents.
It was Sarah who broke first. What? She cried.
What's happening right now?
I would have thought you'd have figured it out, Sarbear, my father said gently. PFFFF, my mother said, laughing.
You hadn't figured it out until I told you yesterday.
What?
I have not figured it out, unless you're talking about. She threw a pointed look my way, and then scanned the whole room. Now it was the Divinity Rescue Corps' turn to glance around in embarrassed silence, like, did she just convey what I thought she conveyed? I nodded to each of the girls in turn, and they all found other things to look at around the room. Oh, what fabulous midnight blue carpeting you have in this living room, Mr. and Mrs. Fletcher. Your mother is going with them, my dad said. You talked it over with him already, I said, nodding my mother's way.
I don't even know what that means.
You spoke a sentence, sure, but it's not a sentence that means anything. Sarah turned her eyes to Mom. What in the hell are they talking about? Your brother chose to be a healer for a reason, Sarah Lynn, Mom said softly.
You know why, I said.
All you have to do is think about it for a second. Sarah had stood and made her way around the outside of the room. You and your band of teenage girlfriends, Sarah said, indicating me and the ladies. You all are going to take my ailing mother, where?
Through a fucking portal?
Where even is it?
Language, my father warned. It was too late.
Little Braden opened his mouth and went, fucking. With some special language homing sense that allowed him to know when a swear word was being said. The girls erupted in giggles, though Sarah waved them down. No, we are not encouraging him to repeat words he's heard based on the laughter he gets. No son of mine will be a stand-up comedian, that's for G sure.
She whirled.
Now you tell me exactly what is about to happen, and how long she will be gone, and when she will be back.
We can't tell you that, I said.
The less you know in terms of logistics, strategy or specifics, the better.
No. Not good enough.
You told me the whole story.
A story no one would believe, I added. Shut up.
You told me the whole story, and now you think you can just, abduct our mother to some strange monster world so you can cure her cancer. The girls were silent, but Ivy and Isabel, then Tara, had stood up and come to stand next to me. Regina and Cindy got the idea a moment later. That's exactly what I think, I said. It's not going to be easy, the agency has tight security on the facility, but we have literal magic on our side.
PFF, Sarah scoffed.
You said magic doesn't work here.
For a brief moment it can, I told her.
And anyway, it's not your problem. We're headed out tonight. She's my mother.
Sarah roared.
She's Braden's grandmother. She also gets to choose, my mother said. And she's choosing to be Braden's grandmother for a lot more than the next few months. I have another grandbaby I want to meet. Tears were threatening. But I just got you back. Sarah put up some more protests, but they were mostly just the stammering, but kind. She and Mom hugged it out, and the girls took turns occupying my nephew with silly games, and my father with questions about cars, until the situation was defused. It took some time, during which my father pulled the dust cloth off the car he'd been restoring for Ivy and Regina and Cindy to behold. He started going on about cams and tweaking the suspension, and the fact that he couldn't get the tires because they didn't make them any longer. In the meantime, Isabel figured out that she could swing Braden around in circles. Which, now that it was introduced to his life, he wanted to do forever. Tara was forced to spin him once Isabel begged off, claiming that she was going to puke. I even got in a few turns, before Sarah returned. I have demands, Sarah said, watching Braden totter around and fall on his butt from the dizziness. I'm not sure. Do you know what the word demands means, dweeb? Go right ahead, I said, holding up my hands in defeat. You will feed her and keep her absolutely, 100% safe, to this facility, and more importantly inside the other world. I can't guarantee. You will do this, or I will cut your balls off with gardening shears, Sarah said. I snorted with laughter until I saw the look on her face. Christine and Heather will hold you down. They would not be able to hold me down, but I continued to raise my hands in surrender. Then I dipped my head in acknowledgement. Safety guaranteed, I said. There are 2 guardians waiting near the portal with a Rochidna, a tiny fairy, a flower fox, a water fairy, a rogue, a wizard and a sorcerer, who all have companions of their own. And some characters you haven't even met yet. That's more like it, she said.
Dad stays here, she demanded.
Your lawn requires him to stick around. Now she really did smack me upside the head. Then, before I could make any other annoying jokes, she had surged forward and wrapped me in a tight hug. I hugged back, flooding with relief and pride, and also no small amount of regret. I hadn't been able to see her for months. For Braden, that was an awful lot of growing up I hadn't been here to see. It wasn't easy on me either. I'm serious, she said, choked up. I got you, fam, I told her, trying not to choke up myself. You are such a dork, she muttered, while laughing and crying. The end. Of Divinity Rescue Corps, Chapter the 2nd. You know how you only see people at work, in their work clothes, and you see a certain version of them that's not the whole truth? Like, Cheryl from accounting always has those sweater vests on, and she always has those cute earrings and absolute tons of makeup. She's pungent with the overwhelming scent of perfume, and she has a smile for everyone. And then one day you're out at a state park, digging the serenity of nature with your significant other, and who should you run into but Cheryl? Except, it's hardly Cheryl at all. You barely recognize her. Where's the makeup? Where's the perfume? She had only ever worn those sweaters, cardigans in the summer, thicker vests in cooler weather. But now here she is wearing a tank top that shows off a sliver of a belly you have literally never seen before. And never thought you'd see, for that matter, since you have a significant other. She has on form-fitting yoga pants and a backpack stuffed with easily 40 pounds of gear. Rather than those spotless conservative heels, she has on rugged hiking boots, caked with mud. You've never seen her without a pen or a clipboard in her hand, and now she has those walking sticks. And you think, what in the world is happening right now? That's how it was having the girls on Earth. Possibly the weirdest thing about having the Divinity Rescue Corps girls on Earth was sharing a full-size rental van with them, and having them not wear leather armor and such. Now, it wasn't a case of them dressing differently, though they did. It was a case of seeing plain old humans interact with plain old Earth stuff. The vending machines, the guy at the gas station counter, the waitresses, and of course all the young men trying to hit on them. And also having them sing pop songs. There is something odd about going to another world, and returning months later. The first thing that happens is that the world both moves on and stays exactly as you remembered it. Most of the buildings and people are in the same places. The cars look like the cars that left.
Clouds? Check.
Trees, forests, mountains, fields of corn and wheat?
Check, check, check. But there are new movies out.
New songs on the radio. New insane shit's happening in the halls of power that people are talking about. This celebrity has appeared out of nowhere, their rise a surprise explosion, like a volcano suddenly erupting. This celebrity has died, or worse, their name has been tarnished by some wacky or awful scandal, and they've retreated back into the shadows. This guy has been elected president while you've been gone, Christopher. Remember the old boss?
Oh yeah, he's back.
Cindy desperately wanted to sing the entire catalog of Genera Pops, which Ivy put to death the moment we took a pee break. With Ivy in the pilot's seat and Isabel running co-pilot, we got the rock stations and the occasional rap station. With Regina driving, she demanded something lighter, so Tara put on the oldie station. All of them laughed at me for singing along to all my dad's favorite music, and some ribbing ensued. Ivy and Tara only made fun of me until I started singing more loudly. That was when Cindy got involved, and boy could she sing. I don't know what special ability Cindy used to harmonize with me, or make me sound better, but suddenly we were sounding better than the singers on the radio. Then the laughter turned to astonished, and dare I say horny giggles. With me in the pilot's chair and my mom co-piloting, she turned the music down and we went over the entirety of the last 6 months from 5 different perspectives. Yeah, I'd been working the portal noobs for about 3 months before Fletcher came through, Regina said. They were really cutting down on the number of new hires coming through at the same time. Fletcher was the first single send we had.
Oh?
Why is that? My adorable mother asked.
Regina started.
It was because the other cohorts were all flinging aside any sense of propriety and normality, and flinging their clothes off at the same time. The new world was exciting, and all these young people in the same place, and with magically enhanced bodies involved, it felt like Vegas. Everyone was just getting their freak on with any and everyone who was game. There were no rules and no restrictions, no parents looking over their shoulders, I said. Also, they could enhance their bodies by pumping up physicality, Ivy said. And likability, Cindy chimed in. Which was how we ended up with so many guardians, Ivy said. And bards,
Cindy added.
And sorcerers too, since for some odd reason sorcerers relied heavily on likability and affinity. Which begged the question of what Ivy had looked like before coming to the other world. Or the rest of them, for that matter.
Oh, my mom said. She knew.
She had figured out my reasons for coming home after 6 months, she had figured out why I told her the whole story. Me entering a new world of magic and fantastical beasties, me taking on the role of healer, me helping in my basic training with the healing of a minor god called the God of Footfalls. She knew about the task force I'd been given leave to create, how I'd come to select the 10 members of the Divinity Rescue Corps, of which these 5 ladies were only half the members.
Don't be so blunt about it, Regina said, wide-eyed.
What, you think us old folks have never had sex? My mom joked. You're not supposed to say the S word with your son in earshot, I grumbled. How do you think I made Christopher? My mother asked. He wasn't a virgin birth, let me tell you.
Mum. Quit that.
No one likes to be reminded that their mom forks. His father was a real hunk, she said, putting her hand up against her cheek like that would prevent me from hearing. Still is, if I'm being honest. All the girls were laughing, watching me squirm. I gave my mom the side eye but let her have her fun. It was honestly the best 2 weeks of my life on Earth, being pain-free and giving my family the good feels. I could withstand some harmless fun at my expense. Okay, so I have to know, what happened with Fairy Poppins once you came back to the team? Oh? The rest of the girls said in sync. Oh, is it bad? Something terrible happens to Fairy Poppins. No, she's fine, Cindy grumbled, folding her arms over her spectacular chest. Everything's fine.
We're fine.
I don't know if you know this, but the word fine when used by a woman indicates the situation is anything but fine. It actually means the situation is a fracking catastrophe, and God help you if you are that girl's boyfriend or husband. Cindy and I did indeed return to a joyful reunion with the remainder of the team. Drat was nowhere to be found, which was for the best. I wanted to violate the no violence rule right about now, and give him a piece of my mind.
And my fist.
Fairy Poppins had been put on night's watch duty over the last month or so, and was a stalwart companion at her task. She'd refused any of the others when they offered to take her place, instead dancing around in the air like a ballerina, trailing streamers of fairy dust in her wake. She slept most mornings through either in my laboratory on a small cushion Alan had devised, or just settled in on my pillow like it was a swimming pool-sized bed. She had been close to me ever since Cindy showed up. So when Cindy returned from our extended absence, it was a blow-up of epic proportions. Epic for Fairy Poppins because the little fairy was only about 5 inches tall. Epic for Cindy because she spent the whole time in conversation with something we couldn't hear or understand. It was just like watching a schizophrenic, or a child for that matter, have a conversation with an imaginary friend. You're out of your mind if you think I'm going to apologize to you. Cindy could be heard shouting from far off. Well, yes. Yes. If it means getting through to you, I will call you crazy.
You can't, okay? You can't.
It's just not going to work.
You can't.
I'm sorry you can't, but you can't. And what was it Fairy Poppins wanted to do?
None of us had any idea.
Even Drat couldn't figure it out, or he refused to tell me. The two of them had developed something of a friendship during the Blake situation. Sometimes I'd see them walking along the edge of the town, talking. Sometimes she'd stop and cry, and he would stand there awkwardly staring at her.
They never touched.
Drat wasn't that kind of person. And the fighting went on day after day. How long are we gonna do this?
Cindy would demand. Forever?
Well, we're fracking bonded, so tell me how you think this is gonna work, okay? And it would make no sense to me, or Valenia, or Ivy, or Isabel. Isabel had a thing about daily scrubbings. Her Nakamaman Muppin was a gentle giant who stood guard over the entrance to Glumpdumpkin and accepted all scratches from all interested parties. Valenia had taken to this, scratching at every inch of Muppin she could reach.
Behind the ears? Check.
Behind the spiky echidna-like plates?
Check. On the belly?
You better believe it. I'd head out of the lab after healing up a minor god, or come back from town with Tara or Regina in tow, and find Valenia on her back in the dirt, scratching at Muppin's belly with both hands and feet. I'd find Muppin rolled over on her side with Valenia, just raking her fingers down all 6 feet of exposed rock belly. I'd find Valinia seated on a special saddle Izzy had made, reaching forward or back to get the very top plates nobody but Laurel could easily reach. "We're totally in sync," Isabel said. "I don't know why anyone would fight with their bond." "Actually, that leads to a question I've had for a while," I said, and turned to Ivy. "Oh no, no you don't," she said, holding out her hands to ward off the question.
"I'm not a pet person."
I gestured over toward Valinia, eyebrow raised.
"I'm also not a..."
"I'm in a relationship. I don't need a butt buddy." The last part was hissed out in a whisper. I continued to raise my eyebrow, but this time made sure Ivy knew just how much that pissed me off. She wasted no time apologizing. "I didn't mean that," Ivy said. "My apologies."
"Thanks," I said. "She's a delight. She listens and helps.
She's getting really good at identifying the herbs and flowers I need at any time."
"Look, I get it."
Cinzy was shouting from a good ways off.
"I get it. And I'm sorry.
We want the same thing.
But life isn't fair sometimes."
The tiny ball of light in the distance that was Fairy Poppins must have said something that Cinzy didn't like, because the bard threw her hands in the air. "I'm sorry, Ree," she said, not sounding sorry any longer. It was the third day of trying to confront her bond, and her patience had run dry. With both hands slapped against her face, she drew them slowly down until the gross red bits under her eyeballs were visible.
"Ugh. You're impossible." She stalked off again.
Isabel and Ivy chuckled over it. I was starting to get the impression the situation was less jokey and more serious than we'd first imagined. Now here's the other thing. The bonding of Nakamaman is one of those you'll know it when you do it sorts of trainings, like throwing you into the deep end and watching you flail or begin to drown. I was given zero explanation aside from you can bond starting at level 12. No ideas on which might be the proper Nakamaman to bond, how to tell if one could be bonded, the bonding process, none of that. Thankfully I'd had a sentient one ask me for the honor, then show me how it was done. After that, she had gained some powers off me, and I had gained some powers off her. I had used Dazzle on Blake's second in command to attempt to hypnotize him, only to have him power through it by spending a plethora of tokens. In one way, it was extremely useful. Tokens represented the potential to do amazing things. They were literally magic stored in your body. I had also used the water-breathing power to help search for remnants of the God of Apparel. I was rather enjoying the bonuses it gave me, though they hadn't come up much. More than that, I was rather enjoying the presence. Valinia offered physical touch, something I was really enjoying, good humor, which I enjoyed almost more, a positive and inquisitive attitude toward the world outside of her home village.
All these were wonderful. There was the sex. That was nice.
Nobody else had a bonded companion they could fool around with. All those things aside, there was still a lot about bonding and bonded companions none of us knew. I didn't know if the bond could level up, if it could be increased. I didn't know if the abilities from the bond could level up. I wasn't even sure if Valinia was going to stay in her Martian form, or transform into a marshmallow. That would make things difficult, since they were essentially mermaids. Most of all, I wasn't sure what happened when you and your companion Nakamaman had a clash like Cinzy was experiencing. That, Ivy told me later, is one of the reasons I'm not about to go hunting for a pet.
"They're not pets," I told her.
Fairy Poppins wasn't a pet. On the other hand, Tweedledee was sort of a pet.
He sort of wasn't.
The little flower fox surely acted like a pet at times. Garnet wasn't a pet. He was some kind of power amplifier for Trent in a way I didn't understand.
I wasn't a sorcerer.
I wasn't about to become one, either. Still, it appeared as though I might have a secondary healing mission to undertake, and thankfully I had the tools to do it. Fairy Poppins was a humanoid Nakamaman, meaning that my Beast Talker ability only gave me a +2 bonus to all attributes and skills when interacting with her, but it was a much better bonus than 0, which was what most everybody else had. Understanding Nakamaman and the bond was important. I had to figure out how important. This was another situation that would play itself out given time. I was advancing in level, both as a healer and as a pleasure seeker, and that meant Beast Talker would also progress in level. I just needed to cultivate the power, stay alert, and hopefully we could heal whatever rift had opened between Cinzy and her bond. This is Christopher banking on optimism and the old adage that time heals all wounds. The west coast of the United States has its own set of climates, like an ornery relative who shows up now and again from far off. We're not entirely sure how we're related to this ornery relative, not sure why their life and political ideas are so different from the remainder of the family, but they've been part of the family for years and they keep showing up with presents, strange stories, and they smell all wrong. So even despite the season, we had amazing clouds rippling like bubble wrap in the sky. They went scudding along at a high speed, giving us glimpses of the sun, and even more views of fantastic sun rays shooting down distantly at all angles. The only constant was the wind blowing in from offshore. It was heavenly. My mom was not content to just enjoy the drive. She wanted to know literally everything that had happened while I was in the other world for 6 months. She seemed to drink it up, insatiable for more information on what we were attempting to take her into. Luckily, I had 5 lovely ladies who appeared to be up to the task. And so I was able to luxuriate. Put my head down in Tara's lap in the backbench, enjoy the softness of her thighs, and get a bit of shut-eye while they talked and talked. "Hang on, so how did you go about choosing all your team members?" she asked. "I forced him to take my girlfriend Isabel," Ivy called from in the back. Izzy was leaning against Ivy's shoulder, and every time Ivy announced her as her girlfriend, Izzy got extra touchy-feely. They started covertly kissing in the back seat. "I forced him to take the newest recruit, Alan," Regina said. "He chose to be a wizard, but he had a stutter, so I was worried that the other wizards were going to dunk on him and make him miserable."
"I forced him to take me," Tara added.
"I was bored of doing make work in the castle headquarters building." "The anti-gravity one?" my mother asked. "Correct." Regina took up the thread here, swiveling and smiling down at me from the middle bench. "The other wizards are all sick and tired of playing admin secretary roles and doing boring experiments there. The guards are all sick and tired of playing fetch to grab people when they're needed, and sick of standing watch on the walls, when nothing will ever come and attack. And the rangers are all sick and tired of running around outside the castle," Tara said. "So you have your guardians, a cute girl-girl couple, the tall muscly orange one with all the hair, and the slim icy ghosty one," my mother said. "Correct. Your tall bored ranger, and your shorter freckly redhead who guides people from the portal to the castle." "Correct. Stuttering wizard, not sure how that works, and then there's a rat one and a rock one." "Rogue and sorcerer, right," Regina confirmed. "How did you choose them?" "I got over to the right where the faster cars could pass us, while I tried to concentrate on the road, take in the sight of the West Coast Ocean passing at 60 miles an hour, and keep the conversation going. They weren't buddies with the guy who freaked out when he first saw me. Blake. The guy who turned into a Nakamoman. The first ever fighting aspect Nakamoman. That topic had been mostly dealt with in the play-by-play, but it was the aftermath that my mother wanted to handle. However, since I wasn't really responding, Tara was running one hand up and down my torso and beginning to get me aroused. She began asking after their families and situations here on Earth, and what got them hired by the agency. Tara and Cinzy mostly took over, after the girls sketched out their own situations. We sailed right through Isabel's. I also had a bad boyfriend experience, and through Regina's, I had a really bad experience that was illegal for the guys until we reached Ivy's. I got doxxed and assaulted at school story. Tara had been from a rather large family who all seemed to want to make the worst choices, while Cinzy had been from a small but very wealthy family. While Tara excelled but had to continually bail her family out of problems, Cinzy excelled under the oppressive thumbs of her overbearing parents. She also yearned to be free of that thumb, and that meant acting out, getting into bad situations, doing some drugs, and none of that existed over in the other world, so that was just amazing. Plus, Fletcher hadn't known any of that. He'd only seen the capabilities of the girls through their interviews and their special abilities. It took us a good few hours to get all the way up through California, switching drivers, taking breaks, grabbing meals and fuel and snacks and stretching out. We even took a beach break, with me and the girls enjoying some of the gorgeous waters, while Tara stayed with my mom. It was clear that Tara wasn't even through all of her insane gigantic family stories, but she had moved on into aunt and uncle territory, then into cousin territory. My mom eventually claimed exhaustion, and I sympathized. I also laughed uproariously at the notion my mother couldn't take any more Tara. There are over 1,100 miles of coastal highway from the very south of California to the border with Oregon, and thankfully we weren't starting out in San Diego. We only got onto Highway 1 after lunch anyway. From my place to Oregon was well over miles, and we weren't exactly moving at a blistering speed. Morning turned to noon, noon bled into the starker evening colors, and before you knew it, dusk was closing in. "Few more miles," I said. We had gotten on the 5 to skirt around San Jose and San Francisco, enjoying the palms, the scrubby hills, and once we got back on Highway 1, the shoreline highway, it was the coastline once more. "We'll stop just outside of San Rafael and find a restaurant." "And a motel," my mother said. When someone with cancer says something in that definitive tone, you don't question it. They know their limits and you follow along. Honestly, I was astonished we'd made it north of San Francisco as it was. Since I was driving, it was back to me answering the questions. The girls had been terrible at keeping the plot moving forward, which you can't really fault them for doing. This was their vacation, after all. Only I was engaged in work during my rest and relaxation weeks. They had essentially become bums who could not be bothered to be productive, even with regard to thinking. I was having trouble turning productive Fletcher off. We were talking about how Blake transformed into a Nakamoman.
My mom asked.
Yeah, that was weird, Isabel said from
Ivy's lap? I couldn't see her.
Be sure to take your anti-magic vitamins, people, Ivy added. Or else you could end up being an 8-foot mountain of muscle who only wants to fight everything it sees, and you can no longer be classed as human. When we pulled off the highway for dinner later, Ivy got out a very good watercolor sketch of the thing Blake had transformed into, a Braldar.
Don't spoil her appetite, Isabel admonished.
We had chosen a nice Mexican place. That thing gives me the creeps. Thank you for looking out for me, dear, my mother said. She smiled warmly at Isabel, seemed to melt, before taking a closer look at Ivy's painting. Well, that is something. And this person used to be a human, huh? Not a very good human, Cindy muttered. She's upset because Blake almost killed her brother. We skipped past Slinktrickle entirely, Regina said. You guys made me skip past Slinktrickle almost entirely, Tara muttered with mock affront. And then you almost made me turn around and do it all again once my backpack vanished and I lost all my clothes. Yeah, you missed most of the naked shenanigans from the god of apparel, Cindy said. Tara again muttered something that sounded surly but didn't have any venom. Who we resurrected, Ivy added. That had been weird, first finding and collecting together the god's clothing, then giving up offerings to the divine being and bringing it back to life. Do you remember Drat's face when we told him he had to sacrifice some clothing to it?
Regina asked, then snorted. I grinned.
Drat had hated to be forced into anything, and more than that, he hated being forced to pray to a god. And who knows, maybe he hated the idea of praying to a dead god. Regardless, after he'd done it, the dead god's body had incorporated and we'd made a major discovery. If a god was suffering from a spiritual illness as well as another illness, you could believe them back to life.
Insanity, right?
So we went through the very difficult process of bringing the god back to full health, meaning we needed a ton of tokens on my part to develop the cure, and more tokens to administer it.
Since it took so long.
You forgot a part, Cindy droned, the exuberance suddenly drained out of her. By now we had ordered our tacos, burritos, chimichangas, and fajitas, and were chowing down. My mother paused, food in her mouth. Oh, Christopher told me all about it. You got a tip from the Drat fellow about Blake's operation, which included your brother, who's also named Christopher. It's so lovely that you would stick up for your brother like that. The Christophers must be protected at all costs, I muttered. Cindy stared at her, then glanced to me. I gave her a micro-shrug, like what? How am I supposed to tell her that I've had sex with every human female on my expedition? And furthermore, how was I supposed to tell my own mother that Cindy had left in a snit when she discovered me having sex with the two bisexuals in a committed relationship? At the same time, I had skipped over a lot with my mom. Of course, she wasn't stupid, so she assumed whatever she assumed, and neither of us had to explicitly speak about it.
No. Thank you.
She had already, bless her heart, not told Cindy or the other girls that I'd called Cindy the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in real life. My mother was the soul of wit and discretion. Yes, of course, Cindy continued smoothly. I heard from Drat that my brother was being held captive outside of Glumpdumpkin and I demanded Fletcher help me take care of it immediately. Which was silly, of course. He couldn't just drop this god situation and run off that way. Thankfully we found our way there after Fletcher administered the cure to the god of apparel.
Guys, Tara said, leaning forward.
Are we gonna get in trouble talking like this? What, are you assuming the agency has our phones tapped and are listening to everything we say?
Ivy asked. Yee, Tara said. Aren't you?
Me too, Ivy said, which is why I'm not traveling with a phone.
Oh, Cindy said.
I'll just turn mine off then. Everyone stared at her while she pulled her phone out and slowly switched it off. I volunteer Cindy to charm the guards out of killing us when she shows up, Ivy said, deadpan. Let's get back on the road and hit a motel soon, I said. For now, we're getting caught up, right? What did we miss? It turned out we had missed the travel to Glumpdumpkin, discovering the townsfolk under the influence of an even stronger god than before, and beginning to investigate the town itself. Most everyone in the town had fallen unconscious, though there were notable exceptions. Some people reacted the opposite way, by going into manic work frenzies. A few of them staggered around as if drunk, and forgot how to live. The last group were the psychic aspect Nakamoman, who were totally unaffected by the god's presence. Which meant the god's affliction was a mental one. The effect created by the god was strong enough to blanket all of Glumpdumpkin, and also affect the local gods.
Oh,
Tara said, and began gushing. There was furry little blue thing, the god of lost jewelry, and it was just the most adorable thing. Every once in a while it would vomit up an earring, but since it was all confused, it forgot it was a god, so we could play with it. Regina joined her with the squee. Like the two of them were 14-year-old Swifties instead of in their early 20s. And we healed up several of those before the Blake situation exploded. Cynthia helped them capture you, and Drat was also there, my mother said, nodding. Again, Cinzy ducked her head, embarrassed. Oh, don't do that, honey, you were concerned about your brother. And as I understand, Drat let you in on the plan to help heal up and free the wizards under that awful Blake. That was the plan, I said, except it didn't include other wizards. Until Fletcher went off script, Cinzy explained. He summoned a stampede of Nakamaman. Not sure how he did that, her tone said. Which I did not need. If my mother only knew that I got abilities from having sex, she would start putting a lot more pieces together. Right now she just thought we all slowly developed powers by spending time around one another, like the magical bonding I'd done with Valenia, the native of Slinktrickle. Blake lost his mind so much that he went buck wild, Ivy said. Tried to kill your son here. My mother turned a startled look my way, as if to say that I had downplayed the danger Blake represented, and by the way, if I ever did that again, I would be so grounded. I may have exaggerated the intensity of the look slightly. So Blake becomes a Nakamaman, the first ever fighting aspect, and since he's not a psychic aspect, he falls right to sleep. That's where I left off with my family, I said. Awesome, that means we get to tell the next part, Regina announced. First we're going to get some sleep, I said. My mother had cancer, and until I could get her into the other world, there was basically nothing I could do to help rid her of that cancer. She looked like she'd been in an airplane for 14 hours nonstop, rather than in a car for no more than 2 hours at a time. I ended up paying for a motel room for my mom, and another for myself. After wishing my mom a good night, and coordinating with the girls on when we'd get moving in the morning, I settled in for a good night's sleep. This is Christopher 100% kidding. A soft knock on my door announced that I wasn't going to have a good night's rest after all. Or maybe I'd have a great night's rest, just not the whole night. Giggling outside the door meant I wasn't going to spend the night alone, and judging by the amount of giggles, I wasn't even going to spend it with just one partner. The moment I opened the door, Cinzy shoved her way inside, followed closely by Ivy and Isabel. I thought that was it, until Regina poked her head inside and then entered. I said. Tara came in last of all. Of the 5 of them, Cinzy had clearly taken care of her look, having put on makeup and changed into a pale pink matching sweatsuit. She did a twirl, and that let me read the block letters stitched into the ass of her sweatpants, Princess. Tara and Regina were both in pajamas. Come to find out, they'd heard a commotion down the hall and followed along after. Still, the thin pajama pants, Regina wearing pink unicorns leaping over rainbows and Tara in flannel plaid, looked good on them. The thin tank top sleepwear without bras underneath both told the tale of it being a bit cool outside. Lastly, Isabel and Ivy. Sheesh. These two were skirting disaster here. Isabel had on a black trench coat with her hands jammed into the pockets, while Ivy had on a pleated red plaid skirt that barely covered her ass, along with a black tube top over a fishnet shirt. Oh, and knee-high combat boots. What are you? I share a door with my mother, I whispered. You shouldn't have gotten the adjoining door then, Cinzy said. Can we at least go to one of your rooms? Nope, Cinzy replied. Nah, Regina said. I don't know guys, his mom is really sweet, Tara said, and I was pleased to have at least one ally. It didn't do any good though. You don't have to stick around, Cinzy said. I am here for a little reunion, and I have some demands she trailed off when she spotted my raised eyebrow. Some demands I hope you'll agree to. Ivy's been just fiending, Isabel said, grinning and rolling her eyes. You're the one in a trench coat and nothing underneath, Ivy shot back, and everyone's mouth immediately dropped open. Once we'd gotten over the shock, and convinced Isabel not to flee the scene, we had chairs pulled up and sat down to figure out what the heck was going on here. So what the heck is going on here? I asked. I was not looking up into the space where Isabel's skirt should have been. Definitely not looking up there. Ivy wants the old reliable, Isabel said, but she wanted I wanted to talk with you privately about sex stuff, Ivy said coldly. This one intercepted us on our way over here. And I just wanted to see some of this with my own eyes, Cinzy said sweetly. All eyes turned her way. I could feel the disbelief radiating off all 4 of the girls. Look, I said, we had our little talk about this. We're all okay with doing this, right? None of this is infuriating one of you and causing jealousy to bubble up that will break the team. You all promised. This was just like what had happened immediately following my return from imprisonment under Blake. I hadn't gone over it with my family, even though Sarah had cornered me and forced me to confess that I'd had sex while in the other world. When I'd returned from the Blake situation, it had been to a serious amount of getting down and dirty, and negotiations regarding what was and wasn't okay. Regina had never cared. She just wanted to try out everything once. She'd entered into a situation with Tara first, and later with Valenia just because she was a horny little minx. She appeared to be even more bisexual than Ivy, or rather she was just sexual. That first night she had found her way into my house and woken me up with a blowjob, which naturally woke up Valenia, who joined in the fun. It was a solid chunk of time just gasping and moaning and thrusting and slurping. All that had gone on for who knew how long, until Tara also found her way into my house. From there, Valenia took care of Regina while I gave Tara a serious punishment for intruding on my private space. And by punishment, I mean I folded the flexible beauty in half and pounded her hard until she was going through orgasm after orgasm. Somewhere in the middle of this, Regina fell unconscious while sitting on Valenia's face. My bonded Nakamamon had 6 flexible, muscular little tentacles in her mouth instead of a tongue, and those were far longer than the typical human tongue. Regina literally fainted from too many climaxes. Afterwards, I made Tara worship my companion Nakamamon. Both of us gave her oral at first, lavishing attention on her curious disappearing, reappearing nipples and genitalia. And after that, Tara enjoyed a nice relaxing 69 session with Valenia, while I took my time giving it to my companion the slow, deep and hard way. I couldn't be sure there was a companion connection track like the relationship status with the girls, but I wasn't taking any chances. I would use physical affection and sex anytime we had an opportunity to strengthen that bond, assuming the system had such a thing. Just for the sake of safety, obviously. So it was, having slow and sensual sex with my Nakamamon standing up, that Tara ended up licking the place where the two of us were joined, providing the clit stimulation while I teased and twisted Vel's nipples and drove her wild. The next day both Ivy and Isabel cornered me by taking me out on a walk to view the perimeter of the town, purely for security's sake. Once we were out of sight of the tiny village Trent had constructed, Izzy tore Ivy's clothes off and bent her girlfriend over on one of the gigantic spherical leaves on the trees. She then demanded that I pound the complaints out of this cock-hungry slut, and proceeded to spank Ivy dozens of times. Apparently, Ivy had grown used to having me every week or so as a way to fill the void Isabel's fingers couldn't quite reach. So as I took her by the hips and gave her a vigorous pounding, Izzy kept demanding apologies for her being so whiny about missing my cock. And if Ivy didn't apologize fast enough, it was spank time. Ivy couldn't apologize fast enough, apparently. I watched as the welts appeared, and listened to Ivy's pained grunts turned into yelps of shock, then pleas for Isabel to stop. Isabel started whispering about how, if she wasn't careful, next time she'd have to watch Fletcher fuck only her and not Ivy. It would be forced chastity. Ivy's only response was a mournful, orgasm-laced noo. And in between all these was Cinzy, who had raged at me, left, then helped trap me into the Blake situation, only for her to apologize by offering herself up to me wholly. Now she claimed she didn't care who I slept with, or how often, she only wanted me from time to time. I put that claim to the test by inviting her to my place and flirting with Valenia the whole time. Initially, she seemed fine with me kissing and licking the Nakamamon's neck, and playing footsie under the table while we ate dinner. She wasn't. Cinzy practically attacked me, begging to be included. She didn't care, she would lick our feet, she would suck Vel's toes, just so long as she wasn't ignored. This hadn't been a good sign. I needed her to be okay with me engaging with the others, yet here she was, unable to watch me kiss my bonded companion. All of our clothes were still on. How was she going to handle knowing I was slipping Regina's clothes off and licking her bare skin? I doubted it would go well. In any event, I gave in to Cinzy. It was hard not to, given just how desirable she was. I laid her on my bed and once I'd gotten her nice and lubed up, slowly forced myself into her ass. This time she was facing me, or rather lying on her back on my bed, so I got to watch her face go through contortions. From bewilderment to disbelief, pain to ecstasy, she appeared to have a religious experience taking my full length. She'd held her knees, but as I fed her the last inch, she slipped and went boneless. She liked it even more when I spent the token to enhance the pleasure using pleasure's bounty. I worked a thumb over her clit again and again, delighting in the way her eyes snapped back into focus and she coiled down into a magnificent orgasm not a minute later. It had been a continual issue trying to deal with Cinzy's jealousy, Regina's neediness and Isabel's feelings of inadequacy. Tara had the same old Tara problem, and I wasn't certain what to do about it. Thankfully, whatever magic did to the human body, it didn't increase my potency or her receptivity. Or with the constant breaks we ended up taking from being apart so often, She just failed to conceive for a good 6 solid months. In all honesty, I was low-key anxious about the situation with Tara. Every time I got with her, the sex was so passionate and so intense that there was no controlling myself. She was as insistent that I finish inside as the first time we were together. The first 4 times, that was. So to be clear, we are not telling Fletcher's mom all about all the fornication, Tara said, and ended off the sentence with just enough inflection to turn it into a half-unsure half-question. I mean when we tell her about the glump-dumpkin stuff.
Of course we aren't, Cindy said.
I will say in her defense, I said, that she is very sharp, and has probably figured out some of what's been going on, but on that point no. No, 100 times no. I would really prefer she never hears a detailed accounting of me swapping bodily fluids with anyone, please and thank you.
Okay, Regina said. Such a simple word.
The rest were nodding along, and I heaved a sigh full of relief. Are we finally going to have the talk?
I asked.
If it involves you going to town on our 2 guardians here, I'm all for it, Cindy said, hands on hips and chest thrust out. I had to say, the matching pink sweatshirt reading Princess looked amazing on her. Our 2 rangers don't need to be here. Not sure why they came, honestly. To also have some time with Fletcher, obviously, Regina said, and plastered herself against me. She made a show of sniffing over my chest and neck. I could be down with some Isabel and Ivy time, if they'll have me.
She sobered.
I don't want to get in between you 2 either, but I'm, down to do stuff. I wish this could be more awkward, I said. Yeah, that doesn't seem possible, Ivy said, a wry smile on her face. You should see what Izzy looks like under this coat. You all should see.
No,
Isabel shouted, and clutched the trench coat even tighter against herself. My mom is on the other side of that door, right? There came a knock on the door. One huge, exasperated sigh later, I went and opened the adjoining door. Figuring it would be better to rip the bandage off the wound as fast as possible, and hopefully get my mom looking at all the girls in my room at once. Surely, I reasoned, there was no way she would assume I was banging all of them at once if she saw the whole team at the same time.
Surely not. Well, not all.
Izzy was hugged tight against the wall nearest, and now slowly sliding down, out of view of my mom unless she marched into my room.
Hey Mom, I said.
You want to come in and join the planning session?
Oh heavens no.
I thought you were all having a party in here. I just want to be sure one of you will be sober enough to drive us tomorrow. I would offer, but she held her arms out and looked down at herself. For all her good spirits and happiness, she was still bald from the chemo, thin as a broom handle and frail to boot. The robe seemed to hang wrong on her chemo-ravaged frame, and I fought against the surge of pity and misery I felt looking at her. She looked as though a stiff breeze might blow her over. That said, I needed to remind myself that we were driving her to salvation. All we had to do was smuggle her into a highly secure facility with armed battalion of armed mercenaries, cameras everywhere, and through a portal to another world. Then, and only then, could we begin the magical healing process.
No big deal.
We'll take the party to my room, Mrs. Fletcher, Cindy said, grinning one of those patented Cindy grins. She seemed to glow in the gloom. Once we get this meeting taken care of, that is. Then we'll drink ourselves silly. Ah yes, alcohol, the old standby. I loved my mom both for her knowledge of what was going on, and for her ability to purposefully miss the mark. She knew I wasn't a big drinker. Moreover, I hadn't gotten drunk at all over in the other world. It hadn't seemed necessary. It was like, in my mind, alcohol was a balm for the awful conditions of your life. But if you didn't have awful conditions in your life because the world you were in was so wonderful and magical as to clear all the bad stuff away, what need did you have of alcohol? Why fix what ain't broken, in other words? It's a pajama party, Tara added lamely, looking down at the fuzzy pink slippers she had on, with the googly eyes. My mother chuckled. Well, I'll be getting some shut-eye now. You kids keep it down to a dull roar. Something about being with my mother really made me feel less like a responsible adult and more like a child.
You kids indeed.
Well, now I wanted to go grab several bottles of the worst and cheapest alcohol available, and get shit-faced.
Just don't end up in the hospital, she said.
Yes, Mrs. Fletcher. All 5 of them said in unison. My mother chuckled and gave me a not at all subtle wink, then shut the door. What in the heck?
I breathed.
And this was how I ended up being dragged from my hotel room down the hall to Cindy's room. This is Christopher about to face 5 women all suffering from 2 weeks of withdrawal. Although the other world was in basically every respect better than Earth, there was a stillness to the roadside motel we had gotten that just didn't exist on the other side of the portal. Magic, the mysterious and malleable force that shifted the landscape around, meant change at all times. It also meant the life it enhanced as everywhere. There were constantly insects of every type, and plenty of types that never had been everywhere. Birds as well, calling and hooting, frogs peeping and croaking, and bigger things snuffling through the darkness, or howling at the darkness, or in some cases shrieking. While Izzy and Ivy roomed together, and Regina and Tara got a single room with 2 beds, Cindy had gotten her own room. Like all the others, it had the identical maroon paint up to hip level, then a robin's egg blue from there to the ceiling. Tasteful paintings of the West Coast were placed 1 per wall, and 2 flanking the large television. It had a couch, coffee table, dining table, and 2 solid hardwood chairs. But most importantly, it sported a huge king-sized bed. The way Cindy's room felt right now, you could very well hear your own thoughts, and the occasional 18-wheeler passing 100 feet that way. We're not having a planning meeting, are we?
Isabel asked.
Oh, you sweet summer child, Cindy breathed. No, we're going to talk about the elephant in the room?
Ivy asked.
Cindy took a deep breath. I had hoped to put this whole situation behind us. More like put this whole situation in her behind. The whole situation being your difficulty with Fletcher having sex with anyone other than you? Ivy asked quietly. It's not my fault, okay? Cindy all but shouted. She'd dramatically thrown a hand over her face. You guys don't understand, we did this ability where I got to see into his soul, alright? Oh, the Blisssense one, where you see his past and his deepest desires.
Regina asked.
Cindy's head snapped up and stared at her, then at me, then back at Regina. Wait. Eventually it became clear that I'd used Blisssense with all the others. Some of this had happened after the Blake situation. You mean you all with him?
Had sex?
Or did the Blisssense thing?
Tara asked.
I don't know why I asked it like that, because the answer is yes for everybody. For both questions.
Ugh.
Cindy said, fists balled and body tensed, like she was willing reality to be otherwise. I mean, it showed you his true heart, how he cares for people, how he wants to help everyone, the depth of his compassion. I totally get why you want to be with him. I get the jelly legs every time he smiles at me, Tara went on.
Thanks. I told her.
It was awkward, but lovely at the same time. And then of course all I want to do is get down on my knees and start sucking. We get it, Cindy said, deadpan. Maybe it would help if we just ripped off the bandage, Regina said.
A hush fell over the room.
Yeah. Why don't we sit Cindy over there, and then Ivy can get what she needs, and of course Izzy is involved, and then maybe Cindy will stop freaking out.
Tara was nodding.
Cindy appeared to be incredulous at the very notion that my having sex with other women in front of her would somehow assuage the jealousy and possessiveness. Yes please, Isabel said. If I have to listen to her go on about Fletcher's dick one more time, I'm gonna scream. I'm sorry babe, Ivy said. It was funny watching her face go through regretful contortions while she wore this slutty outfit. The fishnet shirt, the tube top, the short skirt, they all combined with a shaved head, the piercings, and the tattoos to create a badass look, and the knee-high combat boots helped that look along nicely. Me too, I added, and opened my arms for a hug. Isabel shuffled her embarrassed way over and opened her arms for a hug. She was burning with embarrassment, but I hadn't shaken the lust I'd felt, knowing she wasn't wearing anything underneath the trench coat.
I mean, if she was nude under there, hot.
If she was going with a short skirt, long jacket combo, also hot. I'm sorry, Ivy's been giving you trouble, I muttered to her. That's okay, she told me, leaning into the hug. You guys always pay such good attention to me. You ready to be the center of attention?
I asked.
Ha. If I peel this trench coat off in front of all these girls. She shivered. It's really supposed to be Ivy's show. Even though she had been naked for weeks in Slinktrickle, we all had really, the old shyness had returned almost immediately once we got the ability to wear clothes again. I leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss on her lips. I heard a gasp of amazement and another gasp of lust. Adding tongue to this made the gasps increase in volume, and a low of appreciation followed. I didn't mind, but instead slipped my hands into the trench coat. I found exactly what I expected, bare skin. Isabel was soft and round. Despite being a guardian, she had just a bit of fat on her to hide the muscle and grit. I played my fingers up and down her hips, the hint of ribcage available, and then her boobs. Up and down, over her plump ass, and then back up to the lovely pair with the already hard nipples. Isabel said, and didn't move to stop me when I got inside the shoulders of the coat, and slipped it over her bare shoulders. Now, rather than cross her arms over her chest and prevent me, she held them straight down and closed her eyes so she wouldn't have to see anyone's reaction to this. I kissed my way down her body, slowly pulling the coat off. I revealed that she was indeed stark naked, and that the rug matched the brown drapes. Stark naked save for a harness for a strap-on dildo, which she held in her hand. Oh, I said, by now on my knees and kissing my way over her nipples and lower. What were we planning to do with this? Ivy wanted you in her ass, Isabel got out shakily. Excellent, I said, and settled between her thighs, where I held her by the hips and went to work just below the black leather with the silvery rings separating the leg strap from the waist belt. Hey, Ivy said from just behind me. That's my job. You don't mind, do you? I asked. I'm the one who needed this, the butch, pierced, tattooed girlfriend complained. Not Izzy. Oh, I think she needs peace of mind more than you need the D, I said, and slithered my tongue back and forth over her girlfriend's slit. Now, I had gained a number of skills that enhanced my body purely for sexy times. One of those increased the length, girth and strength of my tongue, and I used that one to get all the way up inside Isabel's tight channel, forcing her to get her fingers into my hair and grab on so she didn't keel over in a faint. Ivy eventually huffed out an annoyed sigh, knelt down, and took care of the other side, licking and kissing Izzy's thighs and butt. Later she swirled her tongue around Isabel's nipples, until Izzy began to undress her, audience forgotten. Isabel had a thing about her sensitive nipples. She could be made to climax with just tongues on her nipples and someone playing with her clit. So when we got her on the bed and I continued to eat her out, she came the moment Regina knelt over the other side and latched onto the one Ivy wasn't working. Isabel had slowly collapsed in on herself internally until I felt her muscles attempt to grab at my tongue. The shudders and explosive moans came a few moments later, with her digging one hand into my hair and another into Regina's. That was awesome, Regina whispered, and came down to get a mouthful of Izzy's juices by kissing me. Ivy soon joined her, kissing me and licking down Isabel's thighs. She even brushed lips with Regina, froze, and stopped to stare at the two of us for a second over Isabel's glistening thighs. Innocent, freckle-faced Regina stared at Ivy of the pierced tongue and lip, and the shaved head. Ivy stared right back. The moment was charged with tension and lust, and spun out when Regina bit her bottom lip in that cute and sexy way Ivy and I loved. "Come here, babe," Izzy slurred. Soon the two were cuddling and whispering that mushy stuff to one another. The two lovebirds made out, with Isabel slowly removing the remainder of her clothes, including the boots, while Ivy shoved her tongue in deep. "Now go and get that cock, babe. You need it." "I want you more," Ivy said. "I'm sorry, pet. I keep complaining. We'll bring a strap-on back through the portal. We'll get a polished wood one, or metal. Well, he's here and he's ready, and we're doing this fantasy of yours." Ivy suddenly adopted some Isabel, and became unsure. "I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm." "Hey Fletcher," Izzy said, and Ivy hissed in warning to her. Izzy ignored her. "Did you know Ivy's been training her booty hole for the whole time we've been on R&R? "Oh my god." Ivy hissed. "I can't believe you told everybody." "Oh." Isabel's head rose and she regarded Cindy and Tara, over there in chairs with their legs spread and their hands in their pants. She swung her gaze over to Regina, who smiled and gave a half-embarrassed little wave, as if to say sorry for sucking on your nipples without permission and sorry for almost kissing your girlfriend. She turned back to Ivy. "Whoops. I want you to fuck my ass, pet," Ivy said. "Not him." "Okay, also him, but you first." "Actually, I think that might be possible," I told her. "Like for realsies." "Wait, what?" "I think if I get my pheromone skill high enough, you might be able to go futa. I'd still have to be there, but you could theoretically get a length and girth when we have sex, so, yeah. You could get a boner. I think." Oh my god," Cindy muttered from her chair, and I could tell by the flush and the twitching that she just tipped over the edge into orgasm. Her hand moved spasmodically under the pink sweatpants. Mouth slack, eyes unfocused and chest heaving, she eventually slumped down in her chair. "Until that happens, I want Izzy in me. And Fletcher, you can have whatever hole she doesn't pick." "That's so frackin' dirty," Regina breathed, "and great." Isabel was looking around. Regina's words had clearly rattled her out of the fog of lust she'd been in. "I don't know. I don't know if I can, with you all watching. I don't." Ivy shushed her, and got down on her hands and knees, ass up. "It's okay, pet. All eyes on me. Now put that big rubber cock in me." Which was how, not a minute later, Isabel had the strap-on set and lubed up, and Ivy had her head buried in her shoulder as she attempted to relax. And Isabel pressed forward, shoving a pretty big dildo up in her girlfriend's back door. I watched in fascination as her face contorted in discomfort. Inch by inch, the dildo pierced her. Is it all in?" A breathless Ivy asked. "You've got about half," I said.
Half?
Are you effing serious? Coaxing Ivy up on her hands, I slid beneath her and grabbed my raging erection. All the ladies like this one, where I slid the head over the slit, bumping against the clit again and again. Thrusting upward with my hips, I tried it now, and was rewarded with the groans and gasps of pleasure. Ivy began rocking herself forward and back, rubbing her pussy on the head, while getting her ass used to the strap-on. A loud smack resounded in the still, breathless quiet, and Ivy's eyes shot open. "You've been a bad girl," Isabel said, apparently forgetting once again that she had 3 other girls watching her every move. "I Hararavi," Ivy moaned, and her eyes flew open again when Izzy spanked her other ass cheek. "Bad girls need a spanking," Izzy said, and spanked her twice more in rapid succession. Ivy kept rocking, forward and back, lips brushing mine and nipples raking up and down my chest. She kept groaning in ecstasy, and at some point she reached down between us to guide my cock into her pussy. "You bad girl," Izzy repeated, and gave her another sharp one. "You're having sex with some other guy."
"I'm sorry, babe," Ivy moaned.
The weirdest thing is, I could feel the rubber cock stretching Ivy's insides. It was rubbing against the underside of my shaft, pressing against me too. Ivy was already in the midst of a low-intensity, slow-rolling orgasm that caused her to tremble continuously, even as she shoved her body backwards and forwards. I'm C. Ivy couldn't speak any more than that. She collapsed onto my chest. "You don't sound very sorry," Izzy said, and several more sharp reports followed. I snaked my hands down and grabbed a handful of Ivy's ass in each hand, then pulled apart. "If she needs to be punished," I suggested, "you know what to do." Isabel picked up what I was putting down, and pushed in further. The pressure on my cock intensified, and more importantly, Ivy hissed out in pain. "You like that, you horny slut?" Isabel demanded, shoving forward and pulling out, only to thrust further in. "One cock isn't even enough any longer?" "Sue" was all Ivy could manage. Maybe the beginning of sorry, but Isabel didn't stop to listen. She started fucking Ivy's ass with sharp, fast strokes that I could definitely feel. It was a unique sensation, and I added thrusts of my own when I could. Ivy had never really stopped orgasming. Her eyelids were fluttering and her mouth was working open and closed, but her whole body had been in a state of continuous climax for a good minute or two now. She tensed up after another few minutes of pounding, and gave a breathless shriek. I felt for the first time as a warm fluid surged out onto my crotch. "Did she just squirt?" I asked. Ivy certainly wasn't answering. She just went right on shivering, shuddering, and trembling with orgasm. Isabel initially stopped, but the moment I started thrusting again, Ivy grunted and cried out, and flooded me again. "She definitely squirted," Regina muttered. As Ivy had sort of passed out, we pulled out of her and the couple began cuddling again. I expected it would be Regina to clean me off, but it was actually Cinzy's mouth I found trying to force my whole length down her throat. "That was the hottest thing I've ever seen in real life," she muttered in between deep sucks. Over on the couch, Regina now knelt between Tara's long thighs and was busy licking her to orgasm. Tara had her legs clamped around Regina's head and was heaving breaths. Regina had one hand in there next to her mouth and was strumming along nicely. Cinzy didn't have to demand to be forked with words for me to know what she wanted. So while Ivy and Izzy went into the shower, Cinzy had her clothes off in a flash, and was on her back moments later. With her knees held out to either side, she exposed a glittering gem at the end of the butt plug embedded in her ass. This girl would have made a model, an influencer, a porn star, and here she was begging me to get inside her. "You're so beautiful," I told her, and grabbed onto the base of the plug. The bullet shape emerged, and Cinzy gave me a sigh.
"Please, Fletcher."
Ivy was just fantasizing. Cinzy needs you in her ass. She needs to talk about herself in first person too, I told her, and rested the head against her tight opening. "Please, Fletcher, please fuck me," she breathed. I nearly came just from the pressure of forcing my whole length into her asshole. Cinzy's head fell back onto the pillow and she let out a long relieved groan. Once I started working at her clit, the orgasms began in earnest. It was going to be another 2 hours before all 5 of them were satisfied. Isabel wanted Ivy to watch me do her without touching. Tara wanted me to fill her with my seed after a good athletic pounding. Regina lapped at her pussy after I deposited what felt like my 100th load inside her. Regina wanted to try anal but then couldn't handle it and asked me to do her the regular way instead. So we toyed with her, but while she rose and fell on my hard pole. Cinzy was fascinated to watch all this happen, and then joined me in the shower to get me stuffed up in her pussy for once. She wrapped herself around me, and came extra hard when I put my fingers in her rear entry. She then got down on her knees in the shower and took yet another of my large loads on her face. Eventually the party wound down. After Isabel's stunt with me, she and Ivy made their nude way back to their room, giggling about how they could be caught. Regina and Tara did likewise when I was in the shower with Cinzia. Cinzia came over to me after she was done toweling herself off. "I'm sorry, Fletcher."
Sorry. For being jealous.
I said I was yours completely. I hoped you were mine completely too.
I held her. But it's okay.
You can give me what I need. You can give the others what they need. It's kind of amazing actually. This is Christopher thinking the very same thing. Although we had all been through a lot the night before, and I'd ended up boning with Tara and Regina after Cinzia, and then spent the night with Cinzia after having some unbelievable shower sexy time, the mood wasn't what I'd hoped it would be.
Oh, we were freshly rested. No problem there.
Energy wasn't an issue. In fact, everybody seemed to have been topped up in terms of their physical needs. So, the night before had felt frantic and desperate, like we'd spent too long apart and were ravenous to get a taste of one another. Although the Cinzia situation had calmed way the hell down, and that was a good thing, the rest of the girls were on edge now for a whole host of new reasons. Isabel was mortified that the others had seen her. Ivy had a sore ass literally, and kept shooting distrustful glances Regina and Tara's way. Probably only Regina, on account of Regina touching her girl and kind of kissing her, but I wasn't an expert on the many feelings ladies had going on. I also caught Regina sneaking glances at the pair of girlfriends when they weren't looking. What that meant I couldn't fathom and didn't want to. We had a serious task ahead of us, and it would require group cohesion. I wasn't about to accept the failure of my mission based on hurt fees. "We need to go over a few things," I told my mother, grabbing up my toast from the continental breakfast buffet. "I know we do," my mother said, scooping basically all the fruit cocktail into her bowl. "Like what happened in the aftermath of 5 of Blake's people getting the worst kind of punishment you can get. The end of the Glumpdumpkin saga, and why it took another 2 months for you to finish it. And then the HQ reaction to finding out they'd lost 5 people. Oh, and also the HQ reaction to Blake turning into a magical creature, and a fighty one instead of any of the old kinds. Oh, I wish he'd been a brawlerina. A fighting and fairy kind would have been so cute." I frowned, trying to square the idea of Blake being both cute and ferocious. Also trying to square the idea of my mother making up much better names for things than I could.
Brawlerina was excellent.
Cinzia leaned in the middle of waiting for her bagel to toast. Headquarters did not like at all the situation with Blake's team.
We do not like. At all.
The situation with Blake's team, the first voice finished. In front of us, 2 heads floated in a circle of magical energy. One of these was Allie, the woman who had been in charge of my orientation session. Although she hadn't done a ton for me, the stern woman had left an impression. Brusque, no-nonsense and bereft of humor, Allie was imposing and felt like she would be a good head of House Stikinthamud, at Frogwort School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The other was Russ, who seemed to be the opposite of Allie. He was goofy, affable, and rode around on a flying manta ray when he got the opportunity. He made sure he got the opportunity often. Which was how it surprised me to hear them both so violently against the Blake situation. Their 2 heads were presently in a sort of holographic projection created by Alan, who had reached level 15 in his class while I'd been Blake's hostage. The old spell that allowed him swift communication over long distances had been in written form only before, basically pulling open a tiny portal and sliding a clay tablet through with news, requisition requests and orders. He couldn't open the portal for very long, so a single clay tablet popped through each day, and sometimes when they were busy at HQ, none at all. They had a window of about 5 seconds to locate his portal, get the response they had readied, and throw it through. At least one of the clay letters had barreled through the portal and clocked Alan directly in the face. More than one of the clay order letters had been flung through and ended up broken. And last, if he hadn't been careful about the amount of spells he'd cast that day, such as in the case of emergency, there was no opening the portal on this side. All in all, the first few months on assignment were kind of wonderful, being free of the stifling oversight that a lot of other teams had to endure. We should have returned after Glumpdumpkin, a job that was supposed to take around 2 months if we had done our jobs well. We were halfway through month 4 now, and Glumpdumpkin still hadn't been taken care of. All that was to say, now that he had this far speech spell going, we were delighted with the admins sticking their noses directly in our business.
Delighted.
"You should have reported back in at headquarters after the situation in Slinktrickle," Allie said. "I think we can gloss over that. The natives and the security chief have both confirmed your conduct in Slinktrickle was exemplary," Russ said. "I'm less concerned that they did well, and more concerned that a great deal of time was spent out there. We have 2 months on and 2 weeks off for a reason." Russ seemed to be staring a message directly at her, and she sighed before going on. "However, I am pleased that you handled the situation without major injuries or fatalities." "Well done, in other words," Russ said with a toothy grin. We would have probably ended up with Blake's team in a much worse situation if we hadn't headed out this way, I protested. Noted, Russ said. We are quite concerned by the reports you have regarding Blake's team. Russ took over here. We are delighted to be back in contact with the expedition that included Blake. That team had officially gone rogue as of a month ago. I cast a dead-eyed glance at Cinzy, who nodded in resigned and grim agreement. We were really lucky to have been drawn into that fustercluck, so more people didn't die. Ordinarily, I would be delighted to learn about the existence of a new aspect of Nakamamon, Russ charged on. Fighting is not one that I want to have on this planet, ever. This needs to be contained. Alan, standing next to Cinzy and I and straining, gave off a groan. Hurry, he grunted. We will be sending a team, Ali said. You are to collect casualties and the remaining members of Blake's Guardians for detention or burial and take no further action until we arrive. You will be put under the authority of the expedition leader. I'm afraid that definitely won't work, I said. No way was I going to be hunting down anyone who'd run away in the stampede. Excuse me. Ali didn't appear happy, but I thought I could hear Russ's snorted laughter. The connection wasn't clear. Two things. One, most of Blake's Guardians came to me begging with their hands out for the anti-magic serum so they wouldn't end up transforming into Nakamamon. You only have Archie to worry about. Two, this situation with Glumpdumpkin is bigger than Slinktrickle, ma'am, sir, and we're going to do what we set out to do, which is resolve it. Alan groaned again. Connection is failing, I told them. Expedition Leader Fletcher, you are hereby ordered. Sadly, I wasn't able to hear those orders, because I elbowed Alan in the arm and caused him to lose his concentration. The spell dissipated in the blink of an eye, with the blue heads winking out. The orders themselves did end up coming in on my system UI, just later. I could issue orders to the expedition members, and those orders came up in the little menu. The menu I had as part of the agency literally read: Divinity Rescue Corps. Medical Expedition. Your mission is to boldly go out into the world in search of the sick and afflicted, and heal those who you come into contact with. Prime directives of course still apply. 1. If at all possible, strive to do no harm. 2. Represent humans in a manner that instills confidence, faith, and goodwill in the natives of these lands. 3. Advance the knowledge base of the agency. 4. Progress in levels in order to better fulfill mission objectives. One meeting later, I laid out the situation before us. The admin was going to charge in here and try to take over our operation. They wanted us to collect up any dead bodies for transport back to Earth and wait. They wanted us to hunt down Archie, Blake's right-hand man, so he didn't turn into a Nakamamon like Blake. All of my team members looked about as you would expect, upon hearing this news. They looked like they'd rather strap toasters to their bodies and jump into a gorge filled with pherosaurs than follow these crap orders. This whole town needs to get back on its feet, I said. Everybody is keen on this mission, even if it means going off book. We're technically staying on book, Trent said. Just much later and longer than anticipated. That was the spirit. This we agreed to do. The first job was to waylay all the Nakamamon who seemed drawn to the town, and were just falling into comas or acting like morons once they were inside the town limits. The second job was to relieve the town of any affected gods found inside, and heal them up so they could continue on their way doing whatever it was gods did. A byproduct of this second step was getting me levels in my healer class, so I could attack the main threat. The third step was to figure out which god was affected here, and get the healing process underway. It shall be called Operation Glumpty Dumpty, I announced, thrusting a finger into the air. And we shall put Glumpty Dumpty back together again. Great cheering went up, along with some laughter. Step 1 would be handled by Ivy, Isabel, and Krista. All three guardians kept getting XP for meeting people at the town's edge and turning them away. In essence, they were guarding these natives from harming themselves. Whatever magnetic force kept drawing them in was still working, so we needed to help handle that. Sure, people didn't like it, but it was easy to point into the town and show them the dozens of Nakamamon lying comatose there. Trent was going to be on step 1 as well, to organize housing for these folks. He could only really bring some simple houses into being without exhausting his mana reserves, but it beat having a tent city in our midst. He worked on aqueducts to bring the river in and worked with Alan to purify the water going out through the simple street gutters. Steps 2 and 3 meant heading into town itself. Fortunately for me, this meant utilizing my divine resistance skill, along with the already immune Laurel, and whoever I loaned my prismatic apparel. Prismatic apparel. Item: wondrous, legendary. This set of clothing is able to be shaped in any way the wearer wishes. Merely turn the articles inside out to alter their form. The color of the new form will be randomized. This item has the following properties: God's Bane, unbreakable, soulbound, returning. God's Bane. While wearing this clothing, you are assumed to have +5 divine resistance. Unbreakable. This item never takes damage and can never be destroyed except by divine power. Soulbound. This item belongs solely to you. You may gift this item to another, but the item may never be taken from you. Returning. This item returns to your possession at a thought. I had used it just the other night, since the item returned to my possession with a thought, to strip Cinzia naked and give her the relentless, dominating sex she so often craved. Now I would grant it to one of the others who was best suited to help identify the god in question. I wanted to say one of the rangers would be best suited to the job, but I wondered if perhaps that wasn't my libido talking. If I had all the time in the world in a ghost town full of comatose individuals who couldn't tell on me, we could have shameless public sex wherever we wanted. While Laurel was over there hauling folks out of the affected area. She was bringing the ones who were barely functional, because the fully comatose ones didn't seem to need food or water. Instead, either Alan or Trent would probably do. They had the highest affinity scores and were best suited to finding magical nonsense. Drat was also a better choice than the girls, because rogues worked better in cities than rangers. And that was why I handed the prismatic apparel over to Tara. You've got eagle eyes, I said, convincing myself. Let's head in and see if we can find us some traces of a sick god. Drat was staring at me with an expression of full knowledge on his face. He had told me he would be better at finding the answers we needed in this town, and I told him that if he wanted, he could describe to me his special ability set and I'd be the judge of that. As always, Drat despised giving away his secrets. I couldn't tell if it was a Drat thing or a rogue thing. Perhaps there was some overlap. Until that happened, I was going to enjoy partnering up with Tara. The town wasn't small. Sure, it looked to have been perched on a check mark of land some 2 miles long and half a mile across, but that was plenty of space for hundreds of houses and dozens of larger buildings. With all those houses having nooks, crannies, basements, cellars, attics, and hidden rooms besides all that, we were basically looking for a needle in a haystack. During this time, Tara told me literally everything about her life. Now, I'd been with her in larger group settings, when she would barely say a word, but just vibe off what was going on. She seemed content to allow Cinzia or the others to hog the spotlight, while she enjoyed the atmosphere. In one-on-one situations, though, she could not stop speaking. I learned that her parents had made bad use of the money she'd earned and gifted them when she joined the agency. I then learned she had stopped that flow of money when her parents bought stock in a video game store that tanked so hard the federal government got involved. We only took one break that day to have a little fun in a derelict jewelry shop. The fun had gotten a bit out of hand, when we realized it had gone on for almost a full, sweaty hour. We returned without a single god on the first day, and I was left to treat the many, many inhabitants Laurel had brought out of the affected area. What about the rest of us who have divine resistance? Drat wanted to know when we returned at the end of the first day.
How much do we have?
This is going to be durability checks throughout the day, so of course you're welcome to come in, but you'll have to watch carefully so you don't end up like Blake. Or rather, the thing that had once been Blake. Headquarters was sending someone to pick up that particular capital S situation, and I was very glad just to be a low-level grunt with no particular stake in how that went. I had a bad feeling about Blake's transformation into a Nakamaman, and even worse about the existence of a fighting aspect. If it could break Russ out of his usual jovial joking, it was bad news. Still, not my circus, not my monkeys. I have it at level 3, Drat replied, after no small amount of hemming and hawing. Man, getting information out of this guy, about himself, was like trying to perform dentistry on a toddler. Well, I have it at level 3, I told him. On the other hand, I have a special ability that allows me to resist these kinds of illnesses, more than tripling the onset time. It gives me about 12 hours off the first durability check. He sneered. His durability must have been low. I knew he had a high physicality and ingenuity, because he had to. Both would be useful in helping him to stay off people's radars, socially and otherwise. If I had that item, he said through gritted teeth, I could be a much bigger help. I blinked at him, nodding. Well, if I knew exactly what your stats and special abilities were, I could make the most effective use of them. For now I'm going to give the item to the people I know to have enhanced senses abilities. Great, he fumed. Great. I'll just be here. This is Christopher not minding one bit.